Chapter 3498. By Jen Chan, the famous prodigy of the North, has been utterly knocked down in the first exchange despite using the renowned ancient physique art. The saintesses and princesses yelling in support prior stopped speaking, leaving their mouth wide open in astonishment. Their confidence was all but shattered, their expectation betrayed. The ancestors felt the same way. They thought that only people like Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang would be able to easily break this ancient art. How so easily too? This doesn't make sense. One ancestor murmured. It would be acceptable if Li Qiye used all of his abilities or paid a great price to break the art. Not in this manner. Impossible. One genius refused to believe it. The young ones believed in by Jen Chan's supremacy. Li Qiye should have been reduced to a pulp of flesh or dust. Boom! Bai Jen Chan jumped out of the pit and shook the dirt off his body. He was still pulsing with divine lights. However, blood could be seen by the corner of his lips. He didn't look bad by any means, just lacking the previous impressive temperament. After all, it was hard to stay calm after losing the first exchange. Yes, go young Lord Bai, impeccable defenses. The fangirls cheered after seeing the minimal damage. They clenched their fists towards Li Qiye, sharing the same enemy. They needed Bai Jen Chan to crush Li Qiye right now since he humiliated them earlier by proving them wrong. Who are you? Bai Jen Chan stared intensely at Li Qiye. The fear he felt was due to how well Li Qiye understood his void physique. In fact, the guy knew more than he did regarding the flaws and openings. This physique was passed down from the previous epoch from a grand heavenly scripture, superior to any current merit law. He knew that no one else in all of 8 Desolaces knew more about void than his ancestor, Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. Li Qiye's knowledge exceeded his imagination, perhaps rivaling his ancestor. This didn't make sense because their sect never availed this secret to outsiders. Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled. Jen Chan didn't know what to think or feel. Was this a coincidence? Or was it because of the phoenix feather? He preferred the latter options, but intuition told him that Li Qiye simply knew the physique like the palm of his hand. Very well, I still refuse to yield. Let's see what else you can do. Jen Chan took a deep breath and summoned a sword. It emitted an illumination spreading across the realms. The blade was as white as snow, enough to blind all the spectators. A tiny indentation existed on the blade. It contained a domineering and wild aura as if a supreme existence was within. Rah! A beast roar echoed and sent out torrential sound waves. It flipped a nearby mountain range over. Tyrannical Kuei! Someone shouted after seeing the sword. Created by ancient Zen Dao Lord, a high-level heaven sword, quite fierce. An old man's expression changed. This sword was made from the Dao bone of a tyrannical Kuei. This creature was rumored to have the bloodline of the divine beast, Kuei. Thus, it had the power to summon lightning bolts. The Dao Lord spent untold efforts to create it. The sword itself isn't the most terrifying thing. The fusion of the blade and the Dao is far stronger. One ancestor put on a serious expression. People watched attentively because this sword was famous. The Dao Lord had used it to defeat numerous top masters in the past. Bai Jen Chan looked dominating. The flame of the sword reached the crevices of the sky. Empowerment! He roared and the visual phenomena behind him became more real. The gods began to move and formed various mantras. They chanted and became engulfed in bright radiance. Jen Chan became empowered by them and looked like a god as a result. The indentation suddenly became bigger and turned into a large portal. Rah! A massive beast finally emerged with lightning currents coursing through its body. Its aura could crush everything. An ocean of lightning was its company, resulting in thunderous crackles to the horror of the crowd. That's frightening. Many panicked and ran far away. There are 3 variations to my sword technique. This is the first. Bai Jen Chan spoke as if sentencing death to Li Qiye. The Dao Lord's ultimate sword art stemming from the tyrannical Kuei's Dao bone. Looks like Jen Chan is not holding back. An ancestor became emotional. Meanwhile, his fangirls became excited after seeing his unstoppable state. One saintess shouted, "Young Lord Bai, rid the world of this villain." That's right, show us your invincibility. More cheered for him. He ignored all of them, focusing all of his power and mind into this slash. He stopped using the void physique and resorted to another ace card. Li Qiye simply knew too much about the ancient physique, so Jen Chan no longer dared to use it. I don't think I can stop this slash. One powerful ancestor stared at Jian with dread in his eyes. Chapter 3499. The girls couldn't handle how amazing he looked with a sword in his hand. Truly a sight to behold. All admitted that he looked like a deity. No way Li Qie will survive this invincible sword art. One of them coldly uttered. They wanted Li Qie to die to their young lord Bai as soon as possible. Kuei God severing the heaven. Bai Jian roared and the sword released its power. The slash cut through the air in an omnipotent manner, capable of slaying gods and devils. Sword energies ravaged the area as a result. Rumble. Loud explosions hurt the eardrums. The ocean of lightning seemingly erupted as the bolts flew towards Li Qie. Just imagine the sheer destruction before this massive explosion. The world turned white while the crowd became confused. Everything seemed to be affected by its power. Even the strongest defense would falter. People didn't need to watch to know the outcome. Li Qie being reduced to ashes. This was still not the worst thing about the attack. One could see a majestic slash within the ocean of lightning. It could flatten the myriad ages with its tyrannical and bloodthirsty presence. The stench of blood was unbearable with illusions of gods being decapitated. The slash swept through an army of deities, causing corpses to fall to the ground and pile up like mountains. It was clearly aimed at Li Qie, yet the spectators still sensed a terrible fear as if they were the ones targeted. They wanted to scream but no words came out. Only the ancestors could speak about how horrifying it was. They thought that they would die to it as well. The world became quiet. All returned to the origin as if nothing had happened after the slash. It's over. People gradually regained their vision. He's dead for sure. This became the consensus. No one could have stopped that slash from young Lord Bai. Where is Li Qie's head? One noble girl said proudly. He was an idiot for challenging young Lord Bai. Another spectator felt great respect after seeing the sword technique. However, the comments suddenly stopped once they got a good look at the situation. This was the opposite of their expectation. Li Qie wasn't reduced to ashes. On the contrary, he stood there calmly without a single wound from top to bottom. Even his hair was just like before. All eyes fell onto the phoenix feather. Its flame was pulsing and taking the shape of a fiery sword. It easily parried the sword named Tyrannical Kuei. The feather was light and could be blown away by a breeze. Alas, it still stopped the slash without needing any effort from Li Qie. Bai Jian's eyes opened wide since he mustered all of his strength on his sword, wanting to suppress the phoenix feather. This seemed rather futile. The audience was stunned for the second time today. No one saw how Li Qie actually stopped it. He didn't seem to use a single technique against the god-slaying slash. How? One spectator rubbed his eyes. Even the strongest master would have a hard time stopping the slash earlier, needing to put some effort into it. Therefore, people attributed this to the legendary power of a phoenix. There was no way a silver caparase cultivator could have stopped it otherwise. A phoenix is really this strong? Someone questioned. The mass started thinking about the unimaginable power of a divine beast. Just one feather was enough to stop Jian. Jian didn't have a good expression because he himself had no idea what happened. Was it Li Qie or the feather? My turn. Li Qie chuckled. The true flame of a phoenix surged out of the feather towards the azure, instantly blowing Jian away. A true flame, this is the power of a phoenix. Someone shouted in astonishment. This confirmed the theory of Li Qie borrowing the phoenix's power only. Screech. The flame took the form of a phoenix. Its heat waves could incinerate all things. So that's a phoenix. The audience was shocked to see this. Kuei God severing the heaven. The shaken Bai Jian used the same technique against the incoming fiery bird. The latter flapped its wings, releasing flames that could refine the myriad worlds and all within. Boom! The world seemed to be broken. The lightning bolts above dispersed. The gigantic tyrannical Kuei also let out a cry before being reduced to nothingness. Bai Jian fell from the sky while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Boom! He slammed into the ground, resulting in a deep pit stained with his blood. Chapter 3500. The unstoppable Bai Jian of the North was beaten down again by Li Qie to everyone's astonishment. No way. So many female cultivators refused to accept this. He was perfect in their mind, whether it be his appearance or achievement in the Tao. No one should be able to defeat him. As for Li Qie, he was nothing more than a common worm. None of them gave a damn about him, and that would be the nice way of putting it. Unfortunately, their god seemed as fragile as porcelain before this unknown junior. They couldn't accept this cruel reality and were stunned by the disparity. Impossible. Young lord, I can't lose. One girl felt suffocated. The perfect vase was full of cracks now. On the contrary, the common stone in Xueqi looked like a resplendent diamond now, blinding beyond words. It was no longer a slap on their face like before. It has turned into a full stomp on their pride and glory. The power of a phoenix is insane. Everyone still thought that Xueqi wasn't the real culprit behind this. It was because no matter how hard they tried to look using their heavenly gaze, Xueqi was still only a silver carapace cultivator. Thus, treasures and schemes shouldn't be enough to make up for the gap. Moreover, Bai Jianchan had tyrannical Xueqi as his weapon as well. Seems like I was mistaken. His bloodline is probably far thicker than expected. One ancestor became frightened. So if the power of the phoenix is this strong already, what will Xueqi look like once he reaches the sacred level? Another powerful ancestor murmured. Other ancestors had the same question. He would be able to suppress heavenly sovereigns and maybe challenge Dao lords? This Xueqi is just unfathomable. Back in Sacred Spirit Hall first and then now. There's nothing he can't do. Another spectator added. The only ones quiet among the crowd were Bai Jianchan's supporters. There seemed to be something stuck in their throat due to Bai Jianchan's swift defeat. Boom! Bai Jianchan leaped out of the pit again, no longer looking as transcendent as before, ghastly pale with bloody wounds everywhere. People couldn't help but pity him since he looked like a dead rabbit found in the wild. A great genius has fallen to such a sad state. If it was anyone else facing Xueqi, the result might be even sadder, a death without a grave. Bai Jianchan stood up, struggling to straighten his back and arch his chest. His legs were shaken. Was it from a lack of energy or fear? He stared at Xueqi. The guy was still the same as before, as average-looking as can be. The phoenix feather was still pulsing with a gentle flame. He started feeling fear due to how inscrutable Xueqi was. A mystery that could swallow him at any moment. The two of them faced each other just like during the beginning of the duel. Albeit, the atmosphere was completely different. At the start, Jianchan was nothing short of a deity beloved by all. Xueqi, on the other hand, was a nobody suffering disdain and contempt. Now, one had their image broken while the other became a source of fear. Who are you? Jianchan had always believed in his vision. This time around, it had betrayed him. I've answered this already and I told you to leave or I would hang your head on the city gate. Looks like you don't have the chance to leave now. Xueqi smiled. A solemn hush fell over the crowd. Some felt their heart beating faster. Just 3 days ago, they would have considered this to be a ridiculous and arrogant statement. Now, the same words rendered them breathless. Jianchan clenched his sword tighter. He couldn't back off or beg for mercy. The only thing to do was fight to the death. Life is so unpredictable, waves rise and fall. A spectator murmured. Boom! A beam of light suddenly emerged and caused the world to spin. A portal materialized on stage next to Baijian before anyone could react. What? Everyone was taken by surprise. Rumble! Figures appeared and landed in front of Bai Jianchan, stopping Xueqi from approaching. Chapter 3501. The leader of the newcomers turned out to be Skylight Princess. She led numerous ancestors to this battlefield, seemingly ready to fight to the bitter end. Skylight Princess. People exchanged glances. In reality, she has been here the entire time without showing up. She came out in order to buy time for Bai Jianchan. Go! She shouted without looking at him while exuding a heroic and decisive aura. Rumble! The portal was next to him so he could flee at any moment. Alas! Hesitation struck. He was the heaven's favorite, the #1 genius of the north, the successor of Yin Gate. Any of the above stopped him from running. His personal reputation would be ruined. Yin would also be shamed. Everyone watched with bated breath. Bai Jianchan was clearly not a match for Xueqi. This was as clear as day by this point. However, he was in a tough situation. Even if people were to understand the decision, he found it excruciating to make a choice. Go! There is always firewood as long as the verdant hill remains. Take him away! She looked back at him and shouted. With the last command, the portal rushed towards him. The choice was no longer his. The entrance sucked him in and brought him away from the battlefield. She didn't bother to look back while feeling a bit of pain. From today on, she would never be able to see her lover again, for they would be separated by two realms, life and death. However, tears would never shed because she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Leaving so soon? Xueqi was amused, evident by his smile. Get ready for battle. She didn't wallow in sadness and summoned her weapon, the same with the ancestors nearby. Kill him. She served as the vanguard and the ancestors followed her lead. Rumble. They formed a wall around Xueqi, wanting to separate the domain to stop him. This bought enough time for the portal to shrink into a single point then disappear from sight. You're courting death. Xueqi chuckled and waved his phoenix feather. A flame swept by with enough intensity to immolate the firmaments. It swallowed everything in no time at all. Boom! The wall made by the princess force couldn't stop the flame, so they were sent flying. One ancestor after another screamed. The fall of the wall meant they were susceptible to the heat. Ah! All were reduced to ashes with the exception of the princess, who slammed into the ground and vomited blood. The crowd shuddered at this sight. What a powerful love! One spectator commented. The engagement between Skylight and Yin Yang was there long before the one with Ancestral. Contrary to Pulstone Saintess, Skylight Princess and Bai Jianchan grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Thus, this engagement went smoothly without any opposition. The two of them were practically husband and wife, just lacking a formal ceremony. Thus, she knew many things about him and was in charge of certain matters pertaining to administration. Today, she fulfilled the responsibility of a wife, making a tough decision for him. Many respected her for this virtuous trait during a perilous moment. She climbed up and looked back to find that the portal was no longer there. Goodbye, she whispered, her eyes slightly moist. The years spent together fostered a strong love. This allowed them to always be together regardless of the danger and difficulties. Alas, she would need to leave him today. He would walk alone on the path towards the Tao in the future. Perhaps he would be able to find someone else who can love him the same way. Many noticed the tears in her eyes and became emotional. They showed respect by not speaking. Surrender and I'll think about sparing you out of consideration for this rare sacrifice, Xueqi nonchalantly said. The crowd stared at her with bated breath. Surrender, someone said softly, since they have been touched by her. At the very least, she would be able to survive. Plus, it wasn't humiliating to lose to Xueqi given the circumstances. Her courage and sacrifice made up for this. She took a deep breath and declared, I, Bai Jianchan's wife, will never surrender. How courageous! Xueqi didn't make fun of her and continued. Very well, I'll see you off. Don't worry, you won't be lonely for long. The princess trembled but mustered enough courage to raise her halberd again. Die! She roared, and the halberd released a terrible beam filled with murderous intent. Clank! She flew into the air, thrusting the halberd downward to crucify him with lightning speed. Alas, she alone couldn't do anything to Xueqi. He gently raised the feather to stop the halberd in its track. The scene became frozen. She was still in the air while pushing down with her halberd. Poof! A flame erupted from the feather. However, it didn't light her on fire. A small buzz could be heard and it disappeared. Chapter 3502. A breeze gently brushed by and rustles could be heard akin to fluttering sands. In this case, it was the princess. The princess in her mid-air pose was blown away by the wind as if she was made from smoke. In the previous moment, she was turned to ashes by the terrible flame. She didn't scream in pain. No blood either. She simply disappeared from the world without leaving any trace behind. The halberd became ashes as well. This death could be described as beautiful, but the crowd had cold sweat in their palms. They thought that it was worse than a bloody death because nothing was left of her in this case. Skylight Princess, one spectator softly said, feeling very complicated. Her admirers were speechless as well. Their goddess was dead now for Bai Jianchan's sake. An admirable woman. One ancestor sighed and praised. Many didn't know whether this was a good result or not. She died but still successfully allowed Jianchan to escape. This is it. The girls among the audience felt their soul leaving their body. This was one of the worst possible outcomes. A stark contrast to their confident expectation. The image of the perfect man in their heart shattered. their scorn and derision towards Lichia turned out to be a slap on the face or worse, a stomp keeping their head down in embarrassment forever. Most stared at Lichia with a fearful expression, not daring to open their mouth. By this point, it didn't matter if it was the power of the phoenix or something else. Lichia truly defeated by Jianchan in front of them. The #1 genius of the north couldn't stop a single blow from him. How could people not be afraid of Lichia now? Those who made fun of him earlier were particularly nervous, no longer having the courage to look straight at him. That's what you get for not listening to adults. Should have listened to me and left earlier to avoid this. Lichia chuckled and said before turning to leave. He walked slowly down the steps, seemingly without strength. Shi Qingjian came up to help him down. This was a familiar scene that was met with ridicule. Now, the crowd didn't dare to breathe loudly lest they bother him. A few were afraid that Lichia might turn around and wave his feather, completely obliterating everyone here. They heaved a sigh of relief after he disappeared from sight. They had no idea why he exerted such unbearable pressure on them just now. He was still the same as he was at the start, not displaying any aura or might. Perhaps his nonchalant expression, whether it be deliberate or not, made it more terrifying. Others didn't know what the hell he was thinking, that his mood could randomly change. At least this is over, one spectator said as the pressure dissipated. No, this is only the beginning of the show. An ancestor disagreed. The landscape has changed, a war is inevitable. Those nearby exchanged glances after hearing this. Don't forget, the armies of the behemoths were still waiting outside Ancestral. Would they be able to accept this outcome? Of course not. Hence an inevitable storm. The end of the battle painted a different mood in Ancestral City. The liveliness and rampant discussions were nowhere to be found. The girls, in particular, were out of control. Now, they no longer spoke about this matter just like everyone else. It pertained to both Lichia and Bai Jianchan. Losing like that for the latter was utterly humiliating. A while later after the battle, one could feel the ground shaking from inside Ancestral City. Banners fluttered and dust filled the air. The million-strong armies were no longer staying by the outskirts. They started marching closer. The horns of war could be heard. They were answered by similar horns in other regions of the north. Yinyang Gate is summoning their forces, one listener said. Skylight Country and Firmament's Gate followed suit not long after. Rumble. Troops from all over northern West King began marching towards Ancestral City, accompanied by rotating Yin and Yang affinity, a royal aura, and the presence of the sword Dao. It didn't take long before they made it to Ancestral. The outer regions became packed with an ocean of troops. All three sects are fully mobilizing. The spectators became afraid. A siege is coming. Another ancestor noted. The neutral parties were eager to give it a go as well. This would be a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Ra! An azure dragon emerged above the sky. Ancestral, hand over Lichia or face destruction. The voice contained wrath and fury. Azure Dragon Ancient King. People knew that the battle was going to happen soon with this ancestor here. I hope Ancestral will not harbor a villain. A sword Dao surged after this person spoke. It engulfed the entire region and frightened everyone. Chapter 3503. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign. Everyone sensed the billowing sword energy. The heat from it seemed to be burning their heart and organs. One side has made their intention clear. Now, everyone else waited for a response from Ancestral City. After all, armies were waiting right outside consisting of ancestors and powerful cultivators such as the Ancient King and a Heavenly Sovereign. The mighty sect still needed to exercise prudence against these opponents. Some spectators had a heavy heart, afraid that the flames of war might get out of control. All of the North could be dragged into this conflict at that point. The golems, in particular, felt the worst, not knowing what to do. After all, Ancestral had a special significance to their race and also served as home. The destruction of the city meant many golems would become refugees. The uneasiness was interrupted by a tear in space. Something seemingly tore it apart, and another light emerged akin to a second sun. Everyone looked up and realized that another massive golem had awakened. Another forefather. The golems cheered at this sight. This forefather has never woken up before. Boom! The eyes of this forefather released a terrible aura like a tsunami, crushing the stars above. He focused his gaze at the area outside of the city. Space itself was pushed outward, so many were blown flying. The aura of Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King were separated as well. The forefather successfully established his dominance over the other combatants. This forefather might be stronger than the sovereign and ancient king. Some ancestors were moved at this sight. Forefather. Numerous golems prostrated. Some had tears streaming down their cheeks. The strongest ancestors of their race have undergone either pseudo or full atavism. However, these pseudo-atavistic beings still woke up to protect their descendants. Ancestral city can't be underestimated. One powerful ancestor felt dread. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King reigned supreme during their era. However, this forefather was actually stronger than them. Moreover, Ancestral had more slumbering forefathers. Boom! A blast seemed to be answering this forefather. The radiance from this overshadowed everything else. A magnificent scene emerged by the horizon. A golden sun of unimaginable size. The world became adorned with a golden layer as a result. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open. What's that thing? A spectator shouted, since this new entity was more overwhelming than the actual sun. It caught everyone by surprise. Pop. Next came a silver light resembling mercury pouring down like an endless flood. The earth already had a golden layer. Now a silver layer was added. This didn't end there for the unsuspecting crowd. A moon also materialized in the sky. It wasn't far from being close to the golden sun's size, but its lunar light was just as impressive, quickly engulfing everyone. Another? The crowd was stunned. First was a massive golden sun, then came a moon. Everything seemed to be changing because a darkness came next. Both of these massive celestials disappeared from sight. The last thing to happen were stars emerging in the darkness. They looked just like beautiful diamonds. I know who they are. One high elder took a deep breath and shouted. The Celestial Trinity. 3 ancient ancestors from Yin Yang Gate. Most have not heard of this title outside of the older cultivators. I remember now. One ancestor pondered for a moment before replying. They're even older than ancient Zen Dao Lord. Yes, very few know about them. They did show up when the Dao Lord was competing for the world in order to protect him. Not for too long though. The High Elder had a serious expression. My master told me about them as well. They're only second to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang in terms of power and status in Yin Yang. A different ancestor added. Only second to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang? Others became shaken. Just this phrase alone indicated the trio's potential. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was a being comparable to Dao Lords. Now, these ancient ancestors weren't that far behind him. The night eventually dispersed and everything became normal. However, the sun, moon, and one star could be seen outside Ancestral in an oppressive manner. Fellow Taoist, hand over Li Qie and we can deliberate other matters, or we'll start the siege and flatten the city. A powerful voice declared. Everyone could tell that this wasn't an empty threat and exchanged glances. The great armies would start attacking soon. The golems took a deep breath. What should we do? One golem expert didn't know what to do. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King were strong enough. Now, the Celestial Trinity was here as well? Quite a formidable team. Chapter 3504. 5 ancient ancestors have arrived on the field, a truly shocking group. This was before mentioning the Great Coalition armies. I don't think any sect in the north can handle this invasion. Even the experienced ancestors trembled in fear. They truly want to take down Ancestral? The golem experts were distressing. Their race had a deep loyalty towards this city since it could be considered their ancestral ground. The best choice is to hand over Li Qie. One golem expressed his thought. This was rather popular among the golems after seeing the great armies. It's not wise to implicate the city over a stranger. Other neutral parties felt the same way. After all, Li Qie was an outsider and a human. Why would they ever risk Ancestral City that has been built over millions of years for his sake? Moreover, no one would mock Ancestral for doing so either, since it was a wise choice. Avoiding war and needless death was more important in the eyes of the golems. Many began staring at the towering golem. They knew that the city's choice would be up to this forefather. He was currently the strongest with the highest authority, qualified to make a decision for the city's future. Alas, his eyes were still pulsing brightly, seemingly ready to fight off any invader. They're not messing around this time. It became apparent that Ancestral City wanted to fight against the three behemoths. What are they thinking? People didn't simply understand why they were going to such length for Li Qie. No other ancestors from Ancestral came out to make any declaration. Not even Pulstone Saintis, who was in charge. The lack of communication made the crowd wonder. Could it be that Ancestral doesn't give a damn about the armies? In reality, some ancestors of the Golem race had no idea what was going on either. What a shabby alliance. A lazy voice interrupted everyone's rumination. It's Li Qie. A listener blurted out. The silence from Ancestral was finally broken. It's just that it was Li Qie instead of anyone from Ancestral. You all have 3 days to prepare the coffins and say your last words before the massacre. No chances afterward. Li Qie declared. Listeners stared at each other in astonishment. The coalition included 5 ancient ancestors and numerous masters. However, Li Qie still declared his intent on killing all of them. This could be construed as both domineering and contemptuous. That's just his style. Some said with admiration. Jeers and mockeries were no longer a thing since Li Qie had proven himself time and time again. He was mighty regardless of his method. Right. An ancestor smiled wryly. By this point, he attributed the viewpoint of Li Qie being arrogant and haughty as a public misperception. The guy was simply speaking the truth. An outsider like you can make a decision for Ancestral City? An old voice filled with divinity replied. This was one of the Celestial Trinity, Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor. Yes. A thunderous answer came and swept away the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw that the speaker was the newly awakened Golem forefather. Both the volume and significance of the answer took everyone like a storm. This forefather hasn't said a thing after waking up. Nonetheless, this only word changed the whole landscape. He closed his eyes and withdrew his aura, seemingly becoming a statue once more. He has made his stance crystal clear. Everyone couldn't believe it, especially the Golem ancestors from the other sections. This meant that Li Qie could represent Ancestral City, or even go as far as make all decisions for them. No one would ever question the validity of Li Qie's authority after listening to the forefather. It was as final as can be. Most still found it unbelievable despite being here in person. The leader of the Golems was now putting a human in charge. I see. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor replied. If that's the case, then we have nothing else to say. Don't blame us for destroying Ancestral City. The three behemoths didn't expect this either. They assumed that Ancestral City would acquiesce and negotiation would start after feeling the pressure of their forces. Not in their dreams did they expect Ancestral refusing to hand Li Qie over and actually put him in charge. Plus, Pulstone Saintis wasn't the one making this decision but rather, a respected forefather. It would be understandable if she was the one to do so. A decision based on emotions and carelessness. Stop blustering. You have 3 days. Feel free to use it to prepare for battle or to prepare your funeral arrangements. I'll personally come out alone and to slaughter all of you. Make sure to treasure these last moments. Li Qie answered right away. 1 against that army and 5 ancient ancestors? The listeners smiled wryly without criticizing him for not knowing his limits. He earned the right to be haughty after easily defeating Bai Jianchan. Chapter 3505. The news of Li Qie's intent traveled across the city. His opponents were mighty beyond words. This alliance was massive. One couldn't come up with a larger one in the north. Not to mention a single cultivator, no sect would dare to challenge this. They would tremble from just looking at the army, let alone fighting it. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor didn't answer right away. He pondered for a while before replying, so be it, a fight to the death in 3 days. It became apparent that the Great Coalition still didn't dare to underestimate Li Qie. They considered him a mighty foe. He's serious about fighting alone. New discussions sprung up after people calmed down. Anyone else would be cowering or pissing their pants if they were put in this situation. Some might start kneeling to beg for forgiveness as well. Only someone tired of living would act like Li Qie. No one else in the north can do this beside Li Qie. Those who looked down on him couldn't help changing their mind. Young Lord Bai can't do it either. One genius murmured. No one retorted despite their feelings towards Bai Jianchan. The young ones admired him while the old cultivators thought that he had boundless potential. Unfortunately, recent losses have weakened his reputation and status. Though none wanted to be blatant, they still thought that Bai Jianchan couldn't do the same thing. not even his undefeated self in the past. It required immense courage and confidence, something they no longer thought he had. "I'm won over." An expert smiled wryly. "I don't care how annoying he was in the past, it makes sense now. This courage is commendable." "Can he do it?" someone else quietly said. Xueqi could be strong, but facing that coalition alone still seemed to be outrageous. Others didn't directly attribute this to arrogance, but some certainly thought so. Of course, by this point, calling Xueqi arrogance was no longer an insult but rather a type of praise. "It's difficult, maybe just the armies alone is fine, but the 5 ancient ancestors." Xueqi could have the greatest techniques and schemes. He's still facing heavenly sovereigns that have dominated 8 desolaces. One ancestor mused for a bit before replying. Others nodded in agreement. Putting the armies aside, the 5 renowned ancient ancestors were truly intimidating. Well, Xueqi has always done the unexpected. Maybe he'll perform another miraculous feat. One high elder remained optimistic. The group didn't say anything. Everyone has underestimated Xueqi previously, thinking that he would lose to Bai Jianchan. What was the result? An utter defeat for Jianchan. Rumble. The inhabitants of Ancestral stopped speaking due to loud commotion outside. They knew that armies were marching into formations. There were deafening blasts and blinding lights. Perhaps terrible formations were being erected. "The 3 armies are working together," an older expert noted after 2 days of rowdiness. "Seems like Yin Yang Gate is leading them to create a supreme formation." A big shot revealed. They found something amazing in an old domain, perfect for large-scale conflicts. They rarely needed to use it until now. A large-scale formation? Just for Xueqi? One listener asked. The power of a formation empowered by 3 armies should be insanely powerful. However, they thought that it was the same as using a cannon to kill a mosquito in this case. So what happens after Xueqi's defeat? Someone speculated. People thought that the armies would march towards Ancestral right away. Perhaps this formation would be able to crush the city. "We need to prepare for the worst." Some knew that danger was coming. Most didn't say anything and quietly withdrew from the city, choosing to stay by the outskirts instead. They didn't want to be dragged into this mess. The invaders might think that they were disciples of Ancestral and kill them. This was especially true for the golems. Of course, a few powerful ancestors decided to hide in the city, wanting to take advantage of it. The siege would give them ample opportunities to steal treasuries. 3 days passed by in a hurry. All eyes were on the outer region, waiting for a great battle. This region consisted of a large plain separating Ancestral from the rest of the world. The 3 armies gathered here. It became clear that it would serve as the battlefield. The sky and mountains were filled with eager spectators. The outcome didn't matter since this battle would go down in history either way. They considered themselves fortunate to be able to witness it in person. The soldiers of the armies had palpable bloodthirst. The audience could still sense it despite being far away and were intimidated. Each squadron was positioned in a meticulous manner. While looking down from above, the groups made up a unified whole resembling a primordial bird with all-engulfing wings. Its claws could tear down anything. Damn! Even the powerful masters shuddered after seeing the troop arrangement. Chapter 3506. The armies became increasingly frightening after ample preparation. This was enough to trample multiple sections. "I don't think Xueqi can do it," someone said despite having a high evaluation of Xueqi's power and abilities due to the murderous aura of the armies. "We'll find out soon." An ancestor remained calm and said, "The armies actually don't matter as much as the 5 ancient ancestors. Each of them has massacred millions and taken down sects before." A high elder said with a dignified expression. The juniors shuddered after hearing this since it was true. The 5 ancestors were battle-hardened, their hands stained with blood. Fighting all 5 alone was an arduous endeavor. This battle will shock the heaven. Most were eager to watch. "Xueqi's here." A keen-eyed observer saw Xueqi leaving the gate of Ancestral. He has become the focus of the entire world. He still looked as carefree as ever, not like someone who was entering a perilous battle against a great army. It seemed like he was heading into a feast instead. His appearance was still ugly and his cultivation remained at the silver caparase realm. Nonetheless, no one uttered a single word of disrespect. They viewed his nonchalant attitude as being freed and untethered from anything in this world. Still at ease and carefree before the great army. No one can match this. I definitely can't. One ancestor said. Others agreed with him and nodded, thinking that Li Qie was special indeed. Li Qie made it outside and only glanced at the armies once. It became a stark contrast. A sea of ferocious soldiers versus one lonely cultivator. The armies could walk over and instantly reduce Li Qie to a meat paste. My legs would be shaking already. Someone said, and the crowd wholeheartedly agreed. I would run too. Another expert smiled wryly. Running before such overwhelming odds wasn't shameful at all. How should we do it? I need to kill all of you and go back for a nap. Li Qie stretched lazily and said. The soldiers in the armies were furious, shooting flames out of their eyes. This didn't affect Li Qie in the slightest. The soldiers were rightfully vexed because they were the elites of the elites among the three behemoths. They have rampaged through the battlefields and earned numerous distinguished commendations. In fact, other sects would cower in fear after hearing about them. Alas, he made it sound as if they were nothing, just specks of dust that needed to be swept away by a broom. Nonetheless, they were trained well enough to not shout back at him. One person eventually broke from the rank and moved to the front. Young Lord Bai. A spectator blurted out. Bai Jianchan still had a bright glow with visual phenomena, still the same awe-inspiring genius as before. However, his expression was one of coldness. The friendliness and amiability were gone now. The previous event had done a number on him. White cloths wrapped around his arms, clearly a sign of grief for the late princess. Young Lord Bai. A female cultivator pitied him after seeing this. They naturally still supported him, albeit not in the same blatant manner. They have learned their lesson this time and didn't want to humiliate themselves. Impressive, his mental state isn't bad. A big shot from the previous generation praised him. The previous defeat should have crushed him. After all, he had never experienced defeat before. Such achievements were worthy of pride. Unfortunately, he lost to Li Qie in just 2 moves and it wasn't even close. Worst of all, his fiancée bought time for him to escape and lost her life in the process. This was enough to destroy someone. They wouldn't be able to face this loss and the grim reality. In the rare case of recovery, others would need a long time to do so. Meanwhile, Jianchan still looked composed, just hardened from the experience. He was indeed a capable genius. Li Qie. He glared at Li Qie with determination. There was no rage or teeth-gritting. You want to start? Li Qie chuckled. Everyone stopped breathing for a moment. No one made fun of Bai Jianchan. In fact, he has done a good job already after facing such a monster in Li Qie. Anyone else would have suffered even more. Today I shall fight you until death. If I fall, more men from Yin Yang will come in waves. We will have vengeance. Don't think about leaving this place alive. Jianchan spoke powerfully. Each word came from the chest. His tone wasn't one of resentment and hatred. He simply used strong words to express his determination along with the sect's goal. So be it, you will fight first or everyone together? Li Qie stretched again, seemingly fatigued. Not long ago, no one would worry about Bai Jianchan in a duel. This was no longer the case since Li Qie was clearly superior. Chapter 3507. The crowd thought that it would be foolish for Jianchan to fight alone. I will fight but not alone. I'll borrow everyone's power for the sake of killing you. Bai Jianchan took a deep breath and solemnly declared. He didn't resort to scheming or any other plan, just a direct confrontation. You can do it, young Lord Bai. A few girls still clenched their fists and still rooted for him. It won't be easy. An ancestor sighed and said, he has no choice but to get through this. Otherwise, the heart devil will consume him. That's why Yin Yang Gate can't let Li Qie leave this place alive if Bai Jianchan wants to become a Dao Lord. They have to kill him at all costs for their future's sake. One high elder said. The loss of both his pride and wife had left a deep shadow in him. Thus, even if he could leave this place alive, it wouldn't be enough without Li Qie's death. That would spell doom to his future. Do whatever you want. Also the 5 old geezers, no need to keep on hiding. Li Qie smiled and said. Humph. A sharp snort resounded just like the him of a sword pricking the heart. People would jolt from the pain. Clank. A massive sword descended with ravaging sword energy. It pinned onto the ground, looking just like a mountain. Buzz! The individual rays shot out just like real swords. The pain caused people to pull back. Poof! Next came a powerful flame. The blade started turning red. It could be due to the blood of its previous victims or just from being heated up. The terrible temperature came out in waves. The spectators became sweaty and thirsty as a result. Blaze blade heavenly sovereign. Someone looked up and saw an old man standing on top of the hilt. His eyes were fierce, the same with his facial features. He coldly stood there with the presence of an unsheathed sword. Putting his actual weapon aside, he himself was a terrible sword that had massacred plenty of people. The spectators trembled as his eyes swept through the field. He was obviously unhappy with Li Qie's comment. However, the latter didn't react to his intimidation in the slightest. Most stared at the old man with fear with the exception of the sword users. They had an expression of reverence. The sovereign used to be an amazing sword genius. His sword Dao used to be a popular topic. Thus, seeing him in person was an honor. Rah! Next came the visual phenomenon of an azure dragon emerging above. A terrible draconic aura swept through like a tempest and forced people back. Azure Dragon Ancient King. Everyone knew who it was right away. The strongest ancient ancestor of Skylight. They looked up and saw 8 ancestors carrying a palanquin. The one sitting down was a gray-haired old man. He wore a dragon robe and had a dignified bearing, looking just like a supreme ruler in charge of all living beings and domains. Though he was no longer on the throne, he still emitted the same regal aura. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before him. Pop! Next came a golden sun again with a blinding radiance. Beneath the sun was an old man wearing a yellow robe with the same unbearable luster, looking just like a sun god. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor. His identity was obvious. Next to the sun was a silver moon, completely different from its friend. Nonetheless, the two seemed to be supporting each other. The crowd felt frozen while being illuminated by this silver light. Beneath the moon was the lunar god, seemingly descending from his palace. Just one wave of his hand could kill 1,000,000. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor. The second master of Yin Yang has shown himself. Last was the sky turning black. It was filled with stars. Their lights eventually gathered on one person, an old man in black. He seemed capable of absorbing the starlights just like a black hole. Nothing would ever be able to escape from his grasp. The spectators felt as if his gaze could reap their soul. Star Ancient Ancestor. Someone shouted. 5 ancient ancestors have shown up. Their auras terrified the audience. The armies and Li Qie suddenly became insignificant. These 5 were the true lords, or so the crowd thought. Terrifying. A junior understood why his senior said that these 5 were far more frightening than the armies. Their auras made this evident. The righteous Tao of the world forbids the existence of evil. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign sonorously declared. Enough, stop spewing this crap when you're old enough to be in the grave. Li Qie waved his hand and said, if you think justice is on your side, feel free to attack Ancestral City right now. Let's see how powerful your Tao is in there. Blaze Blade glared at him, unable to respond. Meanwhile, the spectators didn't dare to say a word. They weren't qualified to comment on these beings. Blood for blood. Skylight will flay you for killing our members. Azure Dragon Ancient King spoke while sitting on his palanquin. Don't worry, I'll give you the chance. Unfortunately, it'll just end with your country's destruction. Li Qie responded. Chapter 3508. The army's bloodthirst was palpable and overwhelming. The invincible aura of the 5 ancient ancestors loomed above the firmaments. Other cultivators trembled in their wake like insects. On the other side were Li Qie and his shadow, akin to a blade of grass being pushed down by numerous mountains. His back could break at any moment. The spectators couldn't help worrying about Li Qie due to the power of his foes. I would soil my pants already if I were in his shoes. An ancestor with plenty of experiences murmured. In fact, fleeing would be an acceptable option. Just standing up straight was impressive enough, let alone actually fighting them. This was the reason why people respected Li Qie's nonchalant and fearless attitude. They found him to be anything but ordinary, completely different from his average appearance. He looked quite extraordinary despite lacking a bright aura and divinity. His figure suddenly became as large as a giant whose head could touch the sky. Only someone of that stature would be able to stay calm before the great armies. He has already made a name for himself regardless of the battle's outcome. One expert said. Others nodded in agreement. They felt that Li Qie was far more impressive than Bai Jianchan regardless of their appearance and auras. Our fight will be to the death. Bai Jianchan stepped forward and roared. I'm afraid no one will be able to save you today. Li Qie chuckled. This was naturally a reference to the late princess who sacrificed herself for love. Bai Jianchan shuddered once before taking a deep breath. Yes, I will die in the case of defeat. Bai Jianchan said sternly, clearly having made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Li Qie after doing his best, then at the very least, he would be able to walk with the princess down on the Yellow River. Others approved of his determination. He was indeed worthy of being her fiancé. You can do it. Some fangirls remained positive without putting Li Qie down. Make your move already so she won't be lonely down there. Li Qie said. Begin the formation. Bai Jianchan commanded with a dignified voice. Start. The individual commander's roar echoed across the field. Boom, boom, boom. The drums of war sounded heroic and intimidating, capable of crushing all foes. The soldiers became resplendent as their vitality soared to the sky. This manifested into a red ocean. They had prepared a supreme formation and were just waiting for Bai Jianchan's command. The terrible aura of the formation billowed in the air, resembling a great bird ready to tear the world asunder. True chaos energy and vitality mixed together and illuminated the world. Clank, clank, clank. One star after another lit up. It was as if these stars that were sleeping deep in the crevices of space had awakened. Their lights connected and formed a ferocious bird. Do you know what that is? The spectators looked up at the sky and noticed the resemblance between the celestial formation and the army arrangement. Screech! The vitality and energy of the army focused onto the bird below while the celestial radiance infused itself with the bird above. Boom! The two primordial birds flew towards each other and immediately became one. Screech! A new creation emerged with wings blotting out the sky. Just one feather alone blocked out a reason. People's eardrums ruptured after hearing this sound and started bleeding. Some fell to the ground, unable to handle the pain. The birds and beasts also cowered, not daring to move around. This is the famous supreme formation in the legend? One powerful spectator asked. He felt the rays from this beast billowing across the land, akin to countless arrows shooting everywhere. According to the rumors, it's not from this epoch and was found in an ancient divine realm. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang found it and made it his own. A knowledgeable ancestor said seriously. Bai Jianchan was next to release all of his vitality without holding back. It soared into the sky like a beam. Holding back would be silly before Li Qie, so he mustered all of his strength. This beam struck the great bird, causing a harmonization. The ground trembled as rays of light erupted from Jianchan, seemingly tearing his body apart. They eventually became clearer to the audience, the lines of the supreme formation coursing through his skin. He's imprinting the marks of the formation onto his own body, connecting it with the army's power and the formations. One high elder became startled. That's reckless, just one wrong move and he'll explode. The big shots took a deep breath. Boom! Space was assaulted by an explosion. Ripples and pops made everything look ethereal. The spectators saw Bai Jianchan and the armies stacking upon each other as if the dimensions were inching closer. Jianchan was clearly standing there, but his physical form became hard to see. Chapter 3509. The spatial fluctuation naturally shocked the crowd since if they were close enough to be affected, they would be reduced to dust. Just this fluctuation alone carried immense destruction. One could easily see how powerful Bai Jianchan was right now. Of course, this power came at a price. Just one mistake and he would implode before being able to kill Li Qie. The abilities of someone with two inborn talents. One ancestor became emotional. Only an inborn Dao physique can withstand this level of power. Someone else with a stronger cultivation can't handle it as well as Bai Jianchan. It's not just that, you have to take his ancient physique art into account too. It can accommodate anything and everything, including this endless force. An ancestor from a different sect had a deeper insight. These ancestors wouldn't be able to use the formation and the armies in this manner, unlike Jianchan. Grasp the universe, control the divine beast. Jian Chan crazily roared and formed a mudra with both hands. Buzz! Terrible beams emanated from him along with deafening explosions. Space around him started shrinking at a rapid rate. It was as if he wanted to force all the dimensions into his palms. What power is this? Some sensed themselves being pulled into this space and hurriedly ran away from the battlefield. In the next second, this sucking force was solely focused on Li Qie. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qie's body was being twisted and pulled. His true fate was separated from his body and was pulled into the mudra. As space grew smaller, so did the massive bird in the sky. However, the materialization became more physical as if a true divine bird was appearing. Its terrible aura only intensified instead of waning. The severing method from ancestral realm, I see. Quite smart to be able to use it in this manner. Li Qie chuckled and murmured to himself, having instantly recognized the origin of this supreme formation. Can Li Qie handle this? People saw that his body and essences were being dragged apart. After all, Bai Jian had the support of multiple armies behind him. Quite a dreadful force to go against. He can do the impossible. A victory here shouldn't be surprising. One ancestor said while some girls still cheered for Bai Jian. Crack! People heard a breaking noise as if Li Qie's bones were crumbling from the pressure. Is he wounded? People exchanged glances of curiosity. However, a silver radiance flashed from Li Qie followed by a loud explosion. Waves of a violet color emanated from him in an endless manner. Violet Marquis Corpus. Everyone recognized this phenomenon and became shocked. From silver carapace to violet Marquis. He chose to break through now during a battle? That's some insane confidence. Another smiled wryly. Most would choose isolated cultivation before breaking through. Others would ask stronger cultivators to keep an eye out in case of a mistake. Now, Li Qie chose the most dangerous time to break through as if he didn't care about interference. So this confirmed his previous cultivation realm, silver carapace. A wise master found this astonishing. The 5 ancient ancestors felt the same way. They speculated that Li Qie was hiding his power using a peerless method. Thus, he looked like a silver carapace. But now, the signs of reaching Violet Marquis made it too clear. Silver carapace was his true realm prior. They became confused because how could a silver carapace defeat a genius at the sacred level? Not even the legacies of a phoenix could make up this gap. Alas, Li Qie actually carried out this task. This brat. The members of Celestial Trinity stared at each other. Since when is this possible? Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign had to accept this fact. Bai Jian was affected as well. He naturally suspected that he lost because Li Qie was hiding his power. That's the only explanation, that Li Qie was a big shot purposely taking him down. This certainly wasn't the case now. He, a genius at the Grand Dao Sacred Physique realm, lost to a silver carapace cultivator despite using a Dao Lord weapon. Alas, he didn't have time to think about this. No need to see confirmation. The only thing he needed to do was to focus everything on this next attack. Boom! The new violet energy erupted and empowered Li Qie. The wild empowerment of violet energy. Triple the power. All cultivators knew about this. Those in this realm could use this eruption of power in order to boost their power threefold. However, in regards to this battle, not to mention 3, even 30,000 more times wasn't enough. The problem was, this threefold from Li Qie was different from other people. His chant created runes around him that culminated into a chapter of the Grand Dao. Evil energy manifested from this process along with phantoms and ghosts. A devil seemed to be born in his mind and heart. Is he cultivating the devil mantra right now? Some recognized it and speculated. Looks like it, the beginning part. Someone who has done so before spoke with uncertainty. Impossible. Didn't he obtain the treasury of the great emperor? Any mantra from there is surely superior. The skeptic said. Only a fool would pick one of the 7 mantras over something from the treasury. Bai Jian himself was confused while channeling his spatial attack. He had to ask. This is devil? Indeed, might as well cultivate a mantra after reaching Violet Marquis. I have free time anyway. The chapter was finished by the time he spoke. This was one of the 7 laws of the Golden Age, Devil. Chapter 35:10. All cultivators including the 5 ancient ancestors became speechless and astounded. Breaking through to the next realm during a battle was shocking enough. Now, he was still cultivating a mantra? Worst of all, it was a terrible one too. It would be understandable for Li Qiye to have a Dao breakthrough. After all, many brilliant geniuses loved using external forces to defeat bottlenecks. This could be quite effective. However, Li Qiye was starting a new mantra right before the battle. Of course, some thought that this was understandable since it was Li Qiye. They have seen how devilish he was. The impossible became possible with him around. It's just that, why did he pick devil? Only those who had no other choice would do so. The thing was common enough to be found randomly from street vendors. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye since he had access to the best imperial laws. Even a fool would know which to pick. This was akin to having a supreme treasure along with a pile of trash, yet the guy picked the latter. This could only be the result of either foolishness or insanity. Alas, everyone knew that neither applied here. The three ancient ancestors have experienced numerous eras yet still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for his choice. Maybe this actually suits him. One person had a helpless smile. An ordinary mantra for his ordinary self, a perfect match. Ordinary yet extraordinary. Some agreed with this particular perspective. Two ordinary things together became special. A miracle of sorts capable of breaking the current mold. Meanwhile, Bai Jianchan felt suffocated as if there was something stuck in his chest that couldn't get out. He cultivated a peerless ancient art along with top Dao Lord merit laws, not to mention his inborn gifts. He could be considered a deity among men, yet he still lost to Li Qiye and his ordinary mantras. His brilliant talents and achievements were meaningless and weak before Li Qiye. This was too much to take. Devil in the heart, devil in the world. I shall be the sole devil in existence. Li Qiye smiled enchanted. Buzz. A strange energy moved around the world as if all evil affinities have awakened. Strangely enough, these evil affinities didn't seem malicious. They were part of the world, akin to the existence of night when there was day. Otherwise, the concept of day wouldn't exist. Everyone felt as if a devil had appeared in their heart as well. They could finally release their dark side. Thus, they hurriedly stopped breathing and focused up to protect their mind. The nonchalant yet domineering chant changed the atmosphere. It sounded like an ascension call. All needed to prostrate before him. Boom! Meanwhile, Bai Jianchan has finished gathering power. The massive bird in the sky was now small enough to be in his palm, turning into a seal. All of space and the inhabitants within felt as if they were within his grasp. Annihilate! He roared and sent the seal towards Li Qiye. Rumble! The spatial area around Li Qiye instantly collapsed, crushed by an unstoppable force. Dao laws and other affinities such as time weren't spared either. Boom! Li Qiye was swallowed by a black hole before the spectators. This was only the beginning. All of the space nearby focused on the black hole. For those tough enough to survive being in the black hole, they needed to face this crushing force next. The seal then entered this focal point and exploded. It was as if an entire planet had detonated in there. The black hole blew up and a black flash engulfed the area. Boom! Numerous spectators were blown away. Some vomited blood due to injuries from the shockwaves. Their eyes were wide open, feeling as if they have been crushed by that attack despite not being the target. No one should be able to survive that series of moves. That has to be it. The area was a chaotic mess with the black hole gone. Black light still blinded everyone like fog. The five ancient ancestors watched with bated breath. They refused to believe that Li Qiye could have survived because the guy didn't put up a defense. Not necessary. Li Qiye is still Li Qiye. One ancestor quietly said. Buzz. The black lights suddenly condensed together into a figure. It's Li Qiye. A spectator shouted. Bai Jianchan felt immense pressure after seeing this. He was sure that his move struck his opponent, but the guy was perfectly fine. His body seemed to be formless. You could destroy him and it would just come together in the next moment. Celestial Devil Break. Li Qiye chuckled and started sucking the evil energy in the realms. Rumble. He grew into the size of a supreme devil looking down on all creations. Is that still Li Qiye? All spectators were stunned, Bai Jianchan included. He was anything but ordinary now in this new form. He resembled a devil king capable of commanding the world. Other great devils had no choice but to pledge loyalty. Devil mantra. The astonished spectators immediately thought about this mantra. Chapter 35:11. Devil mantra was common and has been passed around for years and years. Training it didn't mean turning into a devil or becoming evil. In fact, all 7 mantras were of the righteous and orthodox path. The word devil referred to the obsession of the mind, turning extreme emotions and thoughts into power. Thus, it was different from the other 6 and had a faster cultivation speed. However, Xueqi's style seemed to be different. An extreme manifestation in an immaculate manner. This might be the limit of devil mantra. Is this still devil mantra? Even the 5 ancestors couldn't believe it after sensing his tyrannical aura. Gods and kings would still need to kneel before him. People couldn't believe their eyes. This looked like the greatest merit law of a devil emperor, not a common mantra. Xueqi's evil aura carried 0 malice. This was the evil path of righteousness, comparable to other pure grand Tao and king's arts. He resembled a devil king that actually cared about the living beings. A Tao at the limit is always the correct and righteous path, no matter what it is. One ancestor became emotional. Break, Xueqi declared, and the myriad Tao answered him. His single word turned into an eternal mantra. Clank, clank, clank. The Tao laws twisted together to form a heaven-raising truncheon. Xueqi immediately smashed it forward in an unstoppable manner. Bai Jianchan had no choice but to try and block it. He leaped upward and used his seal again. Activate. The seal rushed forward with a blinding radiance, hitting the truncheon in the process. The resulting explosions forced the spectators to close their eyes. Boom! The seal was sent flying along with Bai Jianchan. Blood gushed from his mouth. Keep in mind that the armies were one with him, so, in that split moment, a massive shield automatically formed in front of him. This still wasn't enough to stop the blow. It crumbled like nothing. This resulted in the members of the armies spewing out blood as well. Truly a startling sight to behold. The spectators took a deep breath, feeling trepidation from the domineering attack. Bai Jianchan had the power of the armies and the ancient formation, yet still found himself inadequate. I don't know. He's just a violet marquis. One found it hard to find the right words for this situation. Among the armies were plenty of ancestor-level cultivators. The main shell was also a great genius at the sacred level. A violet marquis still defeated them all the same while using a common mantra. No one would believe this if they weren't here in person. Even those present thought that they were just seeing things, that this was a dream. He himself is a miracle. A powerful ancestor had no choice but to admit. The 5 ancient ancestors exchanged glances, not knowing where the problem was. Everything checked out on the surface level. What is going on? They wondered. Both his cultivation realm and mantra were obvious. He didn't use anything else for that last move. No external empowerment either. How can he be this powerful? It defies all logic. Another said. His previous actions could be justified in some ways. For example, using the phoenix flames back in fire domain or the phoenix feather. They were external help that was enough to defeat his foes. This wasn't the case here. In the end, the only conclusion drawn by a wise spectator was, he's Xueqi, that's all, the breaker of common sense. Others smiled wryly in response, finding solace in this explanation. It didn't fit any other cultivator but seemed fine when describing Xueqi. Ugh! Bai Jianchan strugglingly got back up. His vitality still churned, so he vomited more blood. What foul wizardry is this? He lost his composure, unlike the previous defeat. It's devil mantra. Xueqi said flatly. The world is just too weak, that's all. Everyone fell into silence, including the 5 ancient ancestors. They had no choice but to accept his scorn. I see, I still haven't given up though, not till the last breath. Once more. Bai Jianchan laughed wildly and declared. He took out a treasure bottle. Buzz. Space shuddered by the power exuded from it. No! One ancestor from Yin Yang Gate shouted. The celestial trinity slightly frowned at this sight but didn't stop him. They gave him tacit permission. Pop. He broke the seal on the bottle and removed the cork. Boom! A beam of light with a shade of blood soared upward. It instantly changed the natural order consisting of clouds and winds. The divinity of a heavenly sovereign ravaged the realm and blew numerous spectators away. Just the opening of this bottle was already this impressive. What was the content? The true blood of an unstoppable heavenly sovereign. An ancestor gasped and revealed. Yes. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang's blood. A high elder with information on Yin Yang nodded then added. He personally augmented it too. So it has some of his powers then. His friends stared at each other, bewildered. Chapter 35:12. The true blood personally blessed by the sovereign carried an unbelievable amount of power and charisma. This bottle was priceless, not inferior to any of Yin Yang Gate's heirloom treasures. Just one drop was extremely nutritious for the ancestors, let alone ordinary youths. The latter would gain more than a century of hard training by consuming it. Thus, the crowd salivated after seeing the bottle in by Jianchan's hand. It'll prolong life and increase cultivation. A high elder swallowed his saliva. Of course, no one here would dare to make a move on it. He was holding it with both hands to show the utmost respect. It clearly had a special significance to Yin Yang Gate. He had to make a choice today, but in reality, this was the only choice. This was a fight to the death for him. The ancestors from Yin Yang stared at the bottle with bated breath. Eventually, Jianchan made up his mind and drank the entire bottle in one gulp, not leaving a single drop. So risky. One ancestor shook his head, but it was too late to stop the boy. Insanity. The spectators were astounded, especially the ancestors from the large sections. He's courting death. He can't contain that sheer power. One ancestor took a deep breath. He won't do well after the battle in the case of victory. That true blood will destroy his Tao foundation. It can't be cured. Another big shot lamented. Most knew that this true blood was as nutritious as possible. It's just people couldn't handle the power within. Those capable would only use one drop or dilute it with other alchemy liquid. What Bai Jianchan did was simply insane. Boom! Jianchan's body seemingly erupted with thousands and thousands of rays, akin to countless detonating suns. The power swept through everything as if they were dried branches. Trees and debris flew chaotically along with weaker cultivators. Crack! Jianchan couldn't handle the surging true blood, so his bones started cracking. One could see gaps all over him. His internal organs were visible through some of them. Blood wildly oozed out of the gaps and stained his robe from top to bottom. Activate! He chanted while making a mudra again to control the grand Tao. His inborn Tao physique became resplendent. A suppressive hymn resounded as he tried to use his merit laws and Tao physique to contain the power of the blood. This seemed to be effective, and the bright explosions subsided. Young Lord Bai, you can do it! A saintess raised her fist and cheered for him. This didn't last long because more cracks appeared a while later. His inborn Tao physique wasn't enough to stop the blood's power. Crack! Even his forehead cracked with blood gushing out. The forehead too. People blurted out. Serious injury to that place would spell doom for Jianchan before an actual fight. Defensive formation. An ancestor from Yin Yang changed the arrangements of the army, this time for the sake of protecting Jianchan instead of attacking. Rumble. The formation became one with the armies in a dazzling manner. Thick Tao chains shot to the sky and coiled around by Jianchan. They fused into him and became armor plates. Boom! A full set of heavy armor was attached. He could finally breathe easy despite loud clunks coming from within. He could finally use the blood's power now after stabilization. The Tao physique allowed him to close the cracks on his body. That's possible? The spectators became surprised. How unexpected. Surviving this tribulation will be immensely beneficial. The true blood has been turned into his own. If he could win this fight, his cultivation will soar and he'll be the next Tao Lord. The previous High Elder elaborated. This ancient formation is incredible. Other ancestors became envious. Only Yin Yang Gate possessed a formation of this level, one capable of saving Bai Jianchan from sure destruction. Bai Jianchan appeared completely different, having shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones. Flames emanated from him and swept through the azure. His vitality drowned out the 9 firmaments and the myriad realms. Boom! A mighty figure appeared behind him. The natural orders were present. Chaos derivation, the yin and yang, the cycles of the 6 Tao. Jianchan also grew into a giant as a result. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Others shouted and lowered their head in reverence. The image of the sovereign alone commanded respect. A while ago, Jianchan was already strong enough. Now, he had taken the next step and became a heavenly sovereign. Normally, one couldn't borrow external powers to reach the next realm. Thus, This was nothing short of a miracle. Eyes turned towards the 5 ancient ancestors. Bai Jianchan has reached their level now. Chapter 35:13. We'll settle everything with this battle. Bai Jianchan's voice echoed across the battlefield with an unquestionable prestige. People couldn't help but shudder or worse, becoming paralyzed on the ground. Make your last move. Li Qie chuckled with both hands behind his back. He stood there, seemingly eternal. The evil aura stemming from him wasn't oppressive, but people still found him unbeatable. Poof! Poof! Jianchan's hands lit ablaze with 2 different flames. The right one was of the scorching yang affinity while the left had a cold yin affinity. One could incinerate the world while the other froze it. Flames of the yin and yang? A spectator became curious. The 2 flames could easily destroy the fabrics of space and time just from slight contact. This was only the beginning. Pop! Jianchan suddenly grew more arms from the shoulders with the same type of flames. Which merit law is this? The crowd became surprised. Pop! 2 more pairs came out. 8 arms. They haven't seen this merit law before and couldn't recall this technique from Yin-Yang Gate. We have a technique like this? Even the members of Yin-Yang asked those nearby. No. To which the others answered. Yin-Yang Annihilation, a forbidden technique from an emperor in the legends. Azure Dragon Ancient King was able to see the clues and became startled. That's right. The Trinity had a solemn expression. It's a forbidden technique created by the founder of Yin-Yang Gate, one of the most frightening imperial arts. The immortal emperor himself only used it once. One ancestor recalled its tale. Retreat! He immediately told his juniors to run away from the battlefield. The others followed suit and exercised prudence despite being unaware of it. Yin-Yang Immortal Emperor only used it once and destroyed everything within its scope. Other emperors would suffer grievous injuries. As for others, being crippled is the best possible result. The ancestor gazed at Bai Jianchan. I can't believe he actually learned it. It's enough to kill sovereigns. Another big shot had a solemn expression. Kill sovereigns. The strong experts shuddered after hearing this. Boom! Bai Jianchan reached forward with all 8 hands and sealed the area around Li Qie. The air itself seemed to be solidifying to everyone's horror. Yin-Yang Annihilation. The flames in his hands soared towards the frozen space, instantly refining all the affinities in there. Only a void was left. The audience felt as if their soul was being refined into nothingness by this attack. The strongest cultivator with the greatest treasure still couldn't stop this attack. Someone with an impervious physique would still die. Damn! One ancestor shouted. Boom! Devilish beams shot out of Li Qie in order to stop the yin-yang flames. Unfortunately, they were immediately refined as well. The flames continued rushing forward while howling just like a dragon raising its claws. A decent attempt. Li Qie smiled and used more lights. They came together to form a wall. Boom! The wall was refined as well by the unstoppable flames. Young Lord Bai, you got this. The fangirls shouted excitedly. No, Li Qie is in danger. A spectator shouted. The remaining lights were refined and Li Qie was engulfed by the yin-yang flames. He's dead. The crowd wondered, thinking that no one would be able to stop Bai Jianchan. Li Qie was strong enough, yet he might be dead right now. This move is insane. No wonder why it's a forbidden art. It can kill sovereigns while being at the lower realms. Someone took a deep breath. The flames still gathered together and ravaged that area, wanting to reduce the place into nothingness. Young Lord Bai, you're unstoppable. You're still the #1 of the North. Bai Jianchan's supporters started celebrating. Boom! Unfortunately, they had to shut their mouth because a blast dispersed the flames. Li Qie's figure could eventually be seen through the smoke. He was still perfectly fine. This shouldn't be surprising. Some supported Li Qie because their knowledge was being broadened by his miracles. Li Qie's evil energy surged and created a domain around him. In the next second, it shot towards the horizon and created a path. Rumble! Images of gods manifested on the other end of the path. Chapter 35:14. The gods on the other side stood supreme, seemingly peering down on inferior beings while grasping the profundity of the Tao. Their divinity was omnipotent and rendered it impossible for monsters and demons to hide. Wait, isn't this divinization mantra? A spectator murmured. Everyone felt the same way, They thought that Li Qie was performing an ascension rite. Yes, that's the one. One ancestor carefully pondered before confirming. His confirmation made the crowd think carefully. Just a moment ago, Li Qie had just trained in Devil Mantra. Now, he used divinization? It showed that he had studied this art prior. Looks like he has a clear plan. Maybe his goal is to learn all 7. One expert murmured. If that's true, then I have to say that he is a unique genius without equals in history. An ancestor became startled. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. The 7 laws of the Golden Age were actually basic mantras despite their title. People have tried in the past but didn't obtain amazing achievements from them. Later on, future generations branded them as useless, the most basic stepping stone of cultivation. There have been plenty of geniuses in history with notable contributions and merits. However, they usually had a great start with powerful mantras and merit laws. For example, Bai Jianchan started with a top mantra left behind by ancient Zen Dao Lord. This played a huge part in his success outside of his own talents. As for Li Qie, if he only trained in the 7 mantras yet still managed to crush Bai Jianchan, that would shock the world since it was nothing short of a legend. This comparison made Bai Jianchan look even worse. The 5 ancient ancestors found this unfathomable. How could Li Qie be so strong with these regular mantras? This was unprecedented. Boom! The gods and the great devil stood on the 2 sides of the Tao path and formed a brilliant duality. Truly a feast for the eyes. He was both the lord of the devils and the ruler of the gods, the sole master of the cosmos. Boom! Bai Jianchan still didn't want to give up and used yin-yang annihilation. The flames lunged for Li Qie again. They incinerated everything along the way back to the void. The gods and devils should be subjected to the same fate. Li Qie only gave it a short glance before raising one finger, releasing a torrent of divine and devilish energy. A strange yet magnificent combination. The dual energies swept through the plains and shot forward. Boom! The ferocious yin-yang flames couldn't stop the waves and were reduced to smokes in no time at all. The all-refining flame seemed as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind versus the dual torrents. The latter didn't stop and continued forward. Block! Bai Jianchan and the members of the armies mustered all of their strength to seal space and time. This was proven to be futile. A great blast sent the mass flying. Bai Jianchan, who stood at the front of the formation array, suffered the most damage. He smashed into the ground, resulting in a deep pit. He lay in the pit, bloodied and broken. He couldn't move an inch right now since both his bones and muscles had been crushed from the impact. His eyes were empty and he didn't seem to be in pain. The crowd stared at this scene in astonishment. Even the forbidden art of an immortal emperor wasn't enough to deal with Li Qie. Also, their peerless genius was completely annihilated with a sad end. People couldn't help but pity him. Both the young and old have admired his achievements thus far. The previous defeat was devastating, but he still had the chance to turn the tides. Today, he had no chance to rise again before Li Qie. Even if he could leave this place alive, it would still be meaningless from his perspective. No. The disciples from Yin-Yang couldn't accept this. Many had tears streaming down their cheeks. They viewed him as their pride and idol. Now, he was reduced to such a sad state. This was too much for them to take. Young Lord Bai. Many girls screamed and wept for him. No one made fun of him. Only sympathy and pity. They knew that they would have lost even worse when facing Li Qie. The 5 ancient ancestors had an ugly expression. Li Qie felt like a shadow looming over them. Impossible to chase away. His power was one thing, but the thing they feared was his ability to break all conventions. The Celestial Trinity didn't make a move to help Bai Jianchan either. They naturally wanted to protect him but had to keep the reputation of Yin-Yang in mind. Interfering meant besmirching their sect's prestige. You've lost. Li Qie nonchalantly said while walking towards Jianchan. Enough. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign finally took action with a hand wave. Swords materialized in the air and poured down like a waterfall in front of Li Qie. They turned into a wall, stopping him from moving on. Li Qie answered with a finger flick, instantly crushing the wall. Chapter 35:15. The massive wall of swords stood no chance against Li Qie's flick. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was an ancient ancestor with great attainment in the sword. He could be considered an apex existence. That sword wall should have been unbreakable, yet Li Qie took it down so effortlessly. The sovereign himself was alarmed. He has met numerous experts and sovereigns before, never someone as devilish as Li Qie. In the past, he would never think that a violet marquis brat could break his defense. He wouldn't waste his time looking at a junior of that level. Just one sword ray would have been more than enough to kill one, akin to stomping an ant. Alas, he had just experienced something this insane. Li Qie made it to Bai Jianchan's spot and looked down at him. "I've lost, take my life." Bai Jianchan's eyes finally had some signs of life as he spoke. His meridians and muscles were in shambles after that last blow, so he was completely immobilized. He had no emotion nor pain, having lost all physical feelings. His Dao heart was in pieces as well after this loss. He had nothing to say, not just because of the princess' death but also despair. There was no chance of defeating Li Qie. No. The spectating female cultivators mumbled with tears and sorrow in their eyes. The deity in the past was now laying there like a dead man. Others had nothing to say, feeling sorry for him. This was the end for Bai Jianchan, the last painting depicting his life. It was ephemeral, on the verge of disappearing like a mirage. His peerless talents and dual inborn gifts couldn't compare to Li Qie's lowly cultivation and basic mantras. These special advantages seemed like a joke now. As long as Li Qie was around, he would always be a nightmare for Bai Jianchan. He would never be able to escape. Thus, a proud person like him would rather die than live a borrowed life like this. He was supposed to be the perfect man for Skylight Princess and the ultimate genius of Yin Gate. Li Qie didn't care too much about the youth's sad state. "Fellow Daoist, please show mercy." Golden Sun ancient ancestor hurriedly stopped Li Qie. Some were taken aback by the polite speech at first, but after thinking about it, they found it to be reasonable. The Trinity used to be the Dao protectors of ancient Zen Dao Lord. The latter remained respectful of them after ascending. Other ancient ancestors might be half a status lower than theirs. Golden Sun's address meant that he considered Li Qie as his equal. "It's too late to talk about mercy." Li Qie shook his head. The direct response suffocated the crowd. Anyone else would be elated after being shown such respect by Golden Sun ancient ancestor. Moreover, there were still the armies and other ancient ancestors waiting. It was wiser to acquiesce and negotiate right now. Unfortunately, everyone could see that Li Qie had no intention of doing so. "We have lost this battle." Golden Sun spoke with a solemn expression. "We're willing to withdraw our troops. The feud and grievances will be forgotten. Also, if you are willing to spare our junior, feel free to state the demands." The crowd found this hard to believe, but the ancient ancestor really surrendered. "It's unfortunately too late." Li Qie smiled. "Shouldn't have let it get this far." The 5 ancient ancestors' expressions soured after hearing this. They have rampaged their entire life and had to give up in public today to a junior. This pretty much ruined Yin Yang's reputation. Alas, this junior refused to give them face. The crowd thought that taking one step back here would be the correct choice and that Li Qie was being too overbearing. He was world-renowned after beating Yin Gate in this battle. No need to ask for more. The members of the coalition glared at Li Qie. He was pushing it too far. Even Buddha would become angry at this point. Why is he forcing the issue so much? What's the point? One spectator murmured. Most felt this way, but the older experts chuckled. If Li Qie had lost, Yin Gate wouldn't have spared him. They would kill him then attack Ancestral City. This had nothing to do with being overbearing. It's just that the victor had the right to decide. Young Lord Bai is dead. A keen observer noticed during this tense atmosphere. People immediately turned toward Bai Jianchan. Sure enough, he died a silent death with his eyes closed and a peaceful expression. He didn't look too bad outside of being completely stained with blood. This could still be considered a dignified death. He didn't ask for mercy nor said anything unbecoming of his prestige. There wasn't any struggling nor hatred during his last moment. That's why no one noticed his departure from this world. No, his female admirers became drowned in sorrow. The scene became especially quiet while staring at him. This silence served as a way for them to send him to the other side. A peerless genius was now dead. At least he would be united with his Skylight Princess sooner. The old expert sighed and lamented his early death. He still lived a decorated life. Losing to Li Qie didn't change this at all. Chapter 35-16. The experts from Yin Yang had nothing but fiery hatred for Li Qie. Bai Jianchan was too important to their sect. He could be considered their representative. Some had the urge to rush forward to avenge him. The three ancient ancestors' expression changed continuously. Bai Jianchan died in their presence. A truly humiliating development. However, they and their two allies were considering the pros and cons. Let's end this here today, fellow Taoist? Golden Sun ancient ancestor took a deep breath and said, "What?" One member of Yin Yang couldn't believe his own ears. Jianchan's death was unacceptable, truly disgraceful and humiliating. How could they be afraid of him now with 5 ancient ancestors and 3 grand armies? Nonetheless, they didn't dare to go against Golden Sun's wish. They had no choice but to swallow their anger and glared at Li Qie. The crowd thought that the lack of retribution was surprising. Most ancestors would never let this go after losing their top genius. However, a few contemplated and thought that this was a wise choice. After all, Bai Jianchan was already dead. On the other hand, Li Qie was unfathomable. Being aware of the difficulty and retreating was a good thing. Of course, not everyone could make this choice given the circumstances. Yin Yang Gate had a shadow looming over them now. People started staring at Li Qie, waiting for a response. No. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. It's too late to run. Since you have come, you'll be spending your last day here since I've already demanded your lives. No one will be able to change this outcome. The listeners suddenly smelled a thick stench of blood and a gruesome massacre. No one doubted Li Qie anymore after recent battles. The members of the coalition glowered at him. He made it sound as if they were completely helpless. Truly exasperating. You're pushing it. Azure Dragon Ancient King shouted. He naturally wanted to avenge Skylight Princess, but if Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor wanted to back off, they would do the same. Indeed. Li Qie waved his hand and said, "But I'll be nice and let you have enough time to prepare for your death." He aimed this towards the 5 ancient ancestors, causing them to have an ugly expression. He treated them with such contempt even before the battle. I've rampaged across the world for eras, and this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. The hot-headed Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign laughed from being too angry. Any of these ancient ancestors could stomp the ground and cause earthquakes across the north. That's why Li Qie's attitude seemed too much. 5 ancient ancestors. One spectator said with doubt. Many here actually thought that he would be able to slay one ancient ancestor. Unfortunately, there were 5 of them working together. This force was beyond imagination. Does he think he's on the same level as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang? Another expert quietly added. There was an overwhelming consensus stating that Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was the true supreme of the North. He was the first name that came to mind when people thought about someone capable of killing 5 sovereigns working together. This didn't apply to Li Qie. You're that confident, fellow Taoist? Golden Sun's expression darkened, angry yet still maintaining his bearing. You'll find out soon enough. Feel free to come one at a time or all at once, your choice. Li Qie smiled. The 5 ancestors naturally didn't like this contempt. Ancient ancestor, we'll take him down. Our sect has never been afraid of death. One disciple from Yin Yang could stand this no longer. That's right, we'll see who will get the last laugh. The army members roared, wanting to fight Li Qie to the death. Very well, let's see what you can do. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign soared to the air and shouted. He unleashed a simple thrust through the air, enough to crack the myriad realms. This technique-less thrust could defeat complicated sword moves since it had extreme speed. The crowd gasped in response because it was strong enough to pierce through a country, reducing it to ashes. All of its citizens would die as a result. A formless sword. An ancestor shouted in astonishment. He has reached the apex of the sword Dao. Li Qie casually raised his hand in response. The deity sent down a great wall covered in runes and mantras. The sword struck the wall, resulting in destructive fiery sparks. Nonetheless, the wall successfully stopped the move. He's so strong. The spectators were shocked to see Li Qie easily stopping that ultimate thrust. This is still divinity? Everyone became slack-jawed. This is how to actually use divinity? Others thought that the previous divinity mantra they have seen was fake. Numerous people have researched the 7 laws in the past but didn't come up with anything regardless of the methods. Now, Li Qie was using them to an unbelievable extent. Chapter 35:17. Li Qie defeating Bai Jianchan was more or less acceptable. After all, Bai Jianchan wasn't a real heavenly sovereign. However, Li Qie managed to stop a real one just now. We're cultivating the wrong merit laws, right? One soul wondered. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign found this astonishing as well. That move earlier wasn't his best, but it had killed inferior sovereigns before. The other ancient ancestors felt the same way. Their foe had an insane power. They started questioning his cultivation again. Alas, they actually saw him breaking through to Violet Marquis earlier. Well done. Blaze Blade laughed and continued. Activate. Boom. Flames oozed from his body and turned him into a giant. His sword had the same fire. They were special because they emitted a cold metallic presence. They looked more like the glimmers of metal rather than flames. His blade then became as red as molten metal. However, the thing melting wasn't his sword but rather the divine wall. A hole appeared due to the high temperature. That formless thrust earlier couldn't take the wall down, yet the flames finished the task. A clear disparity in power between the two moves. His fire is stronger than his sword technique? But how? He's a sword master, not an alchemist. One person murmured. People knew that alchemists were masters of this disciple. Their true flames were truly destructive. However, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was famous for his sword Dao. The whole thing was unexpected. That's why his title is Blaze Blade. Blaze is before blade. An old expert told them. So this is taken into account already. A listener said. It's more than that. An ancestor nearly elaborated. Rumor has it that when he traveled during his youth, he was lucky enough to see a sword Dao named Conflagration. This allowed him to create his own path. Conflagration. Those who heard this title were shaken. So he learned this sword Dao before? Another took a deep breath. No. The ancestor shook his head. He wouldn't only be a heavenly sovereign in that case given his talents. A Dao Lord would be his current title instead. He simply saw a supreme master use it. Everyone has heard of this sword Dao before. Conflagration, one of the 9 in the Finality Sword series. Any of the 9 was unstoppable and known by all. He came up with something so amazing just from watching Conflagration? A sword user became excited. Wouldn't one become invincible after learning the actual thing? Clank. Meanwhile, Blaze Blade's sword managed to break through the wall and soared towards Li Qie. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions came from the flames akin to the roar of fiery dragons. Li Qie was unperturbed, unlike the frightened spectators. He raised his finger again and the devil truncheon came downward, smashing onto the sword. The resulting explosion quaked the realms. Everyone saw stars and heard ringing in their eyes. They're gonna destroy the world. The spectators turned pale. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign staggered backward from the impact, nearly losing his grasp on the hilt. The spectators saw the runes of Devil Mantra embedded on that truncheon. Both Divinity and Devil Mantra have proven their might. Even Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign's sword Dao had a hard time keeping up with them. They wondered about the true strength of the 7 laws. If this was the case, then there was no point in learning Dao Lord mantras and high-level heaven laws. In reality, even the pseudo-atavistic golems that have awakened were watching this peerless development. The old man in the chicken soup restaurant had come out to watch the fight as well. Playing sword in front of the ultimate master. What a joke. He shook his head and said, Chan Yong himself would be kneeling right now, let alone 5 ancient ancestors. He sighed and thought that he was lucky for recognizing the supreme existence. Otherwise, he would be dead and Ancestral City might be in ruins. Unfortunately, Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments were too blind to see. Only destruction awaited them. You're really a Violet Marquis? Blaze Blade took a deep breath and asked. A while ago, he was annoyed at being looked down on by a junior. This wasn't the case since he realized that he was facing a terrible foe. This calmed him down. That's right. Li Qie shrugged. You're really using Devil and Divinity? Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor asked next. That's right. Li Qie answered again. The 5 ancient ancestors stared at each other. How could this cultivation realm and the mantras be so strong when used by Li Qie? Next move now. This is your last day, so be sure to muster up everything you got. Li Qie smiled. No one doubted Li Qie any longer by this point, including the 5 ancient ancestors. They put on a solemn expression. It seemed that the outcome wasn't as clear anymore. This is great. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign laughed heartily. I've lived for millions of years, that's long enough to die in battle. Plus, killing an unmatched genius like you will be something to brag about. He had a bad temper but was still very straightforward and honest. Take this then. Li Chia chuckled and raised his hand. The devil truncheon smashed downward towards Blaze Blade. Boom! The myriad Tao, stars, and the fabrics of time and space disintegrated from the force of the smash. Chapter 35:18. The end of the world came with the devil truncheon to the horror of the crowd. People screamed and bellowed because the smash was truly dreadful. A heavenly sovereign would feel the same fear. This is the power of a violet marquis? One spectator said in disbelief. Watching this in person didn't lessen the ridiculousness. Go! Blaze Blade swung his sword horizontally in a defensive manner, unleashing a sword wall containing the force of 1,000,000 erupting volcanoes. The fire affinity combined with the Tao laws, culminating in numerous fiery shields for the second line. They stacked on top of each other for countless layers. This impregnable defense was 10 million miles of shields stacked in close spatial vicinity. One would need to penetrate all of them to get to him, akin to piercing the world. It was impressive that he could erect such a powerful defense in the blink of an eye. Someone could try for a lifetime and never be able to get through. However, the truncheon made short work of them. The layers collapsed immediately before its peerless momentum and ferocious force. The spatial fabrics of the world were affected by loud explosions. The spectators felt as if they were falling into void zones and reduced to dust. Boom! The shields went down, leaving behind the sword wall. Fiery sparks ignited and illuminated the area. This was akin to thousands of planets slamming into each other. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign staggered backward from the force. He then roared and released all of his vitality. His true chaos energy turned into the strongest sword intent. Hymns of the sword could be heard everywhere. He was fusing with his sword Tao in order to use his gigantic sword and stop the truncheon. The two weapons contested and ravaged the sky. Cracks appeared everywhere in the dimension. He barely managed to block the truncheon after infusing his sword with vitality and true chaos energy. However, he felt the immense pressure and started turning red. On the other hand, Li Chia looked relaxed and calm while pushing slightly down on the truncheon, a clear lack of effort. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was a well-known expert in the north. Those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. It was clear for all spectators that he was barely holding on against Li Chia. It wouldn't be long until the truncheon completely suppresses him. So strong. The powerful ancestors had a pale complexion while shuddering. In fact, they have been secretly gauging Li Chia's strength all along in the shadow. It turned out that they were still underestimating him. The genius's legs were trembling regardless of their background and status. They didn't have the courage to look straight at Li Chia. It wasn't long ago that people thought of Li Chia as a nobody. They believed that they could easily kill him. Now that he had shown his fangs, they realized how ignorant they were. They were nothing more than insects or even inferior compared to him. As for the top geniuses, they could no longer be considered as such in his presence. As long as he was around, they needed to keep their head low and always be stuck under his shadow. Thump, thump, thump. The sovereign was forced back continuously. Everyone exchanged glances, including the other ancient ancestors. Brother Blaze Blade, I have your back. Azure Dragon Ancient King shouted. He had no choice but to take action because Blaze Blade might actually die at this rate. The five of them were on the same boat. Rah! He leaped into the air and turned into a massive five-clawed azure dragon. Its breath was filled with a tempestuous draconic presence. Normally, these big shots would never make a move against a junior, let alone working together. Unfortunately, they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Junior, take this! The ancient king roared. He still kept his status in mind and didn't want to ambush Li Chia, hence the warning. Clank! The claw cut through space with lightning speed. Just a simple swing without any profundity. A terrible gap could be seen on the ground after a flash. It could tear through everything as if they were paper. This was more than enough to decimate a large city. Li Chia's flesh seemed feeble in comparison. They thought that he would suffer serious injuries. Watch it! A spectator warned him. In the next moment, Li Chia raised his other hand and a divine wall landed. It pulsed with divinity and runes. The claw left a deep hole on the wall, a testament to its sharpness. The ancient king didn't stop there and used his tail. Chapter 35:19. The tail whip of the dragon treated all obstacles as dried branches. Its target was the devil truncheon pressing down on Blaze Blade's sword. Boom! Blaze Blade managed to jump backward and escape the suppression. The ancient king stopped after seeing the effectiveness of his move and retreated with Blaze Blade. The two maintained a distance from Xueqi and exercised prudence. Their foe's power far exceeded their imagination. They didn't dare to be reckless now. It seemed that any of the five wasn't a match for Xueqi alone. They stared at each other with fear, accepting the tough reality. This lack of confidence would have been met with ridicule and scorn not long ago. But now, Blaze Blade's loss woke all of them up. This junior was simply too frightening. They had no choice but to fight him together since leaving wasn't an option given their status. They have to fight together. The crowd has been watching with bated breath. They had to admit that the five ancestors must work together as a team if they wanted to win. Going one by one meant dying to Xueqi. Who else in this world could force them to do this? Who'll win? Uncertainty struck the mass. They would have bet all of their money on the five ancient ancestors at the start of this battle. This was no longer the case. Pullstone Saintess is the wisest, someone added after a while. Many were surprised by her choice of breaking the marriage alliance with Young Gate. They thought that she was being too impulsive and irrational, a choice that could harm Young Gate. Now, it seemed that she knew how frightening Xueqi was from the very beginning. Not necessarily, it might not be her decision alone. Maybe a forefather from Ancestral is behind this. One ancestor said softly. After all, Ancestral City dropped all communications for a while, then the Saintess took over afterward. How could a junior take over when there was a sea of ancestors in charge there? This meant that there were powerful forefathers paving the way for her. Most likely because of Xueqi. What's the delay for? All of you should come together. Xueqi nonchalantly said, proving his boredom towards this battle once more. The five ancestors didn't become angry and maintained a stoic expression. By this point, everyone found this arrogant attitude to be normal for Xueqi. The five clearly hesitated with this next choice. Surrendering to Xueqi now meant destroying their sex prestige. This would negatively impact their dominion over the north. However, they had no confidence in winning because Xueqi was too devilish. Fight! Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was the first to speak. My old bones refuse to bend towards a junior. I rather die in battle. He didn't speak that loud, but the words shocked the crowd. He had dominated for so long and had plenty of pride. Too much to surrender to Xueqi. Many could sympathize with his choice. Fight! Star Ancient Ancestor also showed his stance and determination. The other allies solemnly nodded, making what was perhaps the most crucial decision in their life. None of them could bend their back towards a junior in public. Let's go! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor stared at Xueqi. His eyes were as bright as a glimmering blade. Good. Xueqi smiled. One side will not leave this place alive, Golden Sun declared. Sounds familiar. So be it, I'll let you have your wish. Xueqi replied. The crowd shuddered because Bai Jianchan also said something similar. His fate was known by all. Five ancient ancestors are far stronger than Bai Jianchan. A member of the crowd said, albeit without any confidence. Normally, these five should be able to defeat anyone, but it was a different story with Xueqi. We won't be holding back since this is a battle to the death. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Azure Dragon Ancient King said. This was a preemptive attempt to keep their reputation. He told Xueqi first, so it was fine for them to use any means without being considered despicable. Feel free to do so, I won't laugh at you all. Xueqi smiled. Good. The five ancestors exchanged glances and nodded. They then gradually moved into position to surround him. The vanguard was Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign. The others were prepared to support him. It's starting. No one wanted to miss a single move from them. Meanwhile, the armies of the three sects arranged themselves into the supreme formation once more. They were tied up with the five ancient ancestors. If their ancestors were to lose, Xueqi would massacre all of them afterward anyway. Their only chance of survival was winning this fight. Chapter 35:20. On the surface, one side seemed to have the absolute advantage given their forces consisting of great armies and 5 ancient ancestors. Alas, no one was sure of anything. Only Li Qie seemed to be at peace, still as relaxed as ever. His attitude further intimidated both his foes and the crowd. Normally, someone like him would have an oppressive aura right now. The strange absence added to the suspense. "Let's go!" Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign roared. Sword energy erupted around him in a deafening manner, culminating in a draconic sword Dao. It tore apart the sky vault. There seemed to be a million swords sweeping through and extinguishing the stars. He was exerting his peak state, looking invincible as he raised his sword. The swords of others resonated as well, affected by his sword Dao. Die! The sword Dao in the sky followed his command and rushed straight towards Li Qie. They circled around him. A section twirled together and formed a gigantic sword, wanting to pierce through him before being stopped. The rotation intensified and immediately crushed the ground underneath, leaving behind a crater. Rumble! The speed reached the point where the swords turned into a fiery maelstrom, ready to refine everything near Li Qie. The crowd shuddered in horror after seeing the total annihilation of the area, but it was only the beginning. Another section of the swords formed a massive grinder with numerous teeth. Even a star would be reduced to nothingness. Thus, Li Qie suffered a multi-pronged attack by both the maelstrom and the grinder. Only blood bubbles would be left of him if he were to be caught. Boom! Li Qie raised his hand to control the devil truncheon. It swung across the air, crushing numerous swords along the path. Clank! Clank! If this kept on, the grinder would have no teeth left, only broken bits. Rah! While Li Qie was assaulting the grinder, the Dragon King spewed out a torrent of draconic flame straight at him. This flame was formless but still possessed immense power. Space and time melted in its wake, as fragile as glass. Li Qie retaliated with a hand wave, creating another divine wall to separate the worlds. Boom! The flame slammed into the wall, fully stopped. Nonetheless, it raged on and continued to burn the wall with its extreme temperature. The outer layer of the wall began to melt. Break! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor took advantage of this. His sun poured down an endless stream of sunlight containing needle-like rays. They also had an extraordinary temperature capable of burning down everything. Zzz. Thousands and thousands of holes appeared on the wall as a result. The crowd took a deep breath. Not to mention one person, even a sect would be destroyed before these 3 ancestors. Boom! The wall finally crumbled with the addition of the sun rays. The draconic flame and the sun rays rushed towards Li Qie in an apocalyptic and all-devouring manner. Go! Li Qie roared, and his 2 separate Grand Dao, one evil and the other divine, appeared before him to stop the incoming attacks. Boom! A deafening explosion caused a tsunami to ravage the nearby ocean. The gods and the devil successfully stopped the attacks. My turn! Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor joined the fray at this exact moment. His palms contained the power of the moon as he turned into a lunar god. The rays poured down with a texture resembling liquid mercury. The targets were both the gods and the devil, completely drowning them out. These entities had a silver layer completely covering them, similar to armors. Of course, this wasn't for protection. The layer instantly froze and weakened them. Break! Star Ancient Ancestor didn't waste time and roared, gathering cosmic lights to form an immortal sword. The cosmic sword could sever the 6 Dao and the reincarnation cycle. Since the devil and the gods were weakened by the lunar shackles, they shattered instantly before this sword. Boom! This gave ground for the draconic flame and solar rays to swallow Li Qie. At the same time, the cosmic immortal sword also struck the devil truncheon. Clank! The truncheon was blown flying with sparks scattering everywhere. The explosion shook everyone to the core as Li Qie was swallowed by multiple attacks. The draconic flame, lunar and solar lights, and the sword grinder. The latter started closing around him with insane speed and the grinding process began. Watch it! Some couldn't help blurting out after seeing the shocking destruction around Li Qie. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it and was trapped within the grinder. I think this is finally the end. Many experts became emotional. All the spectators thought that this fight was brilliant and colorful. Being able to watch it was truly a fortune. 5 ancient ancestors went all out and displayed their might. Most weren't lucky enough to see this. Is he dead? Someone murmured while looking at the various powers surrounding Li Qie. Chapter 35-21. The oppressive powers left no room for Xueqi to escape. They intended on obliterating every last piece of him. The ancestors couldn't be blamed for being merciless. It was simply due to Xueqi's frightening nature. They had no way of knowing whether he was alive or not, so it was better to keep the attacks going. Xueqi can't survive this. This sentiment became pervasive. After all, even an impervious body would die in this case. The strongest heavenly sovereign might not be able to leave unscathed. Xueqi is only a violet marquis. One expert murmured. In fact, people would feel worse if Xueqi were to survive. That would only further add to his devilishness. No sex could ever function without fear from then on. A few ancestors didn't say anything because they have personally witnessed Xueqi's battles in the past. He always came up with a miracle during the most perilous moment. Thus, they wouldn't dare to comment on his survival until the very last moment. Well, the ancient ancestors are so strong. We can't compare to them. Another said with reverence. Though Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient Ancestor suffered a setback to Xueqi, this didn't mean that they were weak. Their opponent was simply too strong. Time passed by, yet people were still completely focused. The 5 ancestors exchanged glances as well. They naturally hoped for Xueqi to be dead. No one should be able to survive the crushing forces for this long. Alas, intuition told them otherwise. They couldn't sense his death despite knowing that their moves had directly connected. Boom! Space suddenly quaked with ripples. Damn! The 5 ancestors realized something and became aghast. They immediately roared and unleashed more power. This proved to be futile. Rumble! The sword grinder was being pushed outward, inch by inch. A familiar figure eventually emerged. Xueqi! Everyone shouted this name, including the ancient ancestors. He was still alive, completely untouched. One could see the manifestation of 3,000 worlds before him. The devil and gods emerged once more. Living beings continued to reproduce and prosper in these worlds for what seems to be an eternity. They were all created with a single thought from Xueqi. All were under his control regardless of how powerful they were. In the next split second, the 3,000 worlds repelled the previous attacks. Draconic flame, lunar and solar lights. The torrents couldn't get through them at all. This is society, right? An expert instantly made a connection with a particular mantra. Yes, it is. An ancestor replied after carefully looking at it. Another of the 7. Some were surprised while others got used to it. How many has he finished? Another high elder wondered. Maybe he wants to do all 7? His friend speculated. This would be too illogical because most would move on to better mantras and merit laws, at least before today. I thought we could only cultivate 4 mantras. A genius couldn't help but ask. This was common knowledge regardless of one's power. He's Xueqi. His ancestor replied. This line seemed to be the only logical explanation for what they were seeing. Everyone smiled wryly after hearing it. They needed to stop judging him using conventional wisdom and start expecting the unexpected. The 5 ancient ancestors knew that this was society as well. They were on the verge of going crazy since they wanted to see some amazing supreme laws or mantras in the case of defeat. That would make death a little more palatable. However, Xueqi was only using the common mantras. To lose to these mantras would be infuriating. For example, a top master could die with his eyes closed after being slain by an ultimate weapon. On the other hand, to die to a vegetable knife? One would never accept this even after turning into a ghost. Boom! The inhabitants of the resplendent worlds offered their worship to Xueqi and empowered him. The sword grinder finally failed to stop Xueqi and got flipped over. This was the case for the other beams and rays as well. The 5 staggered backward and felt their vitality churning, paled. Everyone took a deep breath, speechless. They could see that these 5 ancestors couldn't suppress him. He was too powerful and devilish. This is all you can do? Xueqi chuckled and said. No one became angry anymore because he could say whatever he wanted now after proving his might. Who is he? This question popped up in the ancient ancestors' mind. They have traveled across the world for eras without seeing anything like this. They have met Tao lords, but none was as monstrous as the unfathomable Xueqi. Chapter 35-22. The 5 ancestors didn't know what to do because Xueqi exceeded all expectations. My turn. Xueqi casually declared, Each word struck everyone's heart like a hammer, enough to make people's legs go weak and destroy their morale. This next move would naturally be earth-shattering, so the five became aghast as a result. Let's go! They hurriedly regained their wits and took action with haste. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was the first and raised both hands, activating his sword Dao. Sword energies filled the realms along with metallic clankings. Swords manifested into reality and formed an endless wall with supreme chains made of fire wrapped around them, serving to bolster the wall. It was large enough to connect the earth and the sky, separating Li Qi'er in the process. A great power could use their full force for 10,000 years and still wouldn't be able to break this wall down. However, this was far from enough for the five. They needed something tougher to stop him. Go! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor poured down numerous dead stars to block behind the walls, using their weight as another augmentation. Seal! Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor joined in and sent down silver liquid on the wall and the stars. A complete infusion of the silver affinity created a mightier wall spanning across the world. People couldn't help but gasp before its colossal size. No one should be able to get through it. Rah! Azure Dragon Ancient King was next. He opened his mouth and spewed out draconic talismans and added them to the wall. Boom! The thing became filled with power and life. There seemed to be countless dragons within them now. Their draconic power was majestic and empowered the wall. Myriad Sun Cycle. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor then summoned numerous suns and imprinted them into the draconic wall. These fiery suns rotated inside the wall and spewed out endless solar true flame, adding one more layer of defense. They have done everything possible while mustering their greatest abilities, going as far as separating the dimensions. All this for the sake of stopping Li Qi'er's attack. Draconic Celestial Wall. Someone named this line of defense. The spectators were shocked because this might be the most magnificent defense they have ever seen. If Li Qi'er can't take it down and the wall remains, the north will always be separated into two halves. Another said. This was indeed the case. No one else had the power to cross through the wall if Li Qi'er were to fail. At this point, the five ancestors poured all of their vitality and power into it, hoping that it would be enough. Alas, this was only a sliver of hope since they weren't confident in the slightest. Moreover, this action of theirs made it apparent that they thought that they were inferior to him in direct combat. A bit interesting. Let's see how long it'll last. Li Qi'er smiled and slowly raised his hand. Everyone watched with bated breath, even though he didn't seem to be putting any force behind it. Nonetheless, the entire world was being lifted up with his hand. Buzz! The worlds rotated, the gods prostrated, and the Supreme Devil King lowered his head. Li Qi'er gathered the power of all of them into his finger. A tiny glimmer flashed around his fingertip. Nonetheless, everyone became horrified because it might be able to destroy the world itself. Boom! The glimmer turned into a shooting beam, extinguishing all in its path. The world shook violently, on the verge of crumbling down. After a loud explosion, one could see a hole on the wall with cracks emanating from it. Repair! The five immediately channeled energy into that spot. ZZZ, the silver liquid, golden sun, draconic runes, and sword Dao crazily repaired the cracks and hole on the wall. The damages were fixed at a rapid rate. However, the beam didn't stop and continued the onslaught. Rumble! The wall shook violently, still at extreme risk. We need to hold on. The Dragon King roared and channeled everything he got into the wall. He didn't need to say so because the rest was doing the same already. Chapter 35-23. Rumble. The five ancestors struggled to keep this going while the crowd watched in astonishment. A while ago, many were afraid that Li Qi'er wouldn't be able to break down the wall. This meant that the north would be separated forever. They thought that nothing could ever take it down. This notion was quickly dispelled after Li Qi'er started his finger strike, more than enough to cause considerable damages. The stark contrast took the crowd by a storm and rendered them speechless. The five ancestors themselves didn't know how to describe their current emotions. They mustered everything in order to build an impregnable wall. Alas, Li Qi'er's casual beam could outdo them. Crack! The cracks appeared again on the wall, more numerous this time around. The entire section looked like a cracked porcelain vase. Don't think it'll last much longer, a spectator commented. Meanwhile, the five ancestors were shaking because they were adding everything into the wall. This meant eventual depletion. After all, They weren't young anymore and lacked youthful vigor. The longer the fight, the worse it was for them. The spectators sympathized with the group, old, gray-haired men struggling with one foot in the grave. They once dominated and had no lack of prestige. This wasn't a familiar feeling for them. Nonetheless, they could tell that things were looking bad. Boom! Eventually, a deafening blast caused some eardrums to rupture. People saw the wall and all of the various affinities exploding to pieces. They scattered all over the air. The 5 ancestors were blown flying like shooting stars while vomiting blood from the shock waves. They flew for thousands of miles. Some smashed into the ground while others struck the mountains. One left a long groove from being pushed through the dirt. Their blood stained the ground. The 5 of them combined couldn't stop a single move from Xueqi. Jaws dropped to the ground from astonishment. Everyone forgot to breathe and lost the courage to move even an inch. A frightening silence took over. A while ago, they thought that Xueqi would lose to Bai Jianchan. Next, they also thought that the 5 ancestors had the upper hand. This group should be able to crush anything and anyone. Xueqi was no exception. However, the result was as clear as day. He easily took them down despite their best effort. There was no lack of prideful geniuses and experts in the audience. These men still needed to lower their head before the ancient ancestors. They thought that they would never be able to reach that realm in their lifetime. Now, these heroes have been defeated by Xueqi. The gap between them and Xueqi was insurmountable. Bai Jianchan didn't die an indignant death. An ancestor said softly. Most pitied and found his death regrettable. But with retrospection, the result was clear from the very beginning when he chose to oppose Xueqi. The latter declared his intention on hanging Jianchan's head on the gate of Ancestral. Many thought that Xueqi was being too arrogant and suicidal then. Now, the suicidal ones were Bai Jianchan and the Alliance. Xueqi was simply speaking the truth, yet the frogs under the well couldn't understand. Can't judge a book by its cover. Another ancestor had a dimmed expression. He thought that they were ants laughing at an elephant. Realizing this was quite embarrassing. Boom! The 5 eventually got out of the pits and holes, no longer looking as stately as before. They had wounds and blood everywhere along with dirt and mud, looking as sorry as can be. Of course, they no longer cared about appearances at this point. They all stared at Xueqi while shuddering with fear, aware that they have messed with the wrong person. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. He wouldn't spare them if they were to beg anyway. Escaping was futile as well since he could easily catch them. Plus, a monk might be able to run but not his temple. Xueqi could come to their sex instead. At that point, the place would become a battlefield first, then ashes. The only thing they could do right now was to stay in this place and fight to the death. It has been millions of years since they last felt this emotion, fear. Chapter 35-24. While the battle between Xueqi and the 5 ancient ancestors raged on, a time-worn existence woke up in the depths of Yin Gate. This location was unbelievable, not adhering to the normal fabrics of reality. Only a vast space could be found with floating continents and meteors. After enough years, the place has become an independent domain, a great place to start a sect. It also contained thick chaos energy as if something used to be gestated here long ago. Deeper inside was a still continent with yin-yang affinities circling around it. From the yin and yang came billowing chaos. The place seemed to be the same for eras now. The most notable thing in this place was an ancient coffin too archaic for traceability. Inscrutable runes and paintings were embedded on the surface. No one could understand their true meaning. It was made from immortal stones, rendering the coffin priceless. It could seal someone and actually increase their lifespan, not just freeze it. Only Yin Gate could possess this type of coffin in the northern West King. An ancestor from there stood in front of the coffin and remained vigilant. He was once an influential ancestor, but his responsibility was to be the protector of this place. The ancestors eligible to stay here were extremely powerful. Plus, they also considered this an honor since the selection process was stringent. They actually gained greater status by doing this as well. The one on guard right now was meditating with his eyes closed. Creak. The coffin lid suddenly slid open. The sound made it clear that the lid was as heavy as Mount Tai despite the slow sliding process. The ancestor panicked because this hasn't happened for so long. He got on his knees and said respectfully, "Ancient ancestor?" The coffin opened fully, revealing the stars and yin-yang energies floating within. The coffin itself had its own dimension, seemingly crafted to carry stars. An old man slowly sat up, wearing a strange uniform from the olden age or perhaps the previous epoch. He had bright eyes and long eyebrows. The wrinkles didn't stop people from thinking about how handsome he must have been back in his prime. He simply sat there and could still control the cosmos, acting as its pillar. The world and the stars revolved around him. He opened his eyes and 3,000 worlds could be seen within. He didn't need to activate his aura and divinity. Just his natural presence alone was suppressive enough. One strand could intimidate other sovereigns. He was strong enough to accept the worship and tributes of all inhabitants. This was a supreme ancestor from another temporal period. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, the strongest ancestor of the North. Many believed that he was unmatched in this region. His awakening would certainly shock all the experts and ancestors. There have been plenty of geniuses in history who went on to become heavenly sovereigns. However, they needed to lower their head before him. This was doubly true in Yin-Yang Gate. The most influential and powerful ancestors would still need to prostrate before him. Their invincible ancient Zen Dao Lord used to be Chan Yang's disciple. The ancestor on guard duty was panicking because he didn't know why the sovereign decided to wake up. Normally, he would continue to slumber unless the sect carried out a grand awakening ceremony, or if they were facing a calamity. Who used the true blood? The first thing he did was frown and asked about the blood. He was powerful enough that each word became a suppressive mantra. The ancestor realized why now. The true blood. The sovereign had blessed it so he could tell when it was used. Ancestor, Jian Chan took it with him. I last heard he was facing a powerful foe for a fight to the death. The ancestor didn't dare to lie. A powerful foe? Chan Yang furrowed his brows. The ancestor knew that heavenly sovereign Chan Yang thought highly of by Jian Chan. That's why he made an exception and gave him an ancient physique art. Some ancestors in their sect thought that Jian Chan could become a Dao Lord later too. I believe it is another junior. I haven't met him before. The ancestor truthfully said. Ancestor, please don't worry. The Celestial Trinity has awakened to help by Jian Chan. The same with our army. Jian Chan will slay the enemies and show the world our prestige. He's dead. The sovereign could sense this. What? The ancestor blurted out in response. Really? How? His disbelief was justified considering the strength of their forces. It should have been easy for them to kill one junior or even attack and flatten Ancestral City. He wouldn't believe this if it came from someone else. However, this was Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. How? Did he get help from Ancestral City? They went all out? The ancestor murmured in a daze. Just who is capable of doing this? The sovereign wondered. Yin-Yang Gate was strong enough in the present day. Few dared to provoke them. From what I've heard, this junior came out of nowhere and earned the support of Ancestral City. Rumor has it that he has a Phoenix bloodline. This allows him to control Phoenix True Flame. The ancestor knew very little about this matter. Someone actually has Phoenix True Blood? The sovereign's eyes became bright enough to pierce through time. Someone like him still found this type of bloodline extremely valuable. Who is he? From which sect? He asked. His background is unknown. The ancestor shook his head. He came out of nowhere so no one knew anything about him. People call him by different titles. The Son of Miracles, a devilish monster, and fierce. Fierce. The sovereign's eyes shifted. Yes, this Li Chia brat is fierce and brutal. He killed 100,000 disciples from our sect. The ancestor revealed. What did you say? Say that again. The sovereign suddenly shouted, causing the stars nearby to shake. The ancestor's legs trembled in fear, not knowing if he had said the wrong thing. I said that this brat is fierce and brutal. He killed 100 disciples, he stammered. No, say his name again. The sovereign said with a serious expression. Chapter 35-25. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang's expression surprised the ancestor on guard. Who in the world could actually cause this? Ancestor. His name is Li Chia. He took a deep breath and answered. Li Chia. The sovereign shouted in disbelief. The ancestor became increasingly frightened and confused after hearing this. The sovereign was born in the 9 worlds. He eventually swept through 8 desolaces due to his incredible cultivation and power. His ancient physique was at grand completion, something unmatched by all. He had weathered storms and met numerous famous characters. In fact, a few Dao lords would assume the position of a junior while meeting him. In fact, rumor has it that their ancestor had entered a forbidden zone and came out alive. Only Dao lords dared to enter these places. Thus, he had virtually experienced everything possible in life. He wouldn't wince even if the sky was falling down. But now, just hearing the name Li Chia made him act so unnaturally. What does he look like? The sovereign took a deep breath and regained his wits, staring straight at the guard. I haven't seen him, ancestor. The disciples told me that he looks quite ordinary, a common appearance found anywhere. There's nothing special about him. The frightened ancestor hurriedly answered. Ordinary appearance. The sovereign became emotional. He already had an ominous feeling after hearing this name because it reminded him of a certain person back in the previous epoch. This man was devilish beyond reason, the dark hand behind the curtains, a taboo existence not discussed by anyone. The name was already coincidental enough, but the appearance also matched. He realized that this might actually be the legendary figure, the person dubbed as fiercest or praised as prime emperor. These titles were all but forgotten by the future generation now for two reasons: the length of time and the taboo nature. No one dared to record anything about him in the records. In reality, some have treated him with disrespect and vilified him with inaccurate tales. They were met with swift retribution. Their sects faced total annihilation. Because of this, fewer wanted to talk about him at all because they were afraid that their future generations might be dumb enough to disrespect him. He disappeared in the river of time but still had a firm grasp on this world in the shadow. This was still the case for millions and millions of years later. Others didn't realize it and lacked the ability to seek this truth. However, the sovereign could still feel this grasp. That's why he never talked about this forbidden existence with his disciples and descendants. He knew that his sect was powerful, but provoking this being meant destruction. Numerous supreme existences in 8 Desolaces would be more than happy to erase them from this world. It's him, it's really him, why is he here now? The sovereign sat back down on his stone coffin, completely lost in thoughts. He remembered that distant day in the past. The guy tore apart the sky and left. The shocking scene couldn't be forgotten by the lords in the audience that day. Today, the guy was back once more and caught Chan Yang off guard. He dug deep in his memories once more since he had forgotten about them. Ancestral realm was destroyed by Li Chia too. The ancestor became afraid while watching the sovereign sit there seemingly struck by lightning. This supreme ancestor has never been afraid of anyone. He marched into the forbidden zone with complete confidence as well. Many Dao lords have come to visit their ancestor. The latter always acted with dignity and elegance. Thus, this expression of shock could be considered unprecedented and unimaginable. The ancestor wouldn't believe it if he weren't here in person. The thing or person causing this must be monstrous. Ancestor, who is he? He eventually asked with a quiet tone. The sovereign didn't answer, for he was still occupied with thoughts. The battlefield outside of Ancestral was a tattered mess. The 5 ancient ancestors looked terrible with grave injuries. The crowd was overwhelmed with trepidation and fear. They found standing to be a difficult task right now. The 5 have lost after giving it their all. On the other hand, Li Chia stood there as relaxed as can be. Everything was beneath his feet now. A while ago, most considered him to be on the same level as a heavenly sovereign. This was proven inaccurate. Heavenly sovereigns like Blaze Blade were nothing compared to him. Despair and panic eventually reared their ugly head for the 5 ancestors. They had no ace card left to deal with Li Chia. Now, death would be the best possible outcome for them. If this is all you got, time to end this. Li Chia smiled. The crowd shuddered. Some stared at the 5 ancestors as if they were corpses. This was nothing short of a death sentence. The 5 were used to controlling the fate of others. Now, the reverse was happening. So be it. To the death. Golden Sun shouted with determination. I have no regrets. Azure Dragon didn't mind. It's only death, there's nothing to fear. Blaze Blade powerfully declared. Once they made up their mind about death being inevitable, the fear suddenly went away. It's only death. The members of the audience were affected by their heroism and rising aura. How courageous. Start then. Li Chia smiled. Chapter 35-26. The 5 ancient ancestors have made up their mind about fighting. The spectators became more drawn in as a result, wondering what else they could do. Some thought that they had no chance because Xueqi was monstrously devilish, a complete reversal to the prior consensus. Can they turn the tides? One expert quietly said. This comment would have been considered disrespectful towards the 5 ancient ancestors. But now, no one would think that this was disrespectful. They were too busy considering the scary implications. They have one last chance by burning their longevity blood. One ancestor speculated. People thought carefully about the current situation. The 5 ancestors needed to have a real ace card while mustering the last of their vitality in order to win. There was only one chance. Unfortunately, the experts didn't think so. The 5 ancestors have used their top weapons and merit laws. It was difficult for them to suddenly reach the next height by breaking through their limits. Formation. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor interrupted their rumination. His voice echoed across the plain. The 5 no longer gave a damn since they were ready for death. This was the case for the armies as well. Their determination ran strong, not to defeat or kill Xueqi but only to hope that he would stop here. That would be an acceptable result even after the last of them fall. Boom! The armies instantly formed a supreme formation. Massive runes appeared everywhere on the ground, looking complicated and profound. The vitality and grand Tao of the soldiers billowed like a tsunami next, capable of drowning everything. Surprisingly enough, they didn't pour into the 5 ancient ancestors. Boom! This influx of power still empowered the supreme formation. The arrays became resplendent and shot towards the sky vault like beams. Buzz! The beams continued shooting towards the far distance, separating into 3 main directions: Yin-Yang Gate, Skylight Country, and Firmament's Gate. What is going on? Others became confused. They're borrowing the power of their sex using a brilliant method. An ancestor understood the intent behind this. Sure enough, loud explosions traveled across the north, resulting in violent quakes. Yin-Yang Gate became filled with the 2 affinities. Draconic roars could be heard throughout Skylight, a testament to their regality. As for firmaments, sword Tao became as abundant as there are trees in a forest. Numerous divine swords rushed to the sky. The foundation of the 3 section. Everyone exchanged glances after seeing the distant visual phenomena. Boom! The yin and yang rushed through 10 million miles in an unstoppable manner. Other living beings and sects became afraid while these things were crossing above their airspace. The regal energy of Skylight condensed into a true dragon commanding respect from all. The various sword Tao of firmaments gathered into a single sword. It pierced through space with murderous intent. Few sects in the north can actually match them. Others were intimidated by these sections. It's here. The 3 powers have finally arrived. The ancient ancestors stared at each other, aware that this will decide everything. Go! They crazily roared and didn't hold back anything. Their grand Tao erupted and their divinity ravaged the realms like the gales during the end of time. This allowed them to open portals to welcome the powers from their sections. Rumble! They withstood the powers and began changing it into their own with their body serving as the vessel. These sect powers were monstrous. Ordinary experts had no chance of constraining them and would implode right away. However, these ancient ancestors were mighty and familiar with their sect powers. This process became as smooth as can be. Their new state shrouded them in an inferno. Their flames rushed to the sky and turned them into supreme beings. The crowd trembled with fear. Numerous became paralyzed on the ground after seeing the sweeping auras. Activate! All 5 shouted and began burning their own true blood. Their empowered state jumped up another level. The fabrics of reality such as time and space started cracking around them. Just their auras alone were inflicting immense damage on their surroundings. The crowd's terror only grew after seeing this. This is probably their strongest form. Many experts concluded, aghast. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they'll definitely die soon after because of life depletion. Another ancestor sighed softly. The 5 were serious about fighting to the death. They simply wanted to stop Xueqi here and now in order to protect their sect. There was no doubt that this would be their last moment in life regardless of victory or defeat. Chapter 35-27. The power of the 5 ancient ancestors reached an apocalyptic level. The other inhabitants in 8 Desolaces were affected as well. People were scared out of their mind, feeling that their true fate was being directly injured by the auras. Boom! In the next second, Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor slammed his palm on the ground, creating a solar seal with an all-scorching heat. The ground started melting. The plains, mountains, and rivers turned into an ocean of lava. The liquid splashed high enough to look like erupting volcanoes. Rah! The Azure Dragon jumped into the surging lava, splashing the hot liquid everywhere. What is he doing? The spectators didn't understand why. Is he suiciding? Obviously not. A high elder understood the event and said, "It's a type of fusion." He didn't have time to elaborate because a clank could be heard. A sword rushed to the sky, certainly capable of splitting it apart, but showed restraint. It then flew into the lava as well. First was the Dragon King. Now Blazeblade Heavenly Sovereign followed suit. They're really fusing? A few skeptics wondered. Clank. A deafening clank could be heard right afterward, causing people to shout and cover their ears tightly. This didn't help much because the sharp clank could penetrate anything. They looked up and saw a skeletal blade flying out of the lava. It consisted of long and thick macabre bones. The sword energy emanating from it caused people to have goosebumps. It had both sword hymns and draconic roars as if there was a dragon trapped within. A gigantic sword made from dragon bones? Everyone took a deep breath. Could it be that those two earlier have fused into this sword? Poof! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor added to the confusion by turning into a plume of fire, seemingly made from the essences of 1,000,000 suns. Just one strand would be enough to burn everything. The plume flew straight to the skeletal sword and lit it on fire. The two separate entities eventually joined into one. The sword had a red glow now akin to molten metal, no longer the white of bones like before. The spectators couldn't help thinking that the sword came from the 18 levels of hell, a dreadful tool of death. Rumble! Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor sent down a gigantic round moon. There were divine palaces and holy grounds on the surface along with legendary trees. The moon possessed unimaginable power, enough to smash the entire world into smithereens. However, as it drew closer to the ancestor's palm, it shrank in size until it became a jade ornament. He then disappeared from sight, replaced by a cataclysmic power. Boom! The tiny moon's power only intensified despite the size reduction. People were blinded by a flash for a moment. Once they could see again, they noticed that the jade moon was now embedded onto the skeletal sword. Buzz! Silvery strands of sword energy oozed out of the sword. One is enough to pierce through anything. It was a fascinating sight to behold. A crimson skeletal sword with a silvery glow. Anyone a bit cowardly would be scared stiff. What kind of sword is this? No one has seen something like this before, so they couldn't come up with a title. Activate! Star Ancient Ancestor roared and the sky suddenly sank. Everyone felt as if he was dragging a galaxy downward. A portal manifested up above and poured down celestial light. The day became night with countless flashing stars. Their starry light bathed the ancestor, who tried his best to absorb all of them. At this exact moment, the armies also controlled the supreme formation. The runes and arrays all rushed towards Star. Star became larger and larger to the size of a colossal giant. He opened his mouth and devoured all the stars. Boom! Flames of the celestial affinity engulfed him. They erupted and covered the entire northern region. Those in the distant lands could see this strange phenomenon. What is this transformation? The weaker cultivators had no idea. This is Myriad Tao Heavenly Physique, a form reserved for heavenly sovereigns. One ancestor said, at their realm, they could take in the Myriad Tao into their body. It becomes a vessel capable of storing immense energy. Everyone was in awe at Star Ancient Ancestor's state due to its sheer size. Their horizon was broadened since this was a form created by Space Dragon Emperor. This allowed heavenly sovereigns to compete against Tao lords. Most benefited greatly from watching the battles today, enough to last for their entire life. Chapter 35-28. The heavenly physique stood at the top of the Tao. Star Ancient Ancestor has reached an unimaginable size. Celestial lights exuded from him as if he was made from stars. Sure enough, people looked up and saw stars moving continuously within him. His body turned into a galaxy large enough to encompass 3,000 worlds. This form boosted one's power to the limit by fusing it with the various Grand Dao. From this, the user would be able to cause untold destruction with one hand wave. At this point, Star could stomp once and annihilate an entire country along with its inhabitants. Though people have seen large transformations before such as avatars, there was a clear disparity. The other ones were large in form, but this physique twisted the sky into one's body and morphed the myriad Dao into the veins and meridians. The myriad Dao served as fuels for his gigantic form. Each Dao released loud explosions and powers. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before this powerful being. Some were paralyzed on the ground. Myriad Dao Heavenly Physique. The spectators murmured the name. This was the other path at the top of the Dao. When top geniuses couldn't become a Dao Lord, they would embark on a journey towards this form, one started by Space Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, very few actually made it here. Thus, seeing it in person was a glorious event for those in the audience. Clank. Only one sword hymn could be heard. All the other swords, regardless of their quality and type, became silent, a sign of submission towards the skeletal sword. As he raised the sword, it emitted a frightening murderous intent, thick enough to become visible strands. Anything that got in contact with these strands would be reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ancestors wouldn't dare to touch them. Other heavenly sovereigns also became intimidated. The massive ancestor looked godly enough, but with this sword, his terror reached the next height. Just one slash would be enough to prove his supremacy. The spectators hurriedly fled from the battlefield. Even those paralyzed on the ground started crawling or rolling away. They all knew how terrible this next attack would be. Just the remnant energy alone would reduce them to ashes regardless of their cultivation. Buzz! The ancestor opened his eyes and beams shot out like heavenly waterfalls. The Dao heart of the spectators became defenseless right away. Their soul left their body in fear, so they bellowed. Perish! He finally made his move with a vertical slash. It split the sky vault open and revealed a white shade. Most importantly, anything touched by the murderous strands immediately turned into smoke, time and space, the myriad Dao, or the cycles of nature. Shit! Some people screamed. Rumble! Li Qie retaliated by raising his hand. 3,000 worlds soared forward to stop the incoming slash. Boom! They were far from enough and immediately turned to smoke. Not even dust or ashes were left behind. The sword itself finally made contact with the ground, splitting the earth into two. The territory affected immediately dissipated. It was as if the whole region simply dispersed from existence, the mountains and rivers. Only emptiness was left behind. The spectators became frozen, thinking about their fate if they were caught in that area. Words couldn't describe its power. The most applicable example would be that if its target were Ancestral City, the entire sect would disappear from this world. Thus, this meant that one slash alone was enough to erase a top sect in the north. Its power was terrifying. I think he's dead this time. Many gazed at the empty expanse and didn't see Li Qie. They saw his 3,000 worlds evaporating and the slash made direct contact with the ground. It would be strange if he were to survive that dreadful attack. I would have nothing to say if he were to survive. He would be the most devilish man in the world. An expert murmured. Others agreed with this statement. One ancestor nodded. If he survives this slash, everyone should just go to sleep. No need to compete or try to become a Dao Lord or anything. It'll be none other than him. Most spectators thought that Li Qie had no chance of surviving due to the might of the slash. However, they held on to a sliver of hope for a miracle despite the low possibility. Buzz! Chaos suddenly emanated from the damaged void. This heralded the reconstruction of the world. Everything returned to the origin. The myriad living beings returned along with the Dao orders. This chaos light illuminated the void and chased away any broken affinity. The mountains and rivers appeared once more as if time was being reversed. The crowd couldn't help being stunned. Eventually, a figure emerged. Li Qie, it's Li Qie. They were mentally prepared for this possibility, yet they still screamed all the same with their eyes wide open in astonishment. Chapter 35-29. The reconstruction seemed like a legend for the spectators, impossible to forget in this lifetime. However, the next moment was even more incredible. Li Qie was standing at the bottom and held the tip of the skeletal blade with 2 fingers. He seemed like a fly pushing up a mountain range. The The stark contrast was a visual feast and left behind an indelible memory. There was no logical path for him to be able to stop the blade with just 2 fingers. No different from an ant trying to push down a tree or a mosquito trying to move a giant. Alas, this was indeed the case. He successfully stopped the monstrous slash while putting on a relaxed smile. Chaos Mantra. Another of the 7. One ancestor shouted after analyzing the scene. "You're right." Others calmed down and agreed. A few among them weren't as surprised because Xueqi had used multiple mantras prior. They knew that he must be cultivating all 7, so they have grown numb. Nonetheless, it was hard to find the right words to describe the situation. Xueqi managed to use these common mantras in such an amazing fashion. Other top merit laws and mantras paled in comparison, not worth mentioning in the slightest. This made people wonder if they have been looking at the fake versions. Should we try again? Start over with the 7? One ancestor noticed that the reconstruction contained gods and devils, akin to the start of a new epoch. Xueqi resembled creation and the high heaven, capable of crafting all entities. Thus, others wanted to prostrate before him despite his ordinary stance and appearance. Go! Star Ancient Ancestor channeled all of his power into the skeletal sword, nearly crushing all the space around him in the process. Unfortunately, his full-effort attempt with the help of the armies still couldn't move the skeletal sword. Xueqi had an easy expression while gripping the sword as if he was taking a stroll in his flower garden. "This is insane, he's not human," one high elder eventually said. He had the urge of kneeling down before Xueqi. This was the case for virtually everyone in the crowd, even though Xueqi looked like a random pedestrian. He had no aura and pressure, only a friendly expression. "Not too bad, but you haven't grasped the true fundamentals of Myriad Dao heavenly physique." This so-called Space Dragon Emperor was only experimenting, and didn't explain it fully to future generations. Xueqi chuckled. The development already shocked the crowd. Now, Xueqi's comment left them speechless. Space Dragon Emperor was praised as a revolutionary cultivator for starting a new path. Xueqi didn't seem to agree. He dares to talk about Space Dragon Emperor like this? It's too much. One expert said. He just wants to cause more and more trouble. An ancestor from an old sect said, "Space Dragon Emperor's descendants will come for him after hearing this. No one can mess with them." No one responded because they didn't feel the same way. Xueqi was too heaven-defying. They didn't take offense to his criticism of the emperor. He's probably qualified to judge a member of the Denari founders. An ancestor said. Boom! Xueqi suddenly flicked his wrist and broke the skeletal sword before people could react. Golden Sun and the others appeared again and were blown flying while vomiting blood. The members of the armies suffered the same force. Too weak. Xueqi then waved his hand, releasing chaos on the unsuspecting world. The sky vault seemed to be falling down. All of his opponents became suppressed before they could get back up from the initial blow. The spectators couldn't believe it. Xueqi easily trapped the 5 ancient ancestors and the various armies with one hand wave. This force wasn't unbeatable, but they could definitely sweep through all of the north. Today, Xueqi had shown everyone his monstrous abilities. Activate! The ancient ancestors roared and mustered their power to get back up. Unfortunately, the suppressive force intensified and smashed them into the ground. Their blood stained the soil. It was as if Xueqi was toying with ants. This was too much for the spectators to take. It's over for those 3 section. An ancestor regained his wits and concluded. Most spectators right now were horrified. They hoped that Xueqi didn't look over towards their direction, or they would immediately drop to their knees. Chapter 35-30. The lives of the coalition were hanging on a thread. Just a bit more force from Xueqi would end with their death. Truly horrifying just to think about. Suddenly, one could hear the loud sounds of rolling wheels from a carriage over the horizon. The yin and yang engulfed 10 million miles and culminated into a bright path originating from Yin Yang Gate and reaching Ancestral Gate. There seemed to be a world being derived within the sounds of rolling wheels. The crowd was still shocked to see this phenomenon despite a lack of intimidating pressure. They knew that a supreme being was arriving. An ancient carriage slowly made its way through the yin-yang path. It seemingly rolled like a normal carriage, but with each full rotation of the wheel, it traveled across millions of miles. This was a type of spatial leap. It was made from the exceedingly rare archaic wood embedded with immortal bronze and jade, sun-moon stones. The carriage itself along with the ornaments exuded an ancient aura. The spectators could sense the years on them as if the carriage came from the past. Plenty of damages existed on the body. Holes from arrows, cuts from swords. Some broken arrows were still stuck there. People could tell at a glance that it had experienced numerous battles and wars. They also heard the stomps of a beast dragging the carriage. It resembled a qilin but wasn't one. It had silver armor plates with white smokes shrouding its feet. It lacked the gallant divinity found in a qilin. Its eyes exuded frightening glimmers akin to lightning bolts capable of killing anyone. The carriage driver was an ancestor from Yang Gate, even older than Golden Sun's group. He had bright eyes and sharp brows. He had an outfit of an older style on. Just him sitting there alone commanded reverence from the spectators as if he was a crownless king. A silver carapace lin. Someone in the front shouted in astonishment because this was a branch of a divine beast. Its bloodline would be the most precious in this world if the divine beasts didn't exist. Thus, it meant that the master of the carriage must be extremely prestigious to have a beast like this. That's Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang, right? An ancestor said with uncertainty after seeing the carriage driver. Forefather. Golden Sun and the others became excited. Forefather. The soldiers of Yang still cheered despite being suppressed on the ground. He has to be the Heavenly Sovereign. The spectators thought that this was the case after seeing the army's response. Yes. Numerous took a deep breath to calm down. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang was nothing short of a legend in the north. Just mentioning his title alone always had a magical effect on the listeners. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a 3-year-old had heard of his title. He was the sun hanging above the north, illuminating everyone with his prestige. Though everyone had heard of him, very few had the privilege of seeing him in person. This included those from Yang Gate. Only high-level ancestors like Golden Sun were lucky enough. Thus, to be able to see him today was a great honor for everyone. I can't believe I will get to see him in this lifetime. There's zero regrets. An ancestor became emotional. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. Some juniors actually had tears streaming down their cheeks. The defining character of the North was here in person. All eyes were on the carriage. There's hope for Yang Gate. A high elder murmured. Maybe he'll be able to change this outcome. Yes, at least they'll survive. Many ancestors agreed. Li Qie is really strong, but there's no way he is stronger than the sovereign. It'll be even at best. In my opinion, Li Qie is still too young, so there should be a small gap between them. But that doesn't matter. He's already solidified his position in history. An older big shot speculated. Their comments weren't meant to disparage Li Qie in the slightest. In fact, they could be considered as praises. After all, how many youths in history could be mentioned in the same breath as the sovereign? The forefather is here for us. Not to mention ordinary disciples from Yang. Even their regular ancestors were overwhelmed. They would be prostrating if it wasn't for the suppression immobilizing them. This is the true power of Yang Gate. Who will be able to stop the sovereign? An expert asked. Right, even a Dao Lord would need to give him some face. Several Dao Lords have assumed a junior role while visiting him. Someone else commented. Because the sovereign taught ancient Zen Dao Lord, some referred to him as imperial teacher later on. Don't forget, the sovereign entered the forbidden zone and came out alive, one of the few to do so. This required immense power. A historical buff said with respect. That's untouchable indeed. Others were shaken to hear this. Creak. The carriage finally stopped and floated in the air. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang sitting on the carriage didn't bother looking at anyone, not even the ancient ancestors. His eyes immediately fell upon Li Qie. The crowd watched with bated breath during this meeting. They wondered about a battle between these two and thought that Li Qie was the underdog. The disciples from Yang were ecstatic, thinking that they were saved. No one in this world could stop their forefather. This was the true ace card of their sect. However, in a kitchen soup restaurant inside Ancestral, the old shopkeeper gave it a quick glance before shaking his head. Not enough. Screech. The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a phoenix screech. It tore apart the clouds nearby. A gigantic bird appeared. Its 5-colored wings were large enough to blot out the sky. What is that? Everything turned dark and people became startled. Chapter 35-31. The mythical bird above was unique. Its long tail had a golden brilliance. Its chest had special runic lines to form the character virtue, filled with a venerable Tao aura. Its 5-colored feathers were resplendent, looking as beautiful as can be from a distance. It was abundantly clear that this bird was special, not inferior to the silver carapace lin. That's 5-colored Luan, right? A spectator became startled. This Luan had an extremely thick and pure bloodline, close to being a divine bird. 2 people were standing on its back, a peerless woman and an old man. The latter had a human body and a chicken head with 4 eyes. These eyes were extraordinary, most likely one of a kind. They looked like unmatched stars. Each could see and illuminate 8 decilaces. People didn't dare to look straight at them even in their dormant state. They would feel their soul being drawn in. The eyes seemed capable of killing anyone at a glance or even refining an entire world. The old man resembled a true master. Each action could cause untold destruction. One could faintly hear the roars of his plentiful vitality and power, as if there was a true dragon hiding in there. He was definitely a top ancient ancestor. Other cultivators would feel the urge to bow or even prostrate before him. Strangely enough, he wore an out-of-place cloak with numerous colors. This could make people burst out laughing if worn by someone else. No one dared to laugh at this old man due to his frightening eyes. Dragon Phoenix Maiden. Everyone recognized the beauty standing next to him. What about him? Don't tell me he's that old ancient ancestor? The forefather of the maiden's clan? An ancestor took a deep breath and speculated after seeing the bird. You're right. He is Dragon King Commander. I was lucky enough to see his portrait next to Dragon Phoenix Matriarch's portrait at the valley. A demon master said before kneeling on the ground. Commander. The demon then shouted with reverence. That's Dragon King Commander? Everyone was shocked, especially the demons. This title struck the crowd just as hard as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, the younger brother of Dragon Phoenix Matriarch, a forefather of an ancient race. Some demons were unbearably excited. A few were moved to tears. Dragon King Commander's clan was a great demon race with an old and noble bloodline. They haven't shown up for a long time now. As for the commander, he dominated his era long ago. According to one legend, he petrified a first-rate sect with a single glance. Furthermore, some records indicated that he was from the same era as Yin Yang Gate. It's just that his clan always kept a low profile. Others would only talk about it in passing when the topic was Dragon Phoenix Valley. That's why he wasn't as famous as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang and Yin Yang Gate. However, a few old ancestors knew that he was just as strong as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang is here, Dragon King Commander too. Is it all because of Xueqi? These 2 men were the most influential cultivators in the north now. People were shocked to see the 2 of them in the same place today. No way. Xueqi can't handle both of them. One spectator said after noticing that the commander was staring straight at Xueqi too. Xueqi could be the strongest genius in existence and that still wouldn't be enough to take on 2 supremes at the same time. Seems like today is a good day. Xueqi let out a natural smile after seeing the commander. Everyone's here. The commander almost became hysterical but managed to stabilize his emotions. He then looked over at Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Bastard. What are you waiting for? Come out and greet His Excellency. The commander shouted. While the crowd tried to digest this statement, he rushed over to Xueqi and got on his knees. This little one never thought that I would be able to see you again, Your Excellency. I am moved to tears. His 4 eyes were actually moist. Dragon Phoenix Maiden who was standing next to him got on her knees as well. The crowd became stupefied. Xueqi greets you, Your Excellency. The colossal golem outside of Ancestral also got on his knees. His massive frame made it look like a mountain range was collapsing. Xueqi. He's the great-great-grandson of Stone Monarch Tao Lord. Another revelation took the crowd like a storm. Very few people knew his origin. Not even the disciples of Ancestral. Now, it turned out that he was Xueqi. Most importantly, he also kneeled just like the commander. Chan Yang greets you, Your Excellency. I've never had the honor of meeting you before, so I do not dare to be presumptuous and act familiar. Please forgive me. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang got off the carriage and also kneeled before Xueqi. His head touched the ground. These three were absolutely the top cultivators in the north. All of them were showing absolute respect towards Li Qia. Even a Dao Lord wouldn't receive this level of ceremonious treatment. Thus, everyone's mouth was wide open. They have never seen such a shocking scene before. Once they calmed down, they knew that it was time to prostrate as well. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The chant echoed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one knew the importance and significance behind Your Excellency. However, since these top dogs were doing so, they had to follow the trend. This was absolutely the right choice. Chapter 35-32. Everyone was kneeling on the ground regardless of who they were, not daring to breathe loudly and disturbing Li Qia. That would be disrespectful. No one knew who he was, but since Dragon King Commander, Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang, and Xueqi were kneeling, his background and identity no longer mattered. Nonetheless, the questions still lingered in their mind. Just who was Li Qia? How heaven-defying could his background be? No one dared to ask, of course. Some didn't even have the courage to steal a glance at Li Qia, or it might bring a calamity to their sect. They knew one thing for certain, that Li Qia was a supreme existence, one far exceeding Dao Lords. This was obvious given how those three beings were treating him. The next question became, what kind of existence is above Dao Lords? They couldn't come up with an answer while trembling with fear. Can it be? 1 or 2 wisdom masters lived long enough to see clues in the shrouded history. They thought about a few particular lines in the records. According to the legend, there used to be a master reigning over the eras, a supreme emperor, a monster sweeping through all opponents. Historians had contrasting opinions on whether these figures were the same person or otherwise. They didn't fully understand the vagueness of the records. Rumor has it that someone had disrespected the figure and ended up with total sect destruction. From then on, it became a taboo subject. Another camp stated that a certain group purposely hid these events from the river of time. No one knew that exact reason, but the forbidden nature made future generations forget. It has to be him. The wisdom master thought about these legends and became overwhelmed. The legends were actually true. He secretly looked up to see Li Qia before lowering his head right away, not wanting to be spotted. It was difficult to control his emotions right now. This was truly an honor. Unfortunately, this was also a curse. He couldn't share this with anyone else, not even to his juniors. This was a defining moment of his life, yet he had to keep it a secret forever. Ultimately, the ones feeling the full brunt were still those from Yang Gate. They thought that their sovereign was the strongest, not inferior to any Dao Lord. They were so sure that Li Qia was a dead man and that they were saved. Alas, their ancestor was now kneeling in front of Li Qia to display total subservience. This was beyond their most terrible nightmare. They realized that they have messed with the wrong person, the worst possible man. The 5 ancient ancestors couldn't believe it either, especially the Celestial Trinity. They have been following Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang for some time. They knew more about him and his supremacy more than anyone else. How could their ancestor bow next to Li Qia's feet like this? It became obvious how much trouble they had brought upon their sect. They were now eternal sinners of Yang Gate. Rise. Li Qia smiled and gave the command. Everyone felt as if they have just been pardoned from a serious crime. The commander was an exception. However, the sovereign and Xueqi waited until the commander stood up first before they did. The rest of the crowd was smart enough to wait for these three as well. Your Excellency. The commander had tears in his eyes. Li Qia also felt a sense of familiarity. He smiled and said, I thought that turtles live the longest. It looks like you live longer than them. The listeners felt as if only Li Qia would dare to compare the great cultivator with a turtle. Anyone else would be trembling with fear when talking with Dragon King Commander. It is thanks to your blessing, Your Excellency. The commander said excitedly. You're old now, no longer the young chicken like before. However, you may still call me boss. Li Qia said. Deference is no substitute for obedience, boss. The commander happily rubbed his palms together and said. Yi Yaoling standing nearby felt as if her forefather has become a million years younger, reverting back to being a youth. The commander was an old friend, the four-eyed basilisk. He survived the long years and became a supreme ancestor with a cool title. He used to call Li Qia boss when they were together. Thus, Li Qia told him to do the same for sentimental reasons. You still look the same, always 18. The commander said. Time moves so quickly. So many people are gone now. Xueqi stared at the commander and said. The basilisk sighed because loved ones have left him. This included his closest sister, Venerable Basilisk. Only a selected few were alive from his generation. He didn't expect to see Xueqi again. In the past, he saw Xueqi tear the sky apart and left. Words couldn't describe his feelings regarding this reunion. In fact, when Yi Yaoling reported this back to him, he suspected that it might be an imposter. When he actually saw Xueqi again, he found the guy to be the same. His temperament and style couldn't be duplicated. Chapter 35-33. The crowd remained silent, standing with both hands straight down and their head lowered. The only one eligible to speak was Dragon King Commander. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang could only wait aside, just a junior waiting to be reprimanded. The others had to watch from a distance. Meanwhile, those from the coalition trembled with fear. Anxiety struck them deep since they could only wait for a sentence from Xueqi. They have offended Xueqi, so the result seemed rather obvious. Your Excellency. The sovereign saw that Xueqi and the commander had finished speaking and politely jumped in. In the past, others tried their best just to have an opportunity to bow and greet him. Now, he had to stand waiting. This wasn't easy in the slightest. You're putting me in a difficult position by bowing. Xueqi chuckled at him. The young ones were foolish enough to offend you. Your Excellency, please do as you please. The sovereign said with sincerity in a calm manner. He didn't go around in circles nor beg for mercy. He had lived long enough to know about Xueqi. If this existence wanted to kill someone, asking for mercy was useless. We had no grievance between us, just the wrong time and place. Xueqi said. The sovereign smiled wryly. He indeed had bad luck because he didn't do anything to Xueqi. His only fault was being Ancestral Realm successor. Alas, he had to watch his sect, Ancestral Realm, be destroyed by Xueqi. Now, he was a supreme ancestor, but his descendants decided to provoke Xueqi. He had no choice but to come out. Seems like I'm very unlucky. The sovereign said. He didn't expect to face something so problematic after reaching this old age. As I've said, there is nothing between us. Since you have acted with respect, I won't make it difficult for you. Tell me, what do you want? Xueqi said. Your Excellency, it is entirely up to you. It's my fault for not educating them well. The sovereign said. He was prepared for the worst because nothing good would come from provoking Xueqi. Even the strongest sects all ended with destruction. Remember how powerful Soaring Immortal used to be? It still became dust. The ancient Ming also dominated for eras. Where were they now? His Yin-Yang Gate had dominion over the north and could be considered a first-rate sect. However, they were still nothing compared to Soaring Immortal and the ancient Ming. The truth was that Xueqi himself didn't need to do anything. Just one message from him would summon numerous top existences to come and destroy Yin-Yang Gate. The disciples from Yin-Yang heard their ancestor and lowered their head, not daring to utter a single word. Resistance was futile because their strongest ancestor was accepting his fate, let alone juniors like them. They were nothing more than ants compared to Xueqi. I suppose you're stuck in the middle even though it is no fault of your own. Xueqi shook his head. It would be unreasonable for me to kill you. As for the other juniors, I'll spare them and leave it to you. Xueqi was in a good mood after meeting an old friend and decided against a massacre. Bastard, hurry up and punish those fools as an apology to His Excellency. Don't wait for someone else. The commander shouted at the sovereign, seemingly using his connection to intimidate others. However, he was actually doing the sovereign a favor. After all, they were from the same era. Not many of them were left. The sovereign himself actually didn't do anything wrong. His unfilial descendants simply poked the beehive, so the commander helped him out by ending the issue here. Thank you, Your Excellency. The sovereign lived long enough to recognize the situation and bowed towards Xueqi. We'll end it with this. Xueqi nodded and agreed with the commander's suggestion. The sovereign took a deep breath and turned around, staring straight at the 5 ancient ancestors. Ignorant fools, you have done something unforgivable and become the sinners of your sect. Apologize to His Excellency via suicide. He coldly uttered. The 5 exchanged glances. They have already prepared for death but were still shaken when truly facing it. This was already a great result. They would be able to protect their sect by dying, the most merciful outcome for Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments. Everyone has to die. Your Excellency, my mistake. I'll be going now. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign bowed his head towards Li Chia and laughed loudly. Clank. He raised his sword and decapitated himself. Blood gushed out as his body fell to the ground. Your descendant has failed you, ancestor. Farewell. May Yin Yang Gate prosper. The Celestial Trinity bowed towards the sovereign first, then Li Chia. Your Excellency, we humbly apologize. Boom! They destroyed their meridians and true fate, causing their body to tremble and blood to drip out of the corner of their mouth. They then fell to the ground, lifeless. This is it. I hope future descendants won't make the same mistake. My fault, Your Excellency. Azure Dragon King got on his knees before also destroying his true fate. The 5 ancient ancestors committed suicide in order to protect their sect. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang didn't say anything and watched with a cold expression. In his opinion, this was already the slightest punishment. He knew that it would take zero effort from Li Chia to destroy the 3 sections. Li Chia was being immensely merciful already. Your Excellency. The sovereign then turned back to Li Chia. Go, cherish the time that you have left. Li Chia waved his hand and said while dropping the issue with his opponents. Thank you, Your Excellency. May you live forever. The sovereign bowed. Scram already. He then turned towards the armies and shouted before leaving. The members of the armies left quietly with great dejection. They didn't dare to turn around once. When they got here, they were domineering and in high spirits, confident in destroying Ancestral City. Who would have thought that they end up running like dogs without their master? They would all be dead now if it wasn't for their forefather coming out to ask for forgiveness. No one expected this outcome at the start. Chapter 35-34. It didn't take long before no one from the coalition was left. The sovereign has successfully saved them all. The atmosphere became eerily silent afterward. The spectators still didn't dare to stare at Li Chia, whom they deemed to be the apex existence of this world on the same level as heaven. Looking up at him still required immense courage. He lacked the same ferocious aura and bite as other masters due to his ordinary appearance. However, in their eyes, he was as extraordinary and unreachable as can be. Welcome back to the city, Your Excellency. Pullstone Saintess led thousands of disciples outside the gate and prostrated on the ground to welcome him back. The disciples and ancestors, even the reclusive ones, all came out for this ceremony. Good. Li Chia nodded and stepped up the palanquin. The descendants of Ancestral City didn't throw away their ancestor's face. Dragon King Commander praised after seeing this. Meanwhile, the neutral spectators outside the gate lowered their head with their hands hanging downward in order to bid him goodbye. I took pride in my intelligence and being able to read people. Seems like I'm clearly inferior to a junior today. How embarrassing. One wise master commented. Those nearby didn't say anything. The knowledgeable ancestors felt the same way. Not long ago, many found it astounding that Pullstone Saintess supported Li Chia and annulled the marriage agreement with Yin Yang Zen Gate. They considered her choice to be unwise and irrational. Moreover, the youths thought that a junior like Li Chia wasn't worth her antagonizing Yin Yang Zen Gate. Nonetheless, the Saintess still made such an unbelievable decision. Most thought that she would herald a calamity to Ancestral City. In hindsight, she had the best insight and chose the right person. In fact, her decision saved Ancestral City. Just think about it, if she had acted like everyone else and valued by Jianchan highly, the result would have been obvious. She would have died just like by Jianchan and Skylight Princess. Even her sect might have been destroyed. Now, she had the chance to invite Li Chia inside the city and could serve him. This was a godsend opportunity. Even Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang wasn't so lucky. Realizing this made the wisdom masters among the crowd think that they were nothing more than frogs under the well. Truly shameful. It'll be hard for Ancestral City not to rise with her leading the way. One ancestor commented. She earned the favor of a supreme existence like Li Chia. This was a true fortune and opportunity unavailable to others who failed to see it. So many youths and geniuses felt embarrassed as a result. They were the loudest bunch in questioning Pullstone Saintess and Dragon Phoenix Maiden. By this point, it became apparent that Li Chia wasn't the lucky one but rather the two girls. Go back and stay in the sect, stop causing trouble. An ancestor eventually yelled at his juniors. This was duplicated in multiple groups. They eventually left Ancestral City and returned to their sect. The powers in the north closed their door and stopped their disciples from traveling after this event. They were afraid of the young ones causing unnecessary trouble, especially something foolish like provoking Li Chia. Yin Yang Zen Gate and its allies were the best examples. They nearly got destroyed from the debacle. The ancestors also ordered their disciples to not talk about Li Chia. This was another potential source of trouble. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang didn't immediately return to the void after bringing back his sect members. He stood at the highest peak there and gazed at the world in silence for a long period. Yin Yang Zen Gate has been around for a long time. It had a similar name in the past, Yin Yang Gate. It was created by the invincible immortal Emperor Yin Yang, becoming one of the strongest imperial lineages. Later on, the sovereign during his youth was chosen by Ancestral Realm as its successor. Unfortunately, he didn't finish learning his arts before the realm was destroyed by Li Chia. This power was extremely strong and has lasted for millions of years, capable of commanding the world. Unfortunately, it stood no chance against Li Chia. This experience left a deep impression on Chan Yang. Thus, he later changed the name of Yin Yang Gate to Yin Yang Zen Gate. Unfortunately, the sect was nearly destroyed again under his leadership. He nearly became an eternal sinner as well. He watched the land in silence. He has always been here and guaranteed its prosperity and survival. Though it grew stronger with him around, it eventually became his shackles. The descendants became a source of worries. Most importantly, it seemed that his protection caused future generations to become inferior, filled with pride and a sense of indestructibility. He eventually made up his mind. It was time for him to leave. After all, he had protected Yin Yang Zen Gate long enough. The descendants had their own path and fate. He chose to follow the path of the immortal emperors and the Tao Lords. It was time for him to leave and be free to his own desires. He couldn't keep on being the sect's guardian. Otherwise, declination would be inevitable. Ancestor that Li Chia. The ancestor in charge of guarding the coffin quietly said. Silence. The sovereign shouted with unquestionable authority. Never bring this up again. It is a forbidden matter that might result in total destruction. My mistake. The ancestor's legs became weak as he dropped to the ground and apologized. It is time for me to go. I leave Yin Yang Zen Gate to you all. The sovereign added. Oh. The ancestor became startled and said, Ancestor, where are you going? The ends of the world or wherever I want to. The sovereign had an unprecedented sense of freedom after making this choice. Ancestor, if you leave, what is the sect going to do? The ancestor was scared out of his mind. The sect has always been under his protection. This allowed them to be confident, rising above all obstacles and defeating their foes. They have their own fate. No need for me to worry. The sovereign casually responded, no longer caring about the sect and future generations. 1. Normally, the adjective before the noun, gate, doesn't matter. This time around, since the author specifically made this distinction, I'll be changing the new Yin Yang Gate to Yin Yang Zen Gate. 2 reasons behind omitting Zen. First, brevity and an assumption of triviality. Second, it was hard to translate correctly without context at first. The character has the following meanings: meditation, booth. Zen, Diana. Meditation can't be used since it would be a guess without context and it's too long. Diana is better but would also be a guess. Zen is neutral enough, so this should have been the pick. I just thought that it wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things like the majority of names. Chapter 35:35. Ancestor, the young ancestor prostrated and begged. Please reconsider for the sake of the sect. He then smashed his head onto the ground, aware of the great blow to the sect in the absence of their sovereign. No need to say more, I have made up my mind. The sovereign waved his hand. If one day, Yin Yang Zen Gate is in danger, the ancestor knew that further persuasion was futile, only hoping that his ancestor would care about old ties. Invite troubles? Deal with them. The sovereign flatly said. But, what if the sect goes down? The ancestor didn't expect this answer. So be it. The sovereign had made up his mind and said, countless sects have gone down in history. What's one more? Ancestor. The ancestor shouted, but the sovereign was already walking out toward an unknown destination. From then on, no one ever saw Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yen again. Li Qie looked down at Ancestral City from a high pavilion reaching the clouds. Everything else seemed tiny like insects. He didn't say a thing while Dragon King Commander and the others remained quiet. After a while, he sat down with a natural expression, staring at the group. Years went by in the blink of an eye, but I still remember everything clearly. The commander sobbed. He used to be the four-eyed basilisk back then and enjoyed his youth, one worthy of remembrance. Today, he stood at the top and looked back at the past. It would never come back. Indeed. I remember how you ran for your life while being chased by your sister. Li Qie chuckled. Please don't make fun of me. I only cared about playing around then and didn't sympathize with her good intention. The basilisk smiled and felt warmth. It's a shame she's no longer here. Venerable Basilisk was also a top genius in that era. She lived quite long and left her clan to start Dragon Phoenix Valley. Alas, her power wasn't enough to withstand the withering of time. I wouldn't mind being chased around by her right now. The basilisk's expression became sad. He had experienced numerous years and goodbyes. However, this particular memory still overwhelmed him with emotions. That's time, there's no going back after it passed. Li Qie said. The basilisk nodded and took a deep breath. He stared at Li Qie and said, Look at how old I am now compared to you, boss. I'm always 18. Li Qie chuckled. I also want to be 18 every year, but I don't have your Dao heart. That's the difference between us. The basilisk said. Of course, old here wasn't about physical appearance. At their power level, they could always reshape their body at any moment. However, his Dao heart was the thing that was old in this case. I've been growing bored recently. The Grand Dao is too long and lonely. Maybe resting in peace is better. On the other hand, you're still moving forward in a heroic fashion. That's why we can't compare to you. Our Dao heart probably would shatter if we experience the same things as you. He went on to say, I'll always be invincible regardless of the long path. Li Qie said, There must always be a pursuit in life. A fish still wants to turn over. An insect still wants to bare its fangs at the high heaven. That's what I want to do. Your pursuit is beyond my imagination. If you're a fish or an insect, then everyone else in the world is inferior to these things. The basilisk said. Li Qie only smiled and didn't respond. Shi Qingjian and Yi Lingyao didn't join the conversation since they haven't reached the right level yet. Your clan's girl is not bad. Li Qie glanced at Yi Lingyao and smiled. Not too stupid. The basilisk said. She was scared by you and immediately reported it to me. In the beginning, I thought someone had the audacity to pretend to be you. Yi Lingyao smiled wryly, recalling the first meeting with Li Qie. That was truly a frightening experience. She found him to be too arrogant and careless. It was a good thing that she didn't try anything disrespectful because not even her ancestor would be able to save her. Good talents, same with her bloodline, boundless potential. Li Qie nodded approvingly. What are you waiting for? Thank boss for praising you. The basilisk had a happy expression and told Yaoling. She came forward and bowed towards Li Qie. Your next line is, please grant your junior a fortune? Li Qie glanced at the basilisk. Haha boss, you're the lord of the world. Bestowing one fortune or two isn't a problem. Plus, you're always generous to smart juniors. The basilisk laughed. Very well. Your bloodline is special enough. I have a phoenix art here. Perfect for this occasion. Li Qie smiled and said, a divine gift. The basilisk was excited for his junior and said, peerless indeed, thank boss again. Thank you, young master. Yi Yaoling got on her knees, as moved as can be. Being taught by her ancestor was already incredible enough. In reality, very few members in the clan have been this lucky for millions of years. Today, she got something even greater. A gift from an existence treated with reverence by her ancestor. This would exceed anything else. Once she stood up, Li Qie raised his finger and metallic clanks could be heard. A Dao Law emerged along with a phoenix screech. A light flashed once before disappearing. This Dao Law has entered her mind. Numerous runes and characters appeared within. Poof! A phoenix true flame oozed from her body. She became ecstatic but didn't forget to bow again. This supreme art was enough. She didn't need anything more in life. Xueqi was envious but didn't dare to ask Li Qie. Since you have followed me recently, I do have something to give you. This is a garment made from phoenix feathers. Li Qie noticed this and said. He took out a garment burning with phoenix flames. Hymns and visual phenomena of other birds bowing to a phoenix manifested. Li Qie personally created this garment after obtaining the feathers. Thank you, young master. The emotional Xueqi continuously kowtowed after seeing the present. Li Qie sat there and accepted the gesture while glancing towards the horizon. You want to leave already, boss? The basilisk said. He spent enough time with Li Qie back then to understand his expressions. I'll be taking a look at the abandoned land. Have to figure it out. Li Qie nodded. That place used to be the Buddhist ground. It's all ashes now. Too many things happened and the world shattered. I didn't pay enough attention to see what happened. I came to take a look later, but that place was bizarre and inscrutable. The basilisk said. A few things will always surprise. Li Qie smiled. Heaven is omnipotent, or so they say. However, in this case, the villainous heaven couldn't get everything right. When will you ascend, boss? The basilisk pondered for a bit before asking. Chapter 35-36. Ascension was a serious topic, or at least this was the case for juniors like Xueqi and Yi Yaoling right now. In fact, they were very curious about it. For millions of years, Tao lords after finishing their cultivation would go up to the sky and disappear. The question for regular cultivators became, what kind of world was up there? Unfortunately, the answer eluded them because Tao lords never came back again or sent down messages. That's why they could only speculate. No rush. Li Qie smiled and told the basilisk. I'll do it when the time is right. The basilisk didn't know when the time was right. However, he was sure that he would be able to witness another incredible ascension from Li Qie, the second one as far as he knows. He hesitated for a moment before sighing with envy. Ascension is the lifelong pursuit of many. This was the reason why people wanted to become a Tao lord. It was so that they could see the legendary world above. Unfortunately, those who weren't Tao lords would find going up there prohibitively difficult. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Space Dragon Emperor made it up there. It's not impossible for you to go up there. Li Qie smiled. Boss, you want to take me up there? The basilisk became happy and hurriedly responded. Its eyes brightened with eagerness. During Li Qie's coronation, he didn't go up alone but also brought thousands of people with him. This became one of the greatest legends in the 9 worlds. No one has ever been able to surpass this. The crux of the issue is that you don't want to go up. If you did, you wouldn't be waiting till today. Li Qie said. The basilisk opened his mouth but decided to reflect on this quietly. Back then, his cultivation was weak. Even if Li Qie had allowed him entry, he wouldn't have chosen to go up because he would only be holding Li Qie back. Today, he was a supreme ancestor. It was no problem going up there. Alas, actually doing it made him hesitate. Looks like you can't go. Li Qie could read his mind. Maybe I'm too old now, can't deal with the trouble, or my heart is too soft. There are too many things to worry about. The basilisk shook his head. It was perfectly fine to ascend with Li Qie's protection, but what about his race and descendants? Their race and Dragon Phoenix Valley would lose a strong backing. I've promised Big Sis to take care of them. Looks like I can't go. He let out a bitter smile. Venerable Basilisk was even more talented than him. She eventually became the matriarch of the valley but ended up dying before him. During her last moments, she told him to protect the valley. That's why no one dared to do anything to the valley in the past. Let the children carve out their own path. Otherwise, they'll be your shackles and chains. Li Qie said. I understand. The basilisk said. I suppose I only said it so easily because I knew I wouldn't go. He was similar to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang in this regard. They were their sex protector, but to put it in a different perspective, they were prisoners. Rise and fall are normal and inevitable. Nothing lasts forever, the same with sections. If your descendants are incapable, just leave them alone. Each person will live differently. Li Qie smiled. For old people like us, Maybe dying is the best result. We come into this world without worries and will leave without any as well. The basilisk reflected. He suddenly thought that his sister's death might be a good end for her. She no longer needed to worry about their race and descendants. As one grows older, they'll usually become more emotionless. Xueqi said. What about you? Can you let go? The basilisk said. I have never been shackled or stopped for anyone. The Tao path is still ahead and I'll keep walking forward. Xueqi shook his head. True, I lack this mentality. That's why you're the boss. The basilisk fell into silence for a bit before speaking. No need to force it. Do what you wish. Xueqi said. The basilisk knew that on the path of the Tao, a single thought could change one's fate and their sex fate. The two of them chatted for a bit while the two girls politely listened. Princess showed up once. The basilisk eventually brought this up. Numerous shocking things have happened in Xueqi's absence, but the basilisk didn't talk about them. However, this made him put on a serious expression. The girls became curious due to their ancestor's appearance. Who was this princess? I know, sounds about right. Xueqi stared at the horizon. His mind drifted back into the past. She brought someone with her. Very few knew about this. The basilisk added. A helper is necessary indeed. Xueqi eventually responded. The basilisk knew that in order to be chosen, this helper was extremely capable and worthy of trust. Are you not worried at all, boss? However, he found Xueqi's aloof expression surprising. Why should I? A child can't be a dog with a tiger for a father. Plus, there's nothing they can't do in 8 decimalaces. Xueqi chuckled. You're right, boss, I worried for nothing. The basilisk put on a smile after realizing this. Xueqi was right not to worry. Plus, the princess was there too. Nothing in 8 decimalaces could trouble them. To put it bluntly, one word from her alone would summon numerous supreme masters to protect them. Xueqi's prestige and supremacy as the Dark Crow remained in 8 decimalaces. His invisible hand was still here to grasp the world. The burial grounds are gone now. The basilisk reported. Right, now that's a surprising matter. Even the heaven can't control everything perfectly. Xueqi said softly. What is your opinion on this? The basilisk said. During the Great Disaster, the top masters and sects only worried about their own survival. They had no time to care about other matters. A long time after the event, they found that certain things have vanished into thin air. Chapter 35-37. No opinion, I'll just sweep through whoever stands in my path and reach the end in due time. Xueqi answered. The basilisk smiled wryly. This was indeed the proper answer from someone like Xueqi. So wise, boss. It looks like I've grown cowardly too. The basilisk said. During his youth, he didn't fear anything and always acted arrogantly. Now, he was so many times stronger, but his action became prudent, no longer as impetuous as before. After all, he had nothing to think about before. Now, he shouldered the well-being of his clan. Thousands and thousands of lives depended on him, so he had to act carefully. It's not necessarily a bad thing, just a different perspective. Xueqi smiled and said. He could sympathize from his own experience. Boss, may I go with you to the abandoned land? I might not be of much help, but I can still run errands or make you tea. You need someone to serve you when going out. The basilisk said. Despite being one of the top existences in the north, the basilisk knew that his cultivation wasn't enough to enter Xueqi's eyes. He wasn't that useful and could only be an errand boy. No, just stay home. As you said, you're old and it's time to relax. Your clan might be your shackles, but being there will still make you happy. Enjoy having the little ones run around or rest on your knees. Xueqi shook his head. Of course, the basilisk didn't mind. He has accomplished many things in his life and reached the top of the Grand Tao. His branch was populous and capable. He had no regrets in life outside of not being as untethered as Xueqi. I do envy you, boss, always able to move ahead. He said. The path is endless. One shoulders more than people can imagine. Xueqi said. True, my Tao heart can't make it that far since I'll falter eventually. He didn't find it shameful to admit this. There have been plenty of geniuses, immortal emperors, and Tao lords in history. However, only Xueqi reached this level. Okay, this is a rare opportunity. Feel free to ask His Excellency any question regarding cultivation. Ancestors or whatever's teachings can't beat a few words from His Excellency. The basilisk eventually bought another chance for the girls. Li Qie didn't refuse out of consideration for the basilisk. It was all right to give the juniors a better chance too. The two girls exchanged glances. Yi Lingyao was the first to speak. Your Excellency, you cultivate the 7 laws of the Golden Age and still have immense power despite only being a violet marquis. What is the mystery behind this? This has nothing to do with the 7 laws. The basilisk answered instead while shaking his head. Any merit law, even the most basic one, will be extremely powerful when utilized by His Excellency. He has exceeded the boundary of techniques. You're half right. Li Qie smiled. It's true that I can exert any technique to its fullest potential. However, the 7 laws are unique. They're simply misunderstood by others. So the 7 laws are actually strong? Shi Qingjian was interested in this topic as well. The 7 laws when used by Li Qie could suppress anything else, virtually invincible. However, she thought that might be because of the user. That depends on what you're talking about. Li Qie said. Are you referring to the 7 laws passed around the world or the real ones? The problem has to be related to that brat, blessed. There's something off here. The basilisk joined in. The duck egg buyer and pure sun Dao Lord have learned the 7 too. It's just that these laws changed after the brat. He rubbed his chin, not directly calling foul play. It's just that he thought that there was more than meets the eyes here. Didn't the world benefit after learning the explanation of Blessed Dao Lord? Yi Lingyao said. The 7 were known as laws of the blessed as well. They existed long ago and didn't have the current names. The old names weren't part of the record. In the past, people had a hard time cultivating with varying methods. Cultivation was far from its prosperous self today. This changed with the appearance of Blessed Dao Lord. After proving his Dao, he established a sect named True Immortal and spread the 7 laws. He investigated the 7 and simplified them, then gave everyone his unique interpretations. Henceforth, people had an easier time cultivating. It was easy for mortals to start, so the era of cultivation began, hence the Golden Age moniker. The Dao Lord's contribution couldn't be refuted. It was a magnificent achievement. When future descendants talked about him, they thought that he was a great man despite not being the strongest. The next era became known as Myriad Dao. Others also called it the Era of the Blessed due to his teachings. Other widely used names included Era of the 7 Laws and Era of Dao Doctrination. True Immortal sect propagated the 7 laws to every corner in 8 deciles during this era. Hard to say. The simplified 7 laws changed greatly afterward, no longer as pure as during the chaotic era. The basilisk answered. I remember my skepticism back then. However, the brat also stopped the unrest and chaos, allowing people to live in peace. Couldn't critique that. He was older than any Dao Lord since he was from the previous epoch. If he himself didn't question blessed, juniors like the 2 girls absolutely couldn't. During the late stage of the chaotic era, the wise sages worked hard with expeditions to the forbidden zones. Unfortunately, the stability didn't last long because the various races started to fight each other for domination. The flames of war ravaged 8 deciles once more. Rivers of blood were a common sight. Finally, Blessed Dao Lord flattened the chaos, and people could finally live in peace. They then cultivated the 7 laws, and this heralded the next era. Future descendants would always talk about Dao Lords, but few dared to curse the meritorious Blessed Dao Lord. Most had nothing but respect when talking about him. Only someone at the level of Dragon King Commander was qualified to question him. These matters have dispersed like smoke. Li Qie said. Whether it be sincerity or ulterior motive, it doesn't matter anymore. He had a good idea about the 7 laws but didn't care too much. Rumor has it that the brat talked about being enlightened by an immortal. I actually thought he was talking about you. The basilisk glanced over at Li Qie. 1. Pure Sun Dao Lord was pure young in one chapter. Changed to Pure Sun to match an earlier word 2. So Blessed was another hard title to translate. I'm not sure if you guys remember the TL note for the first chapter, but it seems like we got it right. Chapter 35-38. At this point, not just the basilisk but even the 2 girls stared at Li Qie. There were plenty of legends about Blessed Dao Lord. One of them told a story about his youth and his Tao search. He came across an immortal and was taught by this great being. It made the Tao Lord's background and stories even more mystical. Some believed that he was only an ordinary youth before meeting this immortal. They went on to say that the 7 modified laws were passed down to him by the immortal. This made it easier for everyone else to cultivate. It's not me. Li Qie shook his head. The basilisk knew that it wasn't Li Qie after hearing this. He rubbed his chin and said, "A bit interesting. It's as if they're trying to be mysterious. Hey, true immortal? They don't exist here." Others might not wonder about this so-called true immortal. However, the basilisk has been around Li Qie in the past. Li Qie had brought this up and he completely trusted Li Qie, hence his skepticism. There were 2 possibilities in his mind previously. That it was either Li Qie or the guy was a fake. Of course, he has never seen this person before and didn't know the location of the meeting between Blessed and this person. On the other hand, the majority of future generations believed it. Blessed Tao Lord went on to create a sect and named it True Immortal. I wouldn't mind a meeting if there's a chance. Li Qie smiled. His expression made the basilisk's heart skip a beat. If Blessed was telling the truth, then Li Qie would eventually meet this True Immortal. It wouldn't be a pretty meeting for the immortal. I wonder if it's on purpose. The basilisk had bold speculations because things seem to change too much due to the changes of the 7 laws. The future generations haven't seen the real ones, but he did. Thus, he was aware of the disparity. He didn't dare to say that there was a nefarious plan behind this because cultivation certainly prospered afterward. It became easy for everyone to start training. As time went on, the 7 laws were abandoned for other forms of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation path started to diverge after the era of Blessed Tao Lord. They became more distant from the original Tao start. He wasn't at the level where he had a good grasp of the myriad Tao. However, he could still tell that there were minute changes. It wasn't as connected as before. In a sense, the ease of cultivation with the 7 actually lowered its floor and power. Cultivators picked private merit laws instead. They began hiding these secrets and cultivation became segmented. He had no comment on this particular direction. There was only one thing he was sure of, that the power of the Grand Tao weakened as a result. Of course, he never said any of this publicly. He was a man of status now and needed to be responsible with his words. Anything is possible. Li Qie didn't care for this and nonchalantly said, "People can make their own choices. There are pros and cons." "And you, boss?" the basilisk asked. "I serve as a spark for this world." Li Qie said, "However, this present can extinguish in the wind and rain. It requires fuel and future generations need to handle the supply." "I understand." The basilisk nodded. "Your Excellency, is it possible for me to cultivate the 7 laws?" Xueqi eventually took a deep breath and asked seriously. Li Qie glanced at her and chuckled. "You want to start over? It requires immense courage and determination. The Grand Tao isn't easy and your expectations won't always be met." Xueqi was powerful enough already. Starting over meant paying a great price. Moreover, this path was full of unknowns. She glanced over at Yi Lingyao before answering. "I want to experiment. Let's see if it's the right one." Li Qie smiled. Li Qie began instructing the 2 girls in a brief session. He was able to easily explain profound issues. The 2 girls became immersed in the lesson. He didn't stay for long afterward and departed for the abandoned land. He didn't have thousands of disciples for the departure ceremony. Only a top ancestor like Dragon King Commander. This was more than enough. The city became silent and everyone made way from him on the street. The crowd stood with their head lowered, not daring to breathe loudly. Some didn't have the courage to look straight at him. Knees also buckled and they dropped to the ground. He still looked as ordinary as ever. The commander didn't exude his aura either. Nonetheless, fear still permeated the atmosphere. People only stopped being nervous after he was long gone. They stared in his direction and saw that he was heading to the deep south of northern West King. It was a barren land filled with golden sand. One couldn't see the end of it. "Go back, can't go with me forever." Li Qie smiled at the basilisk. "Boss." The basilisk got on his knees and said, "I think this will be our last meeting. My old bones will turn into dust soon enough and won't be able to pay respect anymore." He performed a full kowtow right afterward. Tears streamed down his cheeks. It wasn't easy for people from his generation to live till now, let alone meeting someone else. He believed that meeting Li Qie again now was a miracle. There wouldn't be a second one because he wouldn't be able to live for that long. Plus, he didn't need to live for that long. When Li Qie returned once more, he would be nothing more than dirt underground. Take care. Li Qie sighed. His hardened heart felt some emotion once again. May you have fortune and peace. May you never stop on your path. Your Excellency. He bowed again. Yi Lingyao and Shi Qingjian standing in the back also prostrated. Goodbye, my old friend. Li Qie helped the basilisk up. Goodbye, Your Excellency. More tears streamed down the basilisk's cheeks. Li Qie smiled and turned around. He headed towards the Yellow Land without looking back. Chapter 35-39. The dried atmosphere made people parched, wanting to leave this place. A terrible heat must have ravaged this area, turning everything into sand. It was impossible to stay here for long. The moment one set foot in this place, it would feel as if they were walking into the gates of hell. This place didn't used to be known as the Abandoned Land. Those in 8 Desolaces didn't know of its glory days. It was still famous because it separated the south and north of West King. Normally, the two sides had no contact due to the distance. Crossing this land was exceedingly hard for any person. Only a Dao Lord could do so. Someone like Demon King Commander didn't want to try because the trip would take too much effort. Using a portal was rare as well. Some powers certainly had the ability to do so, but it required an exorbitant number of Chaos Stones. No one wanted to do this. Thus, only a big event or the activation of a Dao Lord would connect the two sides of West King. The size of this abandoned land remained unknown, only that it served as a separating distinction. The actual conditions inside were a mystery as well. Dao Lords and Supreme Ancestors have entered but rarely talked about it. The most they would say to their juniors was to not go there. Of course, many didn't listen to these seniors and still gave it a shot. They were confident and prideful, the rulers of their domain. Thus, an adventure to this place should be just fine. Unfortunately, they never returned after going in. These disappearances added to the legends. Some stated that there were ferocious fiends or the land itself was perilous. Others said that there were treasures from the older epochs waiting for the fateful ones. The Dao Lords and top masters didn't say anything about these rumors. They only warned their juniors to not enter this dangerous place. This wasn't enough to deter future generations. Otherwise, why did Dao Lords such as Blessed and Buddha travel there? In fact, all of the Dao Lords from Buddha Holy Ground have traveled there. Buddha, Dhyana, and Vajra. This garnered more attention to the land and the belief of old treasures became widely believed. One thing was quite strange. The land was considered dangerous by the top existences and people didn't leave after going in. However, it wasn't considered one of the 7 forbidden zones. This meant that it still wasn't as dangerous as the 7. At first, travelers would only sense the scorching dryness. However, as they delved deeper, they would feel a mysterious power seemingly summoning them. This affected all travelers, no exception. It was as if there was a gentle hand in front waving at them. Peace and warmth awaited. People couldn't help moving forward. Li Qie sensed it from the very start. With the first step, it seemed to be illusory, shifting in and out of existence like feelers trying to explore and scout. As one moved deeper into the land, they would get closer and completely wrapped around the person. Once the traveler figured it out, they would already be wrapped like a cocoon. Escaping was futile. Li Qie had a smile on and didn't mind the intrusion during his path. The layers of this power wrapped around him didn't affect him in the slightest due to the power of his Dao heart. They were as feeble as spiderwebs before a giant. While standing outside, people had the impression that this land was endless with nothing but emptiness and sand. This wasn't the case. If they got far enough, the sand completely disappeared. The ground wasn't dead any longer and became pleasant like a beach. Li Qie saw flashing lights of the Buddhist affinity, seemingly emanating from the soil. The mysterious power at the start was dense and powerful, making others feel close to it. Now, with the flashing lights, one would feel as if there was a Buddha on the horizon chanting supreme mantras. He was the one waving, wanting to lead travelers towards a kingdom of salvation. This was awfully tempting and virtually impossible to escape, akin to a bug trapped in a spider's webs. The more it struggled to break free, the tighter the bind. The lights also didn't affect Li Qie. Just think about it. He was someone who could turn into a Buddha with a single thought. How could this affinity tempt him at all? As he got farther, he started seeing some corpses from various eras. The newest ones were only several years old. The old has been here for millions of years. They were dried now but still had vivid expressions. All of them had the same pose too, sitting like a meditating monk. All of them stared in the same direction. Deeper into this land. It appeared that the summoning force was still calling them during their last moment. There was no pain and suffering on their face. No struggling either. This seemed to be a peaceful death. They went to the other side without any worries and unwillingness. Death seemed to be the gateway towards the Supreme Kingdom. This would naturally frighten any spectator. Li Qie moved on and saw shrines and temples. They were no longer as magnificent as before. The walls and sides were broken. Nonetheless, one could still imagine the original splendor of this place. It was definitely a holy kingdom of Buddhism. Chapter 35-40. The Buddhist lights became denser as he delved deeper into this land. After reaching a particular threshold, the light became a layer on the ground. It was as if a treasure bottle had broken and the Buddhist serum inside had spilled out. This golden serum looked quite magical. Moreover, the summoning force became stronger. The Supreme Buddha was virtually standing in front of him now for the enlightenment process. Others would suddenly want to join Buddhism. Fewer bodies were seen in this area. Judging by their appearance and clothes, these beings were far more powerful than the ones in the outer area. Monks' corpses could be seen now. They had a reverent expression and wore an old-styled robe. It was abundantly clear that they were from an older age. The ravage of time didn't destroy their body. They certainly didn't belong to this epoch. Their hands were still clasped together to form a mudra. It seemed that during their last moment, they continued to chant Buddhist mantras in an attempt to prove their belief to the heaven. There was a clear difference between these monks and the corpses outside given the various clues. The latter were outsiders, forced to come in and die by the summoning force. As for the monks, they were natives that have reached the height of Buddhism. They gave everything, their powerful Buddhist affinity and ultimate faith for this land. Buddhist funeral plateau. Li Qie sighed while looking at the monk. One of the 12 burial grounds, gone. Yes, it turned out that the so-called abandoned land was the Buddhist funeral plateau from the previous epoch. Though it was considered a burial ground, it was still a place of worship, a holy land in the mind of many. Alas, something happened during the Great Disaster unbeknown to outsiders. The place suffered destruction and numerous wise monks died. Remember, this area has survived an entire epoch and gathered the power of faith from trillions of living beings. This resulted in immense Buddhist affinity seeping into each inch of the land and every blade of grass. This affinity remained till the present day. Anyone who came here would be affected by this summoning call. The longer the stay, the stronger the calling. Eventually, they became prey to the affinity and were forced to stay here till death. They turned into part of the land, another brick for its foundation. This didn't apply to Li Qie, who still had a natural expression. During his previous visit to this place, even Di Shi couldn't affect his Tao heart, let alone this remnant affinity. He started seeing cracks and holes. Something seemed to have torn the ground apart. Truly a shocking scene. He looked up and noticed that even the sky vault was torn apart with numerous jaw-like black holes meant for devouring. Further up were stars that have been dragged down or were completely broken. One was split in two. Another tough one had a hole from one side to the other. Another star made of ice became reduced to continental masses of glaciers. The sun itself seemed tilted and its flames ravaged this area, heralding an apocalypse. Old shrines and temples were still floating in the air despite being damaged beyond repair. Nonetheless, they still exuded Buddhist affinity. Some had wise monks sitting in the meditative pose. Of course, they were already dead. The destruction took one back to the monstrous event of the Great Disaster. All living beings wailed in lamentation. If someone from the Nine Worlds epoch were to see this, they would be left aghast. Buddhist funeral plateau, one of the 12, was definitely among the strongest domains. Even an immortal emperor couldn't touch it. Alas, the entire place was finished now. Its old prosperity was no more. The great Buddhist lords and their followers have disappeared. No one could come up with a good explanation for this result. Di Shi. What happened? Li Qie murmured. Few had a better grasp on the true might of Buddhist funeral plateau than him. It has existed for countless years, always refining Buddhist power and faith. Moreover, it had someone like Di Shi as well. In addition, one of the 9 heavenly treasures was here. Myriad Thoughts Pot. Li Qie marched silently onward and saw untold destruction, enough to frighten the most courageous men. He didn't support Di Shi's actions back in the previous epoch. He believed that this path wasn't possible, but it could still be considered a worthwhile experiment. Numerous supreme overlords have tried things like this in the past. No one could be sure of the result. However, they haven't even embarked on the journey and already faced destruction. Thousands of possibilities popped up in Li Qie's mind, but he didn't come to a conclusion. He eventually reached the deepest area of this forsaken place, the core of the plateau. It contained the power of faith and Buddhist affinity. These two things manifested into a supreme ocean of Buddhism. The ocean had shattered. Its light leaked onto the fragmented ground like a golden serum. After more time, perhaps golden lotus flowers could bloom from the serum. This place would be considered a holy ground once more. Above was a large black hole with cracks emanating from it. The Buddhist serum was oozing through all of these cracks. Li Qie carefully observed the scene. It could have been a shocking battle or a plundering contest. Something tore apart the sky and dragged up everything. It must have been a destructive process. Other cultivators were nothing more than ants. He squatted down and touched the soil, trying to sense this broken land for a full scout. Myriad Thoughts Pot. He frowned because this treasure wasn't here any longer. The plateau should have been untouchable with this pot, but they have lost. Chapter 35-41. Was the pot taken away by the invaders or by the plateau? No one had an answer to this. Li Qie focused his eyes, seemingly piercing through time back to this event. What's the intent? He murmured. After his observation, he found that the plateau wasn't fully destroyed. After all, it was massive and the broken area was only one part of it. For example, perhaps this core location was still perfectly fine. Thus, in reality, perhaps the plateau was still around. After all, Di Shi, the Buddhist lord, Nihility Temple, Nalanda Temple. None stuck around. Di Shi, this is an all-out attempt? Li Qie said. He stood there quietly. The unique burial grounds of the 9 worlds have lost 2 members, Drystone Courtyard and Buddhist Funeral Plateau. However, the 2 cases were different. Drystone Courtyard was suddenly dragged away without any warning. In this case, Di Shi made his move, resulting in a destructive event. This force had immense power since they also had the Myriad Thoughts Pot. There must have been a great battle here. It was hard to tell whether the plateau was still around or not. His eyes eventually flashed during the observation. He came to a particular void zone. This was a scar on the sky that has lasted for millions of years. It was special, unlike the other cracks. The others poured down Buddhist serum while this one had the presence of death energy. This gray affinity didn't belong to this world. It should be from a world of death. He touched it and smoke came out of his hand. This was a power capable of corroding the flesh of top cultivation masters. They would be reduced to skeletons in no time at all. He dragged some out and didn't mind the corrosive nature. He found it to be very familiar and started peering through the crack for a long time. What a method! Li Qie sneered and said, "The fox has shown its tail, just wait. Instead of picking the right path, you choose to antagonize me. How suicidal." This sneer of his was awfully cold, capable of freezing the ages. The gods and devils would be trembling while prostrating. His expression became normal again. No one could read his thoughts right now. He moved on to check the other cracks, taking his time. One particular hole made him stop because of the surging light within. However, the hole was too deep. Even a heavenly gaze couldn't see the bottom, as if this was an entrance to hell. He turned towards another location with a corpse. This corpse was bent with a large golden chain coiled around the shoulder. The man was trying to pull something up when he was alive. The other end of the chain was inside the peculiar hole. Li Qie activated his gaze and saw that it was tied to a large temple. This person tried everything possible to pull the temple out of the hole. Unfortunately, his efforts were unrewarded. He wore a gilded kasaya and was a Vajra. This was millions and millions of years ago, yet his posture remained the same. It seemed that even death couldn't stop him from trying to pull the temple out. Around him were flowers. They were still as fresh as ever, as if they had been brought here yesterday. Thus, this meant that across the long years, many have come to pay their respect. Vedas. Li Jie frowned again. This person could be considered an old acquaintance. He used to be a heinous villain before repenting and joining Buddhism. Li Jie had killed his entire race. Vedas was the sole survivor. He didn't expect to see the guy here today. He sighed after seeing Veda's heroic and commendable attempt. Nothing will change the fact that you have committed heinous crimes. Your attempt to be good does not cancel out your evil. Li Jie stared at the corpse and said, "However, you stayed true to your words and became a devout Buddhist with a heart wanting to be good." Buzz. Li Jie gently waved his hand and light illuminated the corpse. Boom! Buddhist radiance suddenly erupted from the corpse. It became gigantic and seemingly came back to life. Clank! 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 It grasped the chain tightly and started moving forward. Each step left behind a deep footprint as the temple was being slowly pulled up. The chains on the shoulder could crush the corpse to pieces from the pressure. Nonetheless, it still didn't give up. Boom! The temple was finally dragged out. The corpse then sat on the ground and became normal again. Amitabha. The corpse placed its palms together and chanted one last time before closing its eyes. Buzz! It turned into Buddhist particles and scattered to the wind. Its obsession was finally gone. People would think that this was just an illusion if it wasn't for the temple next to the hole. Earlier, the corpse still had obsessive intent left, so Li Jie decided to give it some power. The intent woke up and was strong enough to fulfill its desire and mission. Thus, it dispersed along with the Vajra's body. From now on, the heinous villain and the devout Buddhist were no more. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Jie said softly. This was also the case for the area. It was no longer the holy land of Buddhism nor the dreadful burial ground. The future descendants would no longer know the stories of Buddhist funeral plateau. 1. Chapter 1038. Chapter 3542. Few people managed to get out of the abandoned land, let alone crossing through the entire thing. Thus, the sheer scale of this area eluded regular people. However, this just didn't apply to Li Jie. Of course, he didn't travel so far to find a treasure or to have an adventure. The goal was to find an answer to certain questions. He had a good idea after seeing the broken world. Though it didn't solve all the mysteries, it was good enough. Thus, his next target became the southern region of West King. If one could actually travel through the abandoned land, they would make it to the southern border. Of course, only Tao lords and a few supreme ancestors were capable of this. The outer region of the abandoned land consisted of sand and heat. People's mouth became dry and they couldn't help licking their lips. The sun was cruel in this desolate desert. The birds and fish all hid from the scorching temperature. One could occasionally see some vegetation like a leaf or two, but they were already on the verge of withering. One person eventually appeared, walking through the sand with a leisure expression. Though his robe has been dirted and the wind made his hair disorderly, he still sauntered forward. The traveler was none other than Li Jie, who has made it to the other side of West King. The perilous journey didn't affect him at all. Of course, he could have traveled through with one spatial leap, but he chose against it. He did a full scout of the abandoned land instead. He eventually climbed on top of an exceedingly high sand dune. He saw a broken wall with a tent on top. Inside was actually a vendor's stand. A little merchant was arranging his merchandise and ready to yell for customers. This was indeed a confusing matter. There was definitely no one close within a 10,000 miles radius. One would be hard-pressed to see another living soul once every 1,000 years here. In the case of a traveler, they would be flying in the air across this desert. Not to mention his own survival, how could he get any customer here? Customer, you're so early. Please, come in and rest for a bit. The merchant saw Li Jie and waved at him with a smile. Abnormality usually was a sign of trouble. Anyone would be cautious towards this merchant under these circumstances. Li Jie was an exception. He casually walked into the tent and sat down on a stool. The cruel sun was finally blocked, so this was a refreshing feeling. The merchant scooped a ladle full of cool water from a jar nearby and handed it to Li Jie. He said, "This weather is unbearable, please have a drink to quench your thirst." No one would dare to drink this water out of suspicion, but Li Jie grabbed the ladle and drank the entire thing in no time at all. Nice and cold. Li Chia laughed and returned the ladle. Another then. The merchant got another scoop for Li Chia. The latter still fearlessly drank the whole thing before belching with satisfaction. He then lazily stretched after chasing the heat away. Do you want one more, customer? The merchant remained enthusiastic. Keep in mind that water could be considered priceless in a desert. However, this merchant didn't seem to mind at all. I'm full. Li Chia smiled and finally took a look at the merchant. The merchant was tall and sturdy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he looked a bit unsavory with a fierce-looking face and an exposed chest despite wearing a black robe. His beard was unkempt and resembled a hedgehog's quills. Thus, he looked more like a meat butcher instead of a merchant, looking greasy and hot-headed. Where are you from, customer? He revealed a smile towards Li Chia, one resembling the smile of a butcher before slaughtering his prey. From where I should. Li Chia didn't mind at all. Where are you going, customer? He seemed to be friendly, but this didn't change the innate creepiness in his smile. Where I should be. Li Chia replied, not showing any prejudice towards the merchant's brutish appearance. Sigh, it's not easy to traverse this devilish place. It's even more amazing when you're walking. It was as if the merchant hadn't seen a living person in a long time. He didn't try to advertise his merchandise and took advantage of this rare opportunity to chat. It's not too bad, the difficulty lies in one's Tao heart, not the sand and the heat. Li Chia responded. Well said. The merchant clapped approvingly and laughed. You sound like a scholar, the opposite of an uncouth person like me. I can't be as eloquent. Really now? So why is an uncouth person such as yourself here in this place where even the birds don't want to shit? It's not easy making a living here. Not easy? I'm starving to death. The merchant spat on the ground. Not a single customer year-round, so I can't even afford a cooked meal. Eat raw then. Li Chia said. Ba, you're funny, customer. I am a proper person who never kills. The merchant placed his palms together. His appearance would indicate that he was anything but proper. Moreover, he wanted to sound like a wise monk, yet due to his expression, it looked as if he was a demon disguising as a monk, on the verge of opening his bloody mouth. Li Chia only chuckled in response. Sigh, it's hard being in the city nowadays. City folks are vicious and greedy. If I'm not careful, I'll be a meal in someone's stomach. I might be starving here, but at least I'll survive. Chapter 35-43. The fierce merchant looking like a butcher had a pained expression as if he was a little girl that got bullied recently. Li Qi ignored him and looked outside. The scenery is especially nice. This statement was certainly incongruous due to the harsh environment. The sun here could drive people crazy. Right, peaceful and good for the soul, nothing to worry about. Strangely enough, the merchant agreed and nodded repeatedly. Who knows if the two of them actually thought that this perilous place was beautiful. A third party would certainly think that they were crazy. The scenery inside is even better. Li Chia said, completely aloof of the situation. Right, Buddhist serum gushing everywhere just like a heavenly kingdom. The merchant touched his sparse hair and said with a touch of yearning. It's a shame that I was born in the wrong era, unable to see the prosperous kingdom. Ba, how enviable. True, you could have been a wise monk just by putting on a kasaya given your bald head. Then you can go up the altar and start chanting mantras to save all living beings. Li Chia said. Customer, I consider this an insult. The merchant placed his palms together and said, even if I have the jebba on my forehead, I'll still be a terrible monk that eats meat and drinks, not a wise one at all. So what if you drink and eat meat? Li Chia stared at the horizon and said, even a heinous villain can become a Vajra. Ba, put down the blade and become a Buddha. The monk chanted while lowering his head. Unfortunately, I don't believe in that at all. Li Chia responded, those who deserve death should die, repentance and striving for good aren't enough. Customer, who do you think deserves death then? The merchant actually put on a dignified expression, a clear contrast to his brutish one prior. Whoever I deem so. Li Chia replied. Isn't that tyrannical? The merchant pondered for a bit. Perhaps only the high heaven can judge. It's not our responsibility. The high heaven is the high heaven. Nothing to do with me. I will kill whoever I believe deserves to die, the high heaven included. Li Chia said. The merchant became startled. Those who understood the underlying meaning of this phrase would feel the same way and considered this as sacrilegious. The merchant didn't refute the statement and carefully pondered. I can't say I understand. I'm just a vulgar merchant. He eventually shook his head and said helplessly. Vulgar or not, I know that you're a cautious and prepared person, no? Xueqi smirked, seemingly implicating something. Ah, the merchant said. No way, there's no point in being cautious at this tiny shop. Nothing is worth a single coin here. Xueqi didn't bother responding, but the merchant maintained a distance from him. He seemed to be thirsty and drank more water. Do you think there are ghosts to the south? Xueqi suddenly changed the topic. The merchant paused for a bit before swallowing the water. He got his fill, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve after a loud belch. I've never seen ghosts before, but the south is indeed a little strange. Some unknown creatures have crawled out. So you have done some research? Xueqi stared straight at him. Nothing grand like that. The merchant waved his hand and humbly said, I'm just trying to stay alive, that's more than enough for me. But the sages of Buddha Holy Ground might not share the same thought. Xueqi suddenly brought this up. The merchant's expression became frozen. He eventually shook his head and sighed. Future descendants can't understand the goals of the sages. Speculations are merely in vain. Xueqi chuckled and dropped the topic. Customer, you're heading south? The merchant asked. Indeed. Xueqi looked in that direction. It seemed as if he was already looking at it. It's not that easy to get there. May I ask for what reason? The merchant said. To end a few things. Xueqi casually responded. The two remained vague, as if there was no need for words. Their manners and expressions said it all. What about you? Xueqi glanced at the merchant. Just trying to make some money for food. It's not that easy nowadays. Start early and come home late at night. Afraid of meeting ill-intended people on the way. I'll lose everything if I'm not careful. The merchant said. There are many transactions. Xueqi smiled and said. For the high heaven, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are nothing more than merchandise on the counter. Someone as brutish like me can't understand what you're trying to say. The merchant smiled wryly. Fine, since you have prepared a stand, take out a few items. I'll see if I want them. Xueqi said. Oh, I almost forgot. The merchant slapped his head and said. Look, I'm so absent-minded now. It's been a long time since I had a conversation with someone. He didn't have that many things, only enough to fill a cloth bag. He placed them on the stand in a careless manner, virtually just tossing them up there. How about this bronze thurible? He held up the thurible. It was exquisitely made with some viridity on the edges, looking a bit old. I found it from the Buddhist land. The moment I dug it up, golden spring and sacred lotus materialized. The smell of incense permeated along with Buddhist mantras. I'm confident that it is a priceless treasure. There are rumors about the abandoned land having things from the previous epoch. I'm sure this is one of them. The merchant swore. This is indeed from that previous era, but it's not a treasure, just a regular thurible. Xueqi took one glance and said. Then look at this one, supreme Buddhist beads from the Western Paradise. The merchant immediately picked something else. The beads were carved from wood. Each had the image of a Buddha with different expressions. They had the smell of sandalwood, seemingly being stored in a shrine for many years. I found it from the capital city, the heirloom of a great clan. It originated from Heavenly Dragon Temple. It was blessed by high monks for millions of years, capable of eliminating evil. The merchant bragged about the Buddhist beads. It's fake. Just an imitation. Xueqi said dismissively. Imitation. Really? The monk became startled. Damn that bastard, actually tricking me with a fake. You messed with the wrong person. I'll flay you. I'll flay you good, the merchant shouted, looking to be in pain and resembling a meat butcher ready to kill someone in a maddening rage. However, he cursed for a bit before choosing another item. He put on a smile befitting that of a merchant again. He held a stone and introduced it to Xueqi. Customer, please look at this stone. It should be a meteor with a big origin. Back in the old era during the Great Disaster, the sky suddenly turned dark. Chapter 3544. The merchant enthusiastically introduced the meteoric stone in his hand, saying that it was unique in the world. Those not in the know would actually believe him. Their heart would start beating faster. Unfortunately, Li Qia's attention was on another item placed in the corner of the tent along with other old and broken items. What about that thing? Li Qia picked it up and asked the merchant. It was a simple ring made of bronze with only one engraving, the character Buddha. This type of writing was from an older era and wouldn't be recognized by most. It no longer had a metallic shine due to its age and a lack of polishing. It appeared worthless, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no one would pick it up after coming across it on the street. The merchant became tense after seeing this. His eyes shifted a bit as he laughed. "Customer, that's only a crappy ring not worth anything. That's why I didn't present it to you. You should take a look at something else." Li Qia casually put it on his finger, and it just happened to be a perfect fit. It seemed to be specifically made for Li Qia, quite pleasant to look at. The ring became a part of him. A glimmer flashed in the merchant's eyes. He put on a forced smile and said, "Are you sure you don't want to try something else? A broken ring like that doesn't suit your image." "No, I'm more than happy with it since it suits me. No need to pick anything else." Li Qia smiled. "Customer, you're a man of high status." The merchant's expression became bitter. "Wearing this ring is beneath you. Please, how about this prized bracelet? It can encompass and store anything in existence. The core is made from crimson divine stone and was refined using a supreme spatial art." He took out a bracelet with a blinding light, immediately illuminating the tent. Even a fool could tell that this was a priceless treasure, countless levels above the broken ring. The ring looked shabbier in comparison. The two weren't on the same plane of value. "Customer, what do you think? Since our meeting is fateful, I'll sell the bracelet to you at a big discount, okay? It is suitable for your status, unlike that broken ring." The merchant praised the bracelet. "It's not bad, definitely capable of taking in a realm." Li Qia glanced at it and said, "Right, take the bracelet and forget about the ring." The merchant laughed and tried to exchange the two. "Nah." Li Qia immediately refused. "The ring is crappy, but I believe it is connected with me by fate, so I want it. I don't care for other treasures." The merchant's expression became worse and worse. Anyone else would think that Li Qia was crazy for picking the ring over the bracelet. Even a blind person knew which to pick, so Li Qia's choice was inscrutable. "How much for this ring?" Li Qia smirked. "Well," the merchant rubbed his palms together, looking a bit awkward as if he didn't know how to price it. "You don't want to sell it?" Li Qia's half-smile scared the merchant. "Of course I do." The merchant closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "But keep in mind that this ring is my family's heirloom. My mother passed it down to me and wanted me to give it to my future wife. It's just that I still haven't found one yet despite my old age. If I were to lose the ring, Mother would destroy me." He complained while wearing a sad expression as if he was telling the truth. "Name the price." Li Qia pushed on. "The ring itself is nothing, but it has special significance." The merchant didn't know what the price should be. "In my opinion, it's not worth a single coin," Li Qia said. "But since you came all this way here to set up a stand, I'll be nice enough to give you one." He then tossed a coin towards the merchant. The merchant instinctively caught the coin and then stared at it, bewildered. He became speechless, unable to express his emotions and thoughts. Fine, even one coin is still money, at least I didn't lose everything." The merchant had no choice but to accept his fate. He carefully put away the coin as if it was an exorbitant sum. Li Qia smiled and ignored what had just transpired and the pain inflicted. "Customer, do you want to look at anything else? My treasures are from places all over the world. They're magical yet fairly priced." The merchant introduced other treasures. "Not good enough." Li Qia glanced at them and lacked interest. "Sigh, it's not easy doing small business recently. It's too hot here too. Just selling one or two items is enough to thank the heaven. It's impossible to take care of a family like this." The merchant couldn't do anything else and gave up. He started complaining and let everything out. "Just give up if you can't do it, stop complaining." Li Qia stabbed him instead of consoling. "I want to do that too, customer," the merchant said. "But that's easier said than done. I have the old and young to take care of, they're all crying for food, so I can't just quit." The merchant took advantage of having someone to speak with and complained his heart out regarding his family situation. "Then let me take care of your wife and kids," Li Qia smilingly joked. Anyone would become furious after hearing this disrespectful comment and might go even as far as taking out their weapon. However, the merchant seemed fine. He heartily laughed and said, "That's a good idea, really a good idea. Then customer, you can take care of my whole family then. I hope you'll be able to deal with the messes." These two strangers were saying some ridiculous things. The merchant actually handed his whole family over to Li Qie, who simply chuckled at the idea. "It's getting dark and it'll be dangerous. Customer, you should move on. Have another drink first for the journey so you won't be thirsty." The merchant looked up at the sky before handing another ladle filled with water. Li Qie drank the whole thing and left without saying another word. "Watch out for the jackals and wolves, especially the ones who wear yellow robes," the merchant shouted as he was leaving. Li Qie didn't answer and walked across the desert. If he were to look back, he would find that there was nothing near the broken wall. The tent and the merchant were nowhere to be found. Others would think that they have just met a ghost or that it was only a dream. However, Li Qie still had that bronze ring on his finger. Moreover, he didn't look back once, not caring at all about the meeting. 1. Jackals and wolves are idioms for evil people. Chapter 35-45. The abandoned land separated West King. In reality, the South was far larger than the North, far stronger as well. For millions of years, the South gave birth to plenty of talents. Its power and resources exceeded its northern counterpart. One must bring up Buddha Holy Ground first when talking about the South. It was the strongest lineage there with the vastest territory. Some research said that they owned 1/3 of the South, perhaps even more. During its golden age, it most likely possessed 2/3 of the South. From this one could easily gauge its might. According to some count, it had 4 Dao lords, 3,000 kingdoms, and 8,000 sections. There was a popular phrase in the South regarding the sect's size. Just one wrong step and one can find themselves in Buddha Holy Ground. Li Qie strolled forward without ever looking back. The dry and hot climate had no effect on him. He eventually made it out of the abandoned land and found a scene of green, rolling hills and a billowing presence of life. People couldn't help but take a deep breath after being in the desert for so long. The air filled with moisture made them greedily breathe in several more times. It became a contrast between a verdant land and a hellish inferno. The mountains and forests ahead belonged to Buddha Holy Ground. From now on, the land was under their jurisdiction stretching from north to south. Li Qie looked ahead and decided his path. He didn't care about the 3,000 kingdoms and 8,000 sects of this behemoth. It was nothing more than a path to him. After making it out of the lush forest, he found a straight road leading to a city. A carriage was waiting, made from regular timber instead of any extravagant material. It looked sturdy and practical. It was pulled by just one horse. It was relaxed, eating grass to the side of the street right now, seemingly waiting for something. An old man sat on the front. His clothes weren't expensive but carefully chosen and meticulously threaded, clearly done by a master. He closed his eyes to rest while still holding the reins. He also seemed to be waiting for someone. The place was rather quiet outside of chewing noises from the horse. Occasionally, one could hear the roars of beasts and birds chirping from the distance. This painted a tranquil scene. However, it was strange to see a carriage waiting in this remote region. There was no other road through the forest. After Li Qie got close, the old man immediately opened his eyes and stared at Li Qie. His appearance was actually quite impressive, clearly not one used to manual labor. Just his natural expression alone exuded a dignified authority. He seemed to have enjoyed a high status for a long period. This eventually accumulated in a special aura. Nonetheless, for some reason, the outfit and position of a carriage driver also fitted him perfectly. It was as if he was born for this position. He didn't pay much attention to Li Qie, but upon noticing the bronze ring, his brows furrowed. "Customer, do you need a carriage?" He straightened his back and asked Li Qie. His voice was slightly excited. "Sure," Li Qie answered with a half-smile. The old man immediately prepared by pulling back the horse. His actions were skilled, clearly experienced as if he had done so a million times. This was surprising due to his dignified appearance. "Where are you going, customer?" The old man put on the reins and asked Li Qie. "No rush, take your time." Li Qie posed with his hands behind his back, gazing towards the south in a calm manner. The old man slowed down with preparing the horse. Time suddenly came to a still. Lichia didn't move an inch while the old man worked without making a single sound, seemingly afraid of disturbing Lichia. This strange moment lasted for a while before the old man patted the horse. He smiled and told Lichia, "Customer, the horse is ready, we may go whenever." Lichia turned around and climbed up the carriage, not feeling awkward in the lightest. He sat down without looking at the old man once. Meanwhile, the old man also sat in the driver's position. He tidied his hat and held a horsewhip, looking just like a veteran. "Where to, customer?" The old man spoke. "Go south, to the end of the path," Lichia said. This destination was vague, causing people to feel like a monk trying to find his hair. The old man didn't ask twice and agreed. "So be it, southward. Please sit tight, customer." Boom! He smacked the whip on the horse without wasting any movement. It neighed and started pulling the carriage. The carriage traveled at a fair speed without any jolting or bumping. This was comfortable, akin to riding on a cloud. Lichia slept inside the carriage without worrying in the slightest. On the other hand, the old man couldn't help stealing glances at Lichia. The guy was really sleeping without being on guard, as if there was no point in doing so. This surprised the old man. There were two possibilities. Either a brat that was leaving home the first time or a true master not needing to exercise prudence. He didn't say anything and glanced at the bronze ring on Lichia's finger. His eyes moved slightly afterward. Anyone else would not care about this ring due to its conspicuous nature. However, he really wanted to take it off for a careful look. He simply refrained due to certain qualms. Reason eventually won and stopped him from doing so. Though he was curious, he didn't ask Lichia anything. He looked forward and focused his mind on controlling the carriage. This was his responsibility and duty. After a long time, Lichia woke up and asked, "Are we there?" "Customer, not yet but almost." The old man smiled. Lichia rubbed his eyes and said, "Someone told me before we started that the road is full of jackals and wolves. Be careful now." The old man responded, "This place is Buddha holy ground and it's bright out. If there happen to be jackals and wolves, they'll be chanting Buddhist scriptures." Chapter 35-46. Is that true? Lichia became interested and smiled. "Yes," the old man said, "Buddha holy ground is prosperous and peaceful. It flourishes and people don't even need to close their doors at night. There are no bandits and thieves." "I see," Lichia said. Vajra dynasty is in charge of the sacred ground. This has been the case for millions of years, ruled by generations of wise sages and Vajra Tao Lord. This is nothing short of a golden age. The old man took his time explaining the current situation of the holy ground for Lichia. He clearly had a high evaluation of the dynasty. Of course, he was also telling the truth. Buddha holy ground was a special entity, a lineage that has lasted for eras and was different from the others. Though the land was considered to be under Buddha holy ground's jurisdiction, it actually had very few disciples. The only power truly belonging to this lineage was Sacred Mountain. Its location remained unknown. The 3,000 kingdoms and 8,000 sects all believed in Buddhism. Their merit laws and ancestors were most likely from Buddha holy ground, so they could be considered side branches. They would also always listen to the holy ground's command. But overall, this was only a general outline and the title of the area. The actual lineage in charge, Sacred Mountain, didn't meddle in mundane matters nor cared about authority. Because of this, the other powers still needed a ruler in order to govern the vast territories. This ruler needed to represent the entire holy ground. In this generation, the one in charge was the Vajra dynasty. It didn't used to be called this in the past. Its previous name was Archaic Sun Kingdom or Archaic Sun Dynasty. This title eventually changed after Vajra Tao Lord. The connection added more prestige to their dynasty. The current king was capable and magnificent. His reign allowed the powers in the holy ground to have peace and prosperity. From what I know, the Vajra dynasty doesn't have much to do with Vajra Tao Lord. Lichia smiled and said, No, that's an unfair statement." The old man responded, "There is a deep connection between them. The Tao Lord used to be the Prince of Vajra and joined Sacred Mountain later for training. After becoming a Tao Lord, he also returned to rule Vajra for a bit and left many treasures there." He laid out a comprehensive history of Vajra for Lichia. His facts were true, albeit not without bias. The Tao Lord was indeed from the dynasty, but he wasn't a prince, only a bastard child from a side branch. He had no status to speak of during his youth. However, his talents were peerless, allowing him to join Sacred Mountain and accomplishing great things. Due to this, the dynasty known as Archaic Sun naturally wanted to elevate his background, so they bestowed him the title of a prince. He never represented the kingdom while ruling the Holy Ground either, only himself. Nonetheless, the kingdom decided to change its name to Vajra. This successfully raised their position in the region. The Tao Lord didn't oppose this. He actually remembered his roots and even taught at the dynasty before. This truly benefited them and laid a strong foundation for the future. The old man continued to teach Li Qie about this history. In his words, the dynasty and the Tao Lord were virtually the same. Both are orthodox branches of the Holy Ground. This was a forceful explanation since technically, the Tao Lord was from Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Li Qie didn't say anything. The dynasty has done an amazing job ruling the Holy Ground. Definitely a top contributor among all the powers. The old man praised. True. Li Qie chuckled. Of course, the old man was right because the dynasty has reigned several times in the past. This time, their reign has lasted for a while until the present. Plus, the Holy Ground definitely prospered. A while later, the old man glanced at Li Qie's ring, whether on purpose or otherwise. He asked, "Where did you come from, customer?" "The abandoned land," Li Qie said flatly. "You're funny, customer." The old man shook his head and said, "That's an ominous location with no inhabitants." "It's fine if you don't believe me," Li Qie nonchalantly said. "Of course not. I only found it strange and didn't mean to question you. My apology." The old man smoothed things over. "Your ring seems unique. Is it an heirloom?" Finally, he couldn't help but ask. "This crappy ring? It's not an heirloom. I found it along the way. Probably doesn't worth anything." Li Qie smirked and stared at the old man. Haha. The old man laughed and dropped the issue. Li Qie didn't pursue this and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't bother to ask the old man about his background and status. "Customer, have you heard of Sacred Mountain?" A long journey consisted of boredom, so the old man occasionally chatted. There were plenty of powers in Buddha Holy Ground. However, there was only one capable of determining its path: Sacred Mountain. It served as the core and the soul of this region. Buddha Tao Lord reached the Tao at Sacred Mountain and started the Holy Ground. Later on, Vajra and Diana Tao Lord did the same. All four Tao Lords were from Sacred Mountain, more or less. Thus, the mountain was everything to the region. The Holy Ground wouldn't exist without the mountain. That's why everyone here knew Sacred Mountain. Though few disciples from there could be seen, the place remained prestigious. "And if I haven't?" Li Qie said. "Are you a visitor, customer? Everyone in the Holy Ground knows about Sacred Mountain. Only outsiders haven't heard of it." The old man became surprised. "Oh." Li Qie asked the old man. "Looks like you know Sacred Mountain very well. Have you been there?" The old man smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. I'm only a driver, not qualified to enter Sacred Mountain. I'm only repeating what I've heard before. Plus, you have a special aura, a dragon among men, so I thought that you might be from there." These words didn't come out easily. He called Li Qie a dragon among men despite his ordinary appearance, probably needing to abandon his principles in order to say so. Chapter 35-47. I don't know where Sacred Mountain is. Li Qie looked outside and smiled. The old man continued controlling the horse with a strange expression. After a while, Li Qie sparked up another conversation. "Do you like driving or would you rather do something else?" "Well," the old man pondered before answering, "I'm just a driver who hasn't tried anything else, so I can't answer your question, customer." Driving requires skill and finesse. Li Qie smiled. The path isn't always flat and danger-free. Not dealing with the problems well might result in being in a beast's stomach. "Makes sense." The old man nodded. "Fortunately, my old bones are still tough and this whip is usable. Ordinary beasts can't get close to me. My trusted horse is smart enough to stay away from their lairs too." Boom! The old man raised his whip and smacked it perfectly on the horse's back. The latter raised its speed right away. The process was smooth, as if these two were perfect partners who could read each other's mind. "I see." Li Chia nodded. The terrains will be tough as well with perilous peaks and precipices. It's better to be careful. Rest assured, customer, I've been driving my entire life and know every small and big road across the holy ground. I'll exercise caution when crossing those places. As long as you're sitting on my carriage, you don't need to worry about a thing. I'll get you to your destination unscathed. The old man said with absolute certainty. Li Chia smiled and didn't say anything. Customer, may I ask why you're heading south? The old man continued the conversation. Chopping some firewood. Li Chia answered with a natural expression. The old man didn't expect this response and shook his head. You're joking, customer. You're going to travel millions of miles from north to south just for some firewood? Everyone would naturally consider this answer a joke. Who would travel across the holy ground just to chop some wood? It's fine if you don't believe me. Li Chia didn't bother debating. The old man remained silent. It was still unbelievable if Li Chia were telling the truth. Moreover, the position Li Chia started at had a forest. There was no lack of firewood there, so the whole thing felt like a surreal dream. He didn't bother questioning anymore because Li Chia looked like he was being serious. Everyone says that you need the right tool for the occasion. You need a good hatchet in order to not waste the long journey, and I just happen to have a good one. I'll let you borrow it. The old man took out a hatchet and handed it back into the carriage. The hatchet was wrapped several times by a thick cloth. The old man seemed to treasure it and didn't use it regularly. All right. Li Chia accepted the hatchet and smiled. How convenient, I don't have to waste time looking for one now. Perfect. The old man nodded enthusiastically as if being of use made him happy. The carriage sped at full speed, but the two didn't feel any swaying or rocking. After a while, it finally stopped. The old man shouted at Li Chia. Customer, this is as south as I can go. The path ahead is perilous and my carriage won't make it. This is as far as I can take you. That's fine. Li Chia woke up and stretched, climbing down the carriage. The wilderness stood before him with majestic peaks and foggy valleys. Fierce birds hovered above while vicious beasts roamed the ground. Their roars could be heard as a warning for intruders. Li Chia glanced at the place before tossing a bag of money at the old man. Customer, it's too much. The latter caught it and said, Consider it a tip. Li Chia smiled. Thank you, customer. The path ahead is not easy. Please be careful. The old man bowed his head. Indeed. Well, one can get out of a treacherous mountain path, but it's harder to escape the treachery of men. Li Chia said. Your words are always wise and profound. I lack education and can't understand. The old man smiled and shook his head. Perhaps. Li Chia turned back to him and said, Kneel and pay respects to me now and I'll spare you in the future. The old man stared at Li Chia, perplexed. The guy didn't seem to be kidding at all and still wore a natural expression. You're funny, customer. He let out a wry smile. How unfortunate. You have missed the opportunity. Li Chia stopped caring and embarked on his path. The old man stared intensely at Li Chia's back. An extremely sharp flash could be seen deep in his eyes. His hands trembled ever so slightly, but he held back, deciding against being reckless. Though he calmly stood there, a million thoughts have just passed in his head. Most of them consisted of killing moves. When Li Chia turned around was the best opportunity for him to deliver a fatal blow. He had plenty of methods to do so in a split second. Alas, he restrained himself. Reason told him not to do it. Why? It was because Li Chia was completely defenseless with numerous openings. This made him confused about Li Chia's identity. Along the way, he tried numerous times and failed to grasp the guy. All in all, judging by Li Chia's conduct, he didn't consider the guy a real threat. However, his intuition told him that this guy was dangerous. The conflicting feelings resulted in hesitation. He kept on watching Li Chia until the guy disappeared into the mountain ridge. From start to finish, Li Chia walked slowly as if he didn't know what was going on. Death knocked on his door several times and he had no idea. He finally withdrew his gaze and murmured, So courageous, I want to know who you are. He reflected on the circumstances and didn't come up with anything new. This happened too quickly and without warning. What does he want to do? He wondered. This was outside of his expectation. The same applied to the strongest characters and ancestors in Buddha holy ground. They didn't receive a single message or information about this. He stared in a different direction. His eyes flashed coldly with murderous intent. Will everything change soon? He then thought that it was impossible. It would be too sudden and no one in the holy ground could accept it. No, a junior can't change anything. He turned back towards the mountain ridge and concluded. If a supreme genius had appeared, then he could understand. However, this ordinary brat had no cultivation to speak of. It made zero sense to him. Nonetheless, he chose against following Xueqi because that would be unwise. He knew that Xueqi might be weak, but he should have people backing him up. Chapter 35-48. Rolling hills and deep forests, peaks covered by dogs. This made people feel as if they were entering a mysterious world. It consisted of towering trees, bottomless lakes, and dark valleys that could lead someone to another dimension. There was no lack of powerful birds and beasts either of the chaos primal level. Bubbles appeared on the surface of a pond. Splash! A young, hornless dragon got out of the water and lay by the shore, lazily enjoying the sunlight. Screech! A screech tore apart the clouds as a massive bird flew by. Its wings caused gales to destroy the trees below. Rah! A primal roar came before a massive beast. Its shadow engulfed the land. As this great beast slowly walked out from a valley, the smaller creatures within 100 miles radius started running away. The ones too weak or slow to do so became paralyzed on the ground, completely suppressed by its monstrous aura. The area had too many monsters, including high heaven-level ones. They definitely reigned the region. Nonetheless, Xueqi walked through leisurely while using the borrowed hatchet to cut the vines and briars. The beasts saw him from a distance and got far away even though he didn't exude an aura. Their beastly instinct told them that Xueqi was the real slumbering monster. Of course, a few powerful yet blind ones roared and tried to stop his path. The result was obvious. Xueqi easily chased them away. None of them affected his trajectory in the slightest. He crossed through numerous mountains and valleys before reaching a particular peak. It wasn't that large or majestic. In reality, it looked rather obscured compared to its brethren. Nonetheless, Xueqi chose it at his resting place. The pinnacle had enough trees for ample shade. Various vines and briars filled the area. Beyond them were red tiles and walls. It turned out that there was a building in this place. However, it looked decrepit with broken sections in the walls. Nature has taken over inside. This is it. Some memories and familiar figures popped up in Xueqi's mind, prompting an emotional fluctuation. Not too bad, I can still stay here, he said softly after looking at the condition inside. He started to clean up with the hatchet given to him by the driver. It was extraordinary and sharp. He had no difficulties clearing the vines and thorns. He ended up clearing the entire peak. Eventually, one could finally see a temple on top. In the past, it must have been far larger, but now, only this section was left. There were still Buddha statues in the center. The walls had Buddhist diagrams depicting different things. Unfortunately, most were broken by now. After all, the rains and winds across the years could break down the toughest structure. He heaved a sigh of relief, satisfied with his job while looking at the temple. Though it wasn't as majestic as before, it was still more than enough for Xueqi. He picked up a plaque on the ground with ancient characters. Few in the modern era could read them. He swept away the leaves and dust, revealing 2 characters, Archaic Buddhist. He quietly murmured the words, Archaic Buddhist Temple. He stared at the characters for a bit before hanging the plaque up again. He then entered the shrine and stood in front of a wall painting. The damage rendered the content inscrutable. Nonetheless, Xueqi still stared at it since he still remembered everything in his mind, so it didn't matter. After a while, he sighed and said, Another fateful connection ends in this generation. Just like that, he decided to stay at this temple. He actually lived like a woodchopper, true to his words. He spent each day personally chopping firewood in the morning, then burning them into charcoal at night. Time passed by just like that. If anyone were to see him, they would assume that he was just another woodchopper. This lasted for a while and no one knew his intent. He also raised a wild boar and a dog since it was convenient. The wild boar had sparse hair. One of its fangs was broken, seemingly damaged from fighting with another animal. The dog had an ashen yellow fur, skinny and feeble as if it had starved for a long time. Xueqi named one Lil black and the other Lil yellow. He didn't put a lot of thought into this. Lil Black didn't do much outside of eating the roots around the temple or dug up the soil. However, Li Qie made use of this and planted seeds for some vegetables. As for Lil Yellow, it was sickly and only lay in front of the entrance the entire day, too lazy to even open its eyes. Occasionally, Lil Black came to bother it, and it would finally lift its head to bark once or twice. Of course, it would sometimes follow Li Qie when he went out to chop woods in order to hunt some small animals. The man, boar, and dog lived in this manner. This uncomfortable life was actually quite peaceful. More time passed and he harvested the vegetables with no intention of leaving. He didn't work all day and spent some time relaxing. Nature was kind to him. The mountain breezes and water from the springs. The roars of beasts served as melodies. The only thing he made sure to do each day was to stare at the wall painting and chant. If someone were here to listen, they wouldn't be able to understand him anyway. The chants were too profound and ancient. The words were unheard of in the present day. He didn't miss a single day regardless of the circumstances. On one morning, an old man visited the temple. He wore an ordinary robe. His back was slightly bent and his complexion aged. He occasionally coughed as well. Nonetheless, he had no trouble traversing the harsh terrain. The beasts didn't dare to approach him either, seemingly afraid. He stopped for a bit at the base before climbing up out of curiosity for the temple. Chapter 35-49. The dilapidated temple was surrounded by trees, looking quite tranquil. To the front was an old plaque with two characters. Archaic Buddhist? The old man took his time reading the characters. It took a while before he said with uncertainty. His pace quickened as he wanted to see which master was staying here. However, he stopped before reaching the entrance because there was a dog laying on its stomach there. It had nothing but skin and bones, looking weak and dispirited from a long-term illness. He wouldn't have spotted without getting this close. Many would assume that it was already dead since it didn't move at all. No sign of breathing either. Nonetheless, the old man stopped because the dog still gave him a sense of danger. He had walked across the world before. Very few things in the southern region of West King could make him shudder in this manner. His eyes narrowed as light exuded from his forehead while gazing at the dog. It was still lying there, unmoving. It probably didn't notice the old man. Noises from another direction attracted the old man's attention. In another corner outside of the entrance, he saw a boar resting beneath the shade. It was round and chubby with patches of hair, looking funny and adorable. Next to it was a vegetable garden. Calling it a garden might be an exaggeration due to its simplicity. The boar looked lazy and bored while sunbathing. It occasionally ate from a stem growing out of the soil. The old man instantly took one step back and prepared his defense. Meeting that dog was startling enough. Now, the boar took it to the next level. Both of these things were here? It was too much of a coincidence. Gow! Gow! The dog suddenly barked, seemingly unhappy because the old man reacted more to the boar. This wasn't the case. It was only a matter of timing since the boar came after. The old man channeled his mantras and gathered his energy, ready for a tough fight. Meanwhile, the boar chewed the stalk and raised its head at the dog, looking rather arrogant. Can these two be from the legends? The old man shuddered again. His thoughts were interrupted by chants coming from the temple. It wasn't loud but had a calming and pleasant effect. The dog heard it and closed its eyes again, going back to sleep without caring for the old man. This was the case for the boar too. It continued chewing on the stalk, looking as bored as can be. The old man became afraid again. He recognized these two creatures and found it unfathomable that they would become docile after hearing the chant. In this split second, 1,000 potential decisions appeared in his mind. He eventually took a deep breath and tidied his clothes. He checked his walking posture and removed any sign of arrogance before walking towards the temple. This temple was clearly time-worn. He took note of the statues and wall paintings. Their meanings eluded him despite his rich knowledge. He followed the direction of the chants and made it inside a hall. He saw a young man sitting and facing the wall. The guy seemed to be sleeping, lacking the seriousness when chanting. He resembled someone who was spewing rubbish more. This surprised the old man. In the beginning, he thought that it would be a supreme master, not an ordinary youth. He couldn't help gauging the youth, looking at him up and down. His appearance was as ordinary as can be. The same with his cultivation. Southern West King had as many cultivators like him as the number of hair on an ox. He started questioning himself. Did he misjudge? He wasn't trying to judge a book by its cover. However, all signs pointed otherwise. He had met plenty of people before and was always right in his assessment. He stopped thinking about this and focused on the wall painting. It was too old and was damaged. One couldn't see the content anymore, only the faint outline of what seems to be a woman. It was impossible to tell if she was a beauty or not. She seemed to be floating, perhaps descending from the 9 heavens. All in all, one could imagine many things due to the vagueness of the painting. He stopped and glanced at the youth again. The guy was still chanting while closing his eyes, similar to sleep talking. He resembled a student sleeping in class and was spouting nonsense. At first, he was only curious about the chant due to its effect on the 2 animals. However, after actually listening, he found the content to be complex and boundlessly profound. He immediately realized that this wasn't nonsense but rather the highest-level mantra. He took a deep breath and focused all of his mind on listening. He had seen plenty of merit laws and manuals before from Tao lords and emperors, even the scriptures of the ancient past. He wouldn't dare to claim himself as a peerless genius in history. However, he knew how amazing his talent was. It allowed him to understand numerous top merit laws after reading them once. Alas, he didn't grasp 10 to 20% of the content. The chant exceeded anything he had heard before. He felt as if he was falling into an ocean of the Tao, immediately losing his way. In fact, he was doing an incredible job to keep his sanity and wits while listening to the chant. The unprecedented experience of floating in this Tao ocean shook him to the core. He gained immense benefits from this brief session. Calling it an immortal scripture wasn't out of line. Of course, this required the listener to be able to comprehend the content. As he understood 1 or 2 lines during the Tao search, lightning bolts coursed through his mind and illuminated his grand Tao. They chased away the fog and let him see truths. He became ecstatic and couldn't help stomping his foot. He had no idea that the youth had stopped chanting. It took him a while before he woke up from meditation. He looked around and noticed that the youth's eyes were open. He was still staring at the painting, not at the intruder. It was as if there was a supreme beauty there commanding his attention. By this point, the old man realized that this youth was actually a hidden master. He wasn't wrong this time. The youth eventually glanced at the old man and shook his head. Attempting to reach that girl's domain with your meager abilities? Know your limits. The old man didn't become angry after hearing the contemptuous comment, only frozen in place. He became emotional and afraid. The youth only needed one glance to know everything about him. You're fortunate to be alive. And the Tao deficiencies can be repaired as well. Li Qie added. Immortal, please teach me. The old man immediately got on his knees and said respectfully. If an outsider were here, they would be stunned to see someone as prestigious as the old man kneeling right now. Chapter 3550. I am in need of a servant. Are you willing? Li Qie glanced at the prostrating man. I agree. The old man respectfully said without thinking twice. He had dominated his entire life, but he was completely convinced and ready to submit to this supreme existence today. Rise. Li Qie nodded. How should I address you, immortal? The old man stood up and said softly. Call me young master and I shall call you attendant. Li Qie responded. Yes, young master. The old man agreed with haste. From now on, his previous prestige no longer mattered. He shall be known as attendant. Just like that, the old temple in the wilderness had another person living there. Of course, his arrival didn't add to the liveliness of the place. He was old and rarely spoke. Nonetheless, each word that came out of his mouth was of value. Life continued on in a rather boring manner. Li Qie still continued to chop wood and burn them down into charcoal. The old man found this puzzling but never asked Li Qie. As for the boar and dog, they simply ignored him, treating him as heir. He didn't seem to mind either. Today, the temple welcomed its 3rd person. The moment the gate was open, there was a girl lying there. Upon closer inspection, she was around 15 or 16. She wore an expensive dress embroidered with flowers. It was tattered now with numerous stitches and patches. Dirt and grass covered her face. Her hair used to be bound, but after crossing the forest, it was just a mess with leaves on top. She looked like a fugitive who ran here and didn't know the way. She had some bloody marks too. Nothing serious. They seemed to be from sharp thorns and branches. Her lips were pale and her yellow complexion indicated a lack of nutrition. She seemed to be abandoned and had to cross the wilderness. She had a small bundle wrapped in cloth consisting of damaged clothes. Nothing valuable. However, she was still hugging the cloth bundle before fainting. It seemed to be extremely important to her. The boar was sitting next to her and letting out small groans. Once Xueqi opened the door, it immediately shouted at Xueqi before pushing its head into the girl. Its intention was clear. Meanwhile, the dog nearby looked up and stared at the boar with disdain. "Since when are you so nice?" Xueqi glanced at the girl and the boar before chuckling. The dog then opened its mouth to reveal its fang, seemingly wanting to eat the girl. The boar naturally didn't like this and roared back. It was nice to the girl but not to the dog. Ready to go all out. "Enough." Xueqi waved his hand. The two animals played nice in Xueqi's presence. Lil Black came closer and pushed its head on Xueqi's leg, clearly begging for help. "You want me to save her?" Xueqi smiled. Lil Black nodded repeatedly with its eyes wide open, trying to garner some sympathy. "A vicious beast trying to do good, I see." Xueqi shook his head. By this point, the old attendant came out and noticed the girl. He checked her appearance, bones, then veins before exclaiming, "Foredoomed star." The old man immediately knew that this girl had a terrible fate, one destined for destruction. "It's nothing like that, just born in the wrong period." Xueqi smiled and shook his head. "I see," the old man said with astonishment. "Others mistake this for something unsalvageable. However, there's no lack of splendid steeds. Just not enough Bo Lu." Xueqi continued. "It's just a matter of fate and the right meetings." The old man thought that only Xueqi would say something like this given the circumstances. "Bring her in and wake her up," Xueqi ordered. The old man immediately obeyed. Lil Black looked excited and ran into the temple. As for Lil Yellow, it still stared at the boar with contempt while laying on the ground. It occasionally revealed its fangs. Perhaps the girl was nothing more than food in its eyes. The girl woke up after getting help from the attendant. She slowly sat up while Lil Black roared quietly in excitement. "Ah!" She saw the boar and bellowed with fear, immediately retreating while tightly clutching her cloth bundle. "Don't worry, it wouldn't have dragged you back here if it wanted to eat you. You would be nothing more than bones in that case." A leisure voice consoled her. It was none other than Xueqi who was sitting nearby with the attendant next to him. The frightened girl couldn't help moving closer towards Xueqi. "Okay, go outside." Xueqi waved his hand at the boar. It grumbled twice before leaving the hall. The girl found this astonishing. A wild boar actually listening to a man's order. She heaved a sigh of relief, still slightly afraid. She felt a little better after looking around and realizing that this was a temple. After all, she carelessly entered this area. It was truly dreadful with beasts everywhere. She remembered seeing the white fangs of a beast before fainting. Where is this place?" She stared at Xueqi and the old attendant with fear in her eyes. "A safe place," Xueqi answered. The girl lowered her head, not daring to speak. She didn't know what to say either due to her current state of mind. "What's your name?" Xueqi inquired. The old man became surprised once more. This was rare because Xueqi rarely showed interest in anything. Fan Bai." She hesitated before revealing her name. She was still lost, not knowing what to do. "I see that you have cultivated a little bit," Xueqi continued. "Yes, just a little bit," she said softly, still not daring to meet his eyes. Her expression was one of sadness. "Still want to learn?" "Yes," she blurted out without hesitation before realizing that she was being impetuous. She took one step back while gripping the cloth bundle. She thought that she was asking too much. Just being alive was already good enough. Alas, deep inside, she still didn't want to give up on cultivation. It was a matter of inability. She had a hard time filling her stomach while wandering about in a desperate plight. The 1 or 2 lines of mantra didn't come easily. She tried to understand them to no avail. Whenever she had time, she still tried to comprehend them despite the cold winds and empty stomach. Why do you wish to cultivate? Li Qie smiled. The girl opened her mouth but no words came out. She lowered her head, not daring to respond. Tell the young master, perhaps he can help you. The old attendant cheered her on. He knew that meeting Li Qie was the greatest fortune in her life. Missing this could fill someone with lifelong regrets. 1. Bo Lu is a famous horse tamer back in the spring and autumn period. This idiom is talking about being able to recognize talents. Chapter 35:51. I want to change my fate. The girl bit her lips and held her sleeves tightly. She looked up at Li Qie and eventually spoke with hesitation. It was quite sad since she was a little girl wandering and destitute. Her life was as thin as a piece of paper. Why? Li Qie smiled. The girl still had some fear, not daring to look at Li Qie for long. She quietly answered, I just wish to stay alive with some dignity. Her voice was as feeble as a candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. However, she was determined to keep it going even with just one spark left. It's possible. Do you really want to cultivate? Li Qie nodded. Yes, she said without any hesitation this time. Very well. Go wash your face. We'll start tomorrow. Li Qie waved his hand. Ray really? She couldn't believe her own ears. After numerous misfortunes, she became an evil portent in everyone's eyes. They chased her away and she didn't have a place to stay. She didn't dare to come into the city because once spotted, others would jeer or even thrash her. Because of this, she had to sleep outside in the wild, lacking food and shelter. Nonetheless, this was still better than being in the city. At least she didn't have to face continuous disdain and bullying. She desired a place she could call her own despite knowing how impossible this was. No one in the world would ever take her in or let her have her own place. Thus, the concept of home became foreign to her. Alas, the desire for this still existed in the deepest crevices of her mind. Since she had no place to go, cultivation became impossible. No one would ever teach her until now. Li Qie took her in and even agreed to teach her. She thought that this was just a dream. She secretly pinched her thigh and the pain told her otherwise. I'm a man of my words. Li Qie replied. The girl paused but still decided to tell the truth. Everyone calls me the foredoomed star that will kill everyone around me. That'll happen to you too if you take me in. She had a hard time dealing with this cruel reality. It has happened several times before so she couldn't hide it in order to not hurt a good person. Li Qie disagreed and smiled. Cultivation is about going against the heaven, rebelling against it. Who cares about this foredoomed star? If you're afraid of such a thing, then there's no point talking about cultivation. Even the old attendant nodded approvingly after hearing this. But I will really cause your death. Many have died already. She revealed her traumatic past. If such a thing can kill me, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. Go wash your face. Li Qie shook his head. She couldn't believe it. People had always run away from her out of disgust. Some even banished her, yet Li Qie didn't mind. This moved her to tears. She tried to speak but nothing came out. Call me young master, Li Qie said. She secretly wiped away the tears in her eyes and took a deep breath. She bowed and said, Yes, young master. The old servant then took her away and prepared a place for her to stay. Once she appeared again before Li Qie, she had finished bathing and had a refreshing aura. Her hair was still messy since she had cut it herself. Nonetheless, it looked cute and delicate when draping down. Her skin was tan from being out in the sun too long, but this didn't diminish her good features. Her eyes were round and tall. Her emotion could easily be seen through them. Especially fear. Young master. She bowed, not knowing what to say while standing before Li Qie. Have a good rest tonight. We start tomorrow. Li Qie got straight to the point. The girl started absorbing the events today. She realized that this was her new reality now. All the unhappiness in the past seemed so distant, at least for now. She had a home right now and a great opportunity to cultivate. Thus, she woke up very early the next day, waiting for Li Qie. She cherished this once-in-10,000 years chance. Let's get started. Li Qie smiled and took her to an open spot up the peak. He taught her a few chants to start. These lines were very simple. The girl wasn't supremely talented or anything, but she carefully memorized the words. In the past, she did everything she could with the cultivation lines she found, repeating them multiple times. She had a heart yearning for learning, so she absorbed everything he taught her. The old attendant stood there since Xueqi didn't explicitly forbid him. He also carefully listened to the chants. After she finished memorizing one line, he taught her a simple movement. Nonetheless, it would take several times before she could copy the move due to her average talents. Strangely enough, Xueqi had plenty of patience this time and repeated the move for her. Afterward he said, "The lines and the movement happen in unison, so study them together. Take your time." "I will try my best." She nodded with determination. Xueqi didn't say anything else and went to chant in front of the wall painting. She was freed from any distraction and earnestly trained. At first, the old attendant found the lines to be very simple, the same with the movement. This could be considered an elementary mantra for new learners. However, the latter part attracted his attention. When he combined both the lines and the movement, he immediately noticed the innate profundity. He was a true genius, unlike Fan Bai, so he was capable of learning top merit laws in no time at all. Combining the lines and the movement opened a new world for him. Each breath he took during this process was immensely useful. It felt as if he was learning from a sacred scripture. It was up to the learner to see how many pages they could open. Xueqi didn't teach her anything else beyond this. She never asked either and repeated the training without finding it boring. She stopped to rest and drink water whenever she was fatigued and thirsty. She persevered like this for days after days. Eventually, her movement was flawless and she could easily recite the lines. Chapter 3552. As days went by, the girl knew the chants by heart, enough to recite it backward. Nonetheless, she still meticulously analyzed each word while incorporating it into her movement. Though the attempts were identical, each gave her a unique feeling. This meant that she had incremental improvements in a gradual manner. She cherished the opportunity, so she was the first to wake up and the last one to sleep. Though Xueqi didn't teach her anything new, not an ounce of grievance could be found in her. Her entire mind and soul were hell-bent on learning this lesson. The old man frequently watched her training. This was quite beneficial for her too, because her talents and knowledge were far inferior in comparison. He gave her indirect guidance or answered a few questions. He knew full well that there were no standards nor rules for this type of cultivation. If he were to instill his own comprehension and knowledge into her, that would actually slow her down. Thus, he minimized his involvement as much as possible. Nonetheless, he resembled a teacher more than Xueqi. The latter virtually ignored the girl after the first session. He had only checked on her once or twice during his leisure hours, then corrected certain things. Other cultivators would find this teaching method ridiculous. The old man found this surprising but didn't ask too much. After all, Xueqi had higher cultivation attainments. If he were to teach the girl anything, that would be akin to displaying his slight skills before an expert. One day, Xueqi saw this and didn't stop it. He approvingly nodded instead. "Correct, you're a passable teacher. I have a question too. The girl isn't limited to techniques and variations." The old man smiled wryly. "That's why her height will be greater than yours in the future." Xueqi smiled and said, "A few people just need one move in their entire life to be invincible. There's no need to worry about techniques. Just worry about the essences of the Tao along with a tough Tao heart." The old man accepted this criticism since it came from Xueqi. He carefully digested the meanings behind them. How many invincible techniques do you have?" Xueqi looked at the old man and spread his palm. "Thank you for your guidance, young master." The old man took a deep breath and said. He had learned plenty of merit laws and imperial techniques. However, only a few moves served as the foundation of his domination. "You won't be able to catch up to her with regard to this particular move." Xueqi smiled. "May I ask for its name?" The old man became curious. Due to his erudite knowledge, he could recognize merit law's origin and source after seeing them for the first time. This wasn't the case for this particular move. He had no idea where it came from. Buddha bowing. "I crafted it specifically for her. As long as her Tao heart is firm enough, she'll reach the next height." Buddha bowing. The old man was shaken by both the name of the technique along with Xueqi's action. How could the guy create a move suitable for the girl in just one night? He definitely couldn't do so. He stopped speaking and stood to the side. Go fetch a few things here. Li Qie took out and handed a list to the old man. The old man took a look and saw precious and rare materials. Of course, it wasn't impossible for someone like him to obtain them. Young master, is this to change the girl's fate? The old man became startled. She has to do that herself. How can a tree grow and blot out the sky without experiencing enough storm and rain? I am simply laying a foundation for her. Li Qie smiled. The old man agreed and bowed, leaving to carry out his task. He only needed several days to gather them despite their rarity. Li Qie immediately got started with preparing a supreme formation. He easily sealed space along with the other affinities, reincarnation cycle, yin and yang, karma. The old man was in awe while watching this. The guy did it with such mastery while needing zero effort. Li Qie also had a cauldron with boiling medicinal water inside. It had a strange aroma. He glanced at the girl and asked, "This will be awfully painful. Can you handle it?" "I can." The girl didn't know what Li Qie wanted to do, but she had full trust in him. Good. He immediately tossed her into the boiling cauldron. She was startled while flying through the air. However, next came the heat trying to boil her. Focus, recite the chants. She heard Li Qie's voice deep in her mind. She immediately recited the chants in order to stop the scorching water. Accept rather than reject. Let the medicinal water seep into your body. Li Qie roared again. She followed his instruction and the scalding heat came along. This pain was unbearable, causing her to scream. She gritted her teeth to stop. In this split second, Li Qie grasped the stars and turned their lights into needles, throwing them towards the girl afterward. They struck her important meridians, turning her into a hedgehog. Unfortunately, the pain of the starry needles piercing was 10 times worse than the scalding water. She screamed once before trying her best to stop. Next, Li Qie used the 5 elements, karma, and the yin and yang to press down on her, seemingly wanting to crush her apart. She bellowed in pain but still gritted her teeth and persevered. The old man was happy for her. After all, how many people in this world had the honor of having Li Qie personally changing their fate? This wasn't a direct change, but it would lay a boundless foundation for her. The future was limitless depending on her Tao heart. The pain might be unbearable, but surpassing this meant a lifetime of benefits. With Li Qie's continuous refinements, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron gradually disappeared. On the other hand, a murderous energy manifested within the girl, becoming denser. The refinement technique from Li Qie was marvelous and effortless. Profundity just came naturally. The old man became more and more impressed. He had seen top alchemists at work before, the best of the generation. Unfortunately, they looked like new students compared to Li Qie, as coarse as can be. This is fine. Li Qie eventually recalled his technique after finishing. Meanwhile, the girl was still sitting in the cauldron in a state of zen. She had never felt this comfortable before, akin to her shackles being broken. She felt as if she could go anywhere now. Suddenly, black clouds engulfed the sky along with thunder. A heavenly tribulation seemed to be descending. The old man had a serious expression, realizing the significance behind this. Li Qie, on the other hand, only glanced at it. Ultimately, the tribulation didn't come down. Chapter 3553. Just like that, peaceful days joined the 3 people, 1 dog, and 1 boar at the temple deep in the wilderness. Li Qie did his thing, chopping and burning firewood, then chanted in front of the wall painting. Fan Bai turned out to be the most diligent, always training hard after being taught Buddha bowing. She repeated the training 10,000 times a day with full focus and not a moment of relaxation. The old attendant understood right away why Li Qie chose this girl. As long as she kept this up, she would be able to fly up the 9 firmaments. Li Qie was right. She would be able to exceed him. Unfortunately, the peace was quickly broken tonight. The hills were quiet and the beasts had entered a deep slumber. However, a powerful force emanated across the entire region. The old man noticed it right away and appeared before the gate. Both Lil Black and Lil Yellow also got up and stared in the same direction. Boom! Once the ripples reached a certain level, A beam shot straight at the sky and illuminated the area, adding a snow-white hue. The beasts became alarmed right away and rushed out of their lair. Others hid deeper within. The old man's brows furrowed as a result. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow barked a few times before going back to sleep. Lil Black did the same thing. It returned to its garden and grumbled a few times before dozing off. Looks like a bit of trouble. The old man stopped looking. No big deal. A nonchalant voice answered him. The attendant was startled and would have unsheathed his blade if he didn't recognize Li Qia's voice. The guy was standing next to him and he had no idea when. He smiled wryly as a result. In all of the south, only 3 to 5 people could approach him undetected. This would allow them to have the upper hand, perhaps assassinating him in a few moves. There's always a higher mountain and a better man. He was aware of this phrase, but Li Qia made it so apparent. Go to bed early. It looks like we'll have a fun show soon. Li Qia smilingly said, but the old man became afraid. There was something different about his tone. The old man knew that it wouldn't be a fun show. Those blind enough to cause trouble would find their blood flowing on the ground. He didn't care too much though, since if they wanted to court death, that's their own issue. Only a few more bones in the mountains. Others also took note of the commotion from the wilderness, especially Buddha Emperor Plateau that was the nearest here. The powers there became alarmed. The plateau was an auspicious ground with massive territories consisting of 1/3 of the holy ground, perhaps even vaster. It was heavily contested as well. 80 to 90% of the strongest clans and sects were located here. Thus, it had the most authority and wealth. There were more than 100 grand cities or so, each spanned for 10 million miles. Some were built on peaks connected by wondrous bridges, others inside the valleys. One would be sure that this area was the most magical and prosperous in the southern West King. It also had 5 main divisions virtually capable of representing the entire holy ground. All 5 were naturally alarmed from this divine light. In Duality Academy, the powerful teachers woke up. The students also got out of their bed and climbed up the nearest peak for a better vantage point. Where's that place? A young student pointed at the illumination. Myriad Beast Mountains. An older one recognized that direction and said, "Yes, that's definitely it. It's deep in there. That's the most dangerous area of the plateau, right? Chaos primal beasts reign that area. The students have all heard of it. More than that, a teacher told me that there are high-level heaven beasts, even the kings." One of them said, "Yes, there are several kings there. Even heavenly sovereigns want to stay away from them." An older one added, "That place is large and the majority of high-level heaven beast kings are sleeping. It's hard to meet one." Someone who has been there before said, "It requires luck to meet one, or at least that's what a teacher told me." The students from the academy all talked about this event. Duality Academy was the largest and strongest learning institution in all of southern West King. It belonged to the division named Metropolis. It was the largest of the 5 and had a vague definition. Anything not belonging to the other 4 divisions would be considered a part of Metropolis Division. The capital included the nobles and dynasties of Buddha Emperor Plateau along with other sections. Its main representative was the academy. Whenever there was a big change in the holy ground, especially the changing of a dynasty, the academy would speak for Metropolis. It had produced plenty of renowned geniuses across the generations. In Divine Ghost Division, numerous sects became startled as well. They all stared towards Myriad Beast Mountains. The spectating ancestors had a serious expression. Divine Ghost was among the strongest of the divisions, made up of numerous races. However, the majority belonged to 2 races, Blood and Ghost. Despite the diverse demographic, these 2 races maintained solidarity through bonds and power. The entire division always rallied together to deal against intruders. A high-level beast king moving? One expert speculated. "No, there's no dreadful beast aura. It might be a treasure." An ancestor shook his head. "We should go take a look." The expert responded. "Let the juniors scout. It's a good opportunity for training." The ancestor ordered. "Yes." The expert agreed and went to carry out the order. On the other hand, the strongest division, Heavenly Dragon, didn't have a big reaction. This region had countless temples and monks. Very few monks bothered to come out to take a look at the light. Amitba. They simply chanted and stopped paying attention. Heavenly Dragon Division was often called Heavenly Dragon Temple instead. They were decisively the strongest force in the Holy Ground, consisting of 88,000 temples and 800,000 high monks. No other powers could stand against them. Remember, all 4 Tao lords of Buddha Holy Ground had a Buddhist background. Thus, the Tao of Buddhism permeated across the land. There was a popular phrase, "One can see a temple every 8 steps." This might be an exaggeration, but it showed the popularity of Buddhism. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon Temple has always supported Sacred Mountain. It could be considered a part of Sacred Mountain. 1. This name requires further context too. Chapter 3554. Those in Buddha Emperor Division located at the plateau also started moving in the shadows. It was located in the center of Buddha Emperor Plateau, serving as the central division out of the 5. This floating city was one of the largest in the Holy Ground. Currently, Vajra dynasty was in charge of this division. According to the rumors, this division was created by Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, it became the core of the Holy Ground. Though Sacred Mountain was the real supreme entity, it was too illusory. No one had an idea of its true location. Moreover, it never directly imposed its dominion, not even during the era of Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, Buddha Emperor Division was in charge of administration and management. Therefore, its ruler also had authority over the rest of the Holy Ground while representing Sacred Mountain. Of course, those capable of becoming the ruler of this dynasty were also qualified to reign, whether it be their power or intelligence. In the past, Vajra dynasty's capital was far away from Buddha Emperor Division. This changed after they took over, so they moved their capital here. Today, the officials of the dynasty became alarmed after seeing the light. There has been a lull for a long time, so the commotion made them contemplate. Is this a sign of the next era? A few ambitious people had this thought. After all, Vajra dynasty has ruled for a very long time now. Many thought that it was time to abdicate. If this were to happen, many among the 5 divisions would be eyeing the throne. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take over Buddha Emperor. Whoever did it would need the support of the other 4 divisions, then the approval from Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Vajra has ruled for several generations and people have grown impatient. Just a gust of implication was enough to tempt them. Of course, the majority of officials didn't share this thought. One general gazed towards the mountain range and said, "If a ferocious beast is coming, that's my time to make a name for myself." The Holy Ground always enjoyed peace, both internal and external. So many generals and experts hoped for something to happen so that they could finally be of use. All in all, it didn't take long before many sent troops towards the mountain range. The calmest of the 5 divisions turned out to be Mortal King Division. It didn't react at all. This division had the lowest population and land. However, it was perhaps the most dangerous with inaccessible strongholds and traps. A sect once said that at the plateau, it was better to provoke Heavenly Dragon Temple rather than Mortal King Division. The former was strong, but it consisted of kind, merciful monks. They would most likely spare their opponents. On the other hand, the members of Mortal King might actually eradicate a sect once furious. This division was a special entity even back during Buddha Tao Lord's era. It was added into the Holy Ground's territory but still remained neutral and didn't join Buddhism. Some other inhabitants and races also refrained from joining Buddhism. Alas, they were still affected by it, more or less. This wasn't the case for Mortal King. Moreover, this division had no interest in ruling the Holy Ground either, despite being quite formidable. They always remained nonchalant regardless of whatever happened in the Holy Ground, akin to the water in a well. Thus, the 5 divisions in the plateau had different reactions to the changes in myriad beast mountains. The nobles and powerful cultivators from Divine Ghost and Buddha Emperor rushed towards the mountain range for an adventure. The students from Duality took note of this and became agitated. The stronger ones also wanted to go there and train. The academy finally relented and allowed them to do so. However, it did note that they were responsible for their own lives. "Yes, we're coming." The spirited students heard the approval from the academy and immediately formed groups. They jumped on their mounts and rushed towards Myriad Beast. "You all follow me. We'll train there." A teacher thought that this was a good opportunity and picked his favorite students for a trip. In just a short time, the desolate mountain range had numerous visitors. They caused the place to be chaotic and loud. The ones who stood out the most were naturally the students from Duality. The nobles from the capital and the experts from Divine Ghost needed to act properly due to their status. Thus they kept it low-key. This wasn't the case for the students. They were young and vigorous on top of having permission from the academy. They rushed there with loud fanfare for the sake of training. Numerous groups flew straight into myriad beast mountains. Even their mounts were excited and caused loud rumbles and quakes. They looked like feral children who didn't have any education and did whatever they wanted here. Watch me. One student saw a pack of earth wolves. His group consisting of 8 students immediately surrounded the pack and started killing them. The wolves roared and tried to flee. These beasts were only at the intermediate yellow level, not worth that much. It's just that these students were eager to have some fun and didn't care at all. Hey, look over there, so many ghost vines, let's get them. Another saw alchemy ingredients growing beneath a cliff. A dozen or so students rushed there right away. These groups were clearly here to have fun. Of course, a few prideful students with a prestigious background didn't hang with this loud crowd. They only took a quick glance around before delving deeper into the mountain range. Some of them weren't here for treasures and chaos primal beasts. They were only curious and came to sightseeing or to train. This particular group normally had a noble upbringing. In the sky, a group of 5 flew by and landed on a tree. They wanted to have a better look at the scenery. Rah! They saw a massive ox crazily running, crushing the peaks and rivers. That one is strong. A female student in this group was surprised. Rumble! Behind this great ox were another 1,000 of its ilks. Their rampage flattened everything along the way in an unstoppable manner. Those are barbaric bulls on the move. Don't get too close. They will all attack us if we anger the Ox King. An older student warned. So how strong is that king? The female student asked since this was her first time seeing one. Junior Sister Ling, it's stronger than Teacher Chi. The older one smiled. The female student stuck out her tongue in a cute manner and didn't dare to get close. Chapter 3555. This group of students crossed through another peak and saw black clouds with thunderous explosions not far from there. Members of the ghost race? The female student known as Junior Sister Ling became curious since she saw figures in the black clouds. Oh, fellow students from the Black Cloud tribe. One of them was also from the ghost race and immediately came over to ask, "Where are you guys going?" However, the experts inside the clouds ignored them. A younger one glared at them with an arrogant expression. This group then moved towards the valley ahead. Humph, so rude. One student snorted after seeing the contempt. After all, the students in the academy were all proud. Most were geniuses from Metropolis Division. No weakling could enter this prestigious academy. Black Cloud ghosts are famous recently. It's understandable that they're arrogant. An older student aware of this development said, "Rumble." As they were talking about this particular tribe, loud explosions came from the valley ahead. Black clouds proliferated along with lightning bolts. I think they're hunting chaos primal beasts. One student scouted ahead and shouted, "Come, let's take a look and see what amazing beast they've found." The others were awfully curious and rushed forward. Meanwhile, layers of black clouds engulfed the valley. The shrouded figures inside them sent down thick lightning bolts. What beast is in there? They're actually using a grand formation. A ghost student found this surprising. Rah! A massive shadow leaped out of the valley and easily smashed through the ceiling formation. Boom! The creature resembled a draconic beast with a serpent body and steel scales. It had wings and 3 heads. The jaws had red scales. This chaos primal beast shocked all the spectators nearby. Which primal beast is this? It's huge. A young student bellowed. Shit! It's a 3-headed winged serpent. A male student was scared out of his mind. Poof! The students were stunned along with the experts from the Black Cloud tribe. The serpent completely caught them off guard and opened its mouth, spewing out an inferno of lava, instantly drowning the valley. Ah! The experts from Black Cloud tribe couldn't stop the waves in time and were reduced to ashes. Wow, it's so strong. That is at least an Earth-level chaos primal beast. The students from the academy became aghast. The serpent suddenly looked over towards the students' direction. They felt as if they had just fallen into a pit of ice and immediately shuddered. Run! One student regained his wits and immediately fled. Shit, run! The others followed suit. Rah! The serpent immediately gave chase with incredible speed. One student looked back and saw it drawing closer. We have to split up, maybe it'll distract its 3 heads. An older student shouted. We're going this way. Another shouted and ran with one group. It didn't take long before the rest scattered in different directions. Screech! The sky suddenly turned dark. A gigantic bird emerged and started rushing for them as well. They were scared out of their mind, being chased by a ferocious serpent and fierce bird. Get on the ground and use the terrain. It's too easy being a target up there. An experienced student shouted and jumped back into the forest. The others realized it and commanded their mounts to run for cover. Let's go this way. The girl named Xiaoling was lucky enough to run away from the bird. She and her 2 female friends made it to a peak. Meanwhile, they could hear loud explosions and cries from their friends. They were scared out of their mind and looked for a place to hide. Once everything quieted down, they finally went out. What should we do? They were lost after running away. They only came to sightseeing and didn't have a map after the group was split. This made them anxious. Any other place would have been fine since they were strong. However, this was Myriad Beast Mountain. An Earth-level beast like that serpent earlier would have been too much. Let's go, maybe we can follow the creek to the entrance. Xiaoling didn't have a good idea but still came up with something. Her 2 friends were okay with this and followed Ling. Unfortunately, the creek had twists and turns before disappearing into the ground. They lost their direction afterward like headless flies. The roars of beasts continued to frighten them. Hey, I think I heard someone. Xiaoling suddenly stopped after crossing several more peaks and told her friends. Really? Other students? The 2 girls started focusing. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. They could hear a song from a distance. They exchanged glances. It wasn't their fellow students. At least there's people. Maybe they're from other sects? We just need to leave this place and we'll be safe. Xiaoling said and followed the direction of the void. Her friends were right behind her. They finally saw someone, a youth carrying firewood while singing with a leisure expression. Next to him was a yellow dog, skinny down to the bones from being hungry all year long. The youth wore a shabby robe and looked ordinary. He had a hatchet wrapped in cloth hanging by his waist. Anyone's first impression of him was that he was only a regular woodchopper. The 3 girls became disappointed. They thought they would be able to meet other cultivators, not a woodchopper. Hey, is this still Myriad Beast Mountains? Or is this outside? One girl shouted. The youth only glanced at them and proceeded with his task. We're asking you. The other friend became irritated since they were ignored and raised her voice. The youth still ignored them. Xiaoling, on the other hand, spoke respectfully. Young noble, may I ask where this place is? Myriad Beast Mountains. The youth responded with a lazy tone. Humph, so pretentious. The other 2 murmured. If this was any other day, they would have taught this rude mortal a lesson. However, they were surprised to find someone like him here. Young noble, may I ask why you're here? Xiaoling asked. Chapter 3556. The 3 girls couldn't understand how a mortal woodchopper was here in Myriad Beast Mountains. Here, obviously. The youth answered as if it was obvious without looking at the girls. Here. They were astounded. This was their first time knowing that the mountain range had mortal inhabitants. It was renowned as a land of perils in Buddha Emperor Plateau with plenty of vicious birds and beasts. The high-level chaos primal beasts also occasionally showed up. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even heavenly sovereigns didn't want to stay here for long. Wait, are you a cultivator? One friend stared at Li Qia. The other 2 did the same thing. They didn't pay enough attention earlier and thought that he was immortal. I've cultivated for a few days. The youth responded. After careful observation, they found that he was indeed a cultivator, just not an expert. A violet marquis at best. A friend whispered to Xiaoling. The 3 exchanged glances. A violet marquis being able to stay around these parts? How strange. Maybe he grew up here and got used to it? The 3rd friend said. What should we do? Xiaoling asked them. The 2 thought about it. They were lost right now and continuing aimlessly might make them stuck deeper in the mountain range. They stared at Xiao Ling, signaling for her to decide. Let's find a place to stay first. Xiao Ling suggested and the two agreed. Thus, they decided to follow the young woodchopper. Strangely enough, their mounts didn't listen to them and kept a considerable distance from him. Alas, they didn't actually notice this and kept moving. Young noble, we're separated from our friends and are lost right now. May we stay at your place for one night? Xiao Ling had a hard time asking for a favor. Since she was a student at Duality Academy, she had a good background and rarely spoke humbly to anyone. The youth glanced at her, prompting her to immediately add, "We'll definitely reward you." "As you please," the youth responded. The three were happy to hear this and hurried up. "May I ask for your name, young noble?" The silence along the trip bothered her, so Xiao Ling asked. "Li Qie." Li Qie casually responded. Of course, the three haven't heard of Li Qie's name before. They assumed that he was just an ordinary person. "Why are you chopping wood? Aren't you a cultivator?" One friend found this strange. From her perspective, cultivators were far nobler than ordinary humans, even new ones. Someone like Li Qie could do anything, and it would still be better than this. "For charcoal," Li Qie replied. This made them even more confused. The third raised her voice out of astonishment. "You're selling charcoal for money? How foolish. You're a cultivator, why would you do something so lowly for money? You can make much more doing other things." The other two girls nodded in agreement. They weren't looking down on Li Qie. It's just that gathering wood was something reserved for lowly mortals. Li Qie only smiled in response, not minding the comment. If you just want to get by, there are other things you can do outside, better than selling charcoal. The other girls scowled since Li Qie didn't agree. "There's no future in doing so. I think you're better off finding another job at the capital. For example, a patrol." The first one said. Li Qie still didn't state his opinion. The three continued to talk about Li Qie's bad decision. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow glared at them as if it was looking at a group of clowns. They just didn't notice the dog's expression, believing that it was only an old dog not worth paying attention to. Lil Yellow then stared at the mounts in the distance and revealed its teeth, then licked its lips, putting on a strange grin. The three mounts were scared out of their mind. Their legs started shaking. They wanted to tell their masters to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the most dangerous location since they could become the dog's food at any moment. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to speak. Plus, they were too afraid to do anything in the first place after being threatened by Lil Yellow. "Are you not afraid of the beasts here?" Xiao Ling was curious because Li Qie showed no sign of caution as he walked through the forest. That serpent earlier scared the soul of them. They didn't dare to stay in this region alone. "I'm used to it, there's nothing to be afraid of." Li Qie chuckled. "But there are some ferocious ones here, especially the Chaos Primal ones. Earlier just now, we got chased by a three-headed winged serpent. That's why we got separated from the group." One of them responded. The other nodded. "Earth-level Chaos Primal beasts are too scary and strong. It'll definitely eat you if it sees you. You just need to stay here longer." "Do your neighbors want to eat you?" Li Qie said. The girls had no response. "You're saying that you consider those beasts your neighbors?" "No, they're violent and will definitely eat people who provoke them." One girl raised her voice. Lil Yellow thought that these girls were too silly. Who eats who? Li Qie would be the one eating all the Chaos Primal beasts here. They would be thanking the heaven if Li Qie didn't seek them out to eat, let alone trying to eat him. "Haven't seen them try to eat me." Li Qie smiled. "It's better to be careful." Xiao Ling kindly warned. "My teacher said that most Chaos Primal beasts don't have intelligence, only beastly instincts. You might consider them neighbors, but they might not feel the same way." Lil Yellow glanced at her. No beast here would dare to consider him a neighbor. Their legs trembled instantly at his sight. "It's fine, I have my hatchet right here." Li Qie tapped the weapon hanging by his waist. "What can that thing do outside of chopping wood? It can't hurt the primal beasts at all. You need a treasure." One girl thought little of the weapon. "It's not bad," Li Qie said. The three thought that Li Qie was too naive. First, he thought that beasts could actually be his neighbors. One day, he would become food for one for sure. Along the way, they didn't notice how quiet the path was. Not even a single growl could be heard from the beasts. This was the opposite during their run prior. The beasts and birds have already fled in fear wherever Li Qie went. They didn't dare to whimper, let alone roar. Chapter 35-57. The three followed Li Qie back to the old temple. There's a temple here? One girl stared at the temple from a distance before entering. Are there monks here? The other also looked around. After entering, the three found that it was empty without any monk around. In the beginning, they were glad to see this because they thought that there would be monks inside. The location was Buddha holy ground, so there should be monks in charge of the temples. In addition, all temples were branches of Heavenly Dragon Temple. This wasn't the case here. The temple here had a different architectural style not found in the modern era. They actually didn't look for this detail in the beginning. It was just that the disparity was striking since they have entered many temples before. They saw a girl younger than them cultivating inside. She was none other than Fan Bai, who was repeating the same movement. They naturally found this strange but didn't say anything. After returning, Li Qie told the old attendant, "Prepare a place for them." He stopped paying attention to three girls afterward. "Yes, young master," the old man said before looking at the three. "Please follow me. There are only you three living here?" One girl became curious as they followed him. "Yes," the old attendant responded. "But this is Myriad Beast Mountains. Are you not afraid of being attacked and eaten by primal beasts?" The other said. The three thought that he was an ordinary servant, nothing more. "The animals here are harmless and nice." The old man smiled, not bothering to reveal the truth. "Harmless and nice?" One of them said. "How?" "We met a three-headed winged serpent that immediately attacked us. We would be inside its stomach if we were a little late in reacting. Not nice at all." They were still afraid while recalling the event. "I see." The old man shook his head and said, "Young master said so. The beasts here don't attack people." The three girls exchanged glances. Could these creatures really consider Li Qie's group as neighbors? "We've separated from our friends. If they come here, please help them too." Xiaoling remembered something else. "You will have to ask the young master. I do not dare to make a decision on this matter." The old man said, "The temple is so big, I'm sure there's no problem taking in more people." One friend noticed the available rooms. The old man didn't reply. "We'll definitely thank you handsomely. We're from Duality Academy and will not freeload." Xiaoling said, "Duality Academy? I see." The old man smiled. "You know about it?" The three girls assumed that Li Qie's group didn't know anything about the outside world. "Yes, I've been there during my youth." The old man said, "What about your young master? Why is he staying here?" The girls were curious about this young master and old servant. "Only the young master knows." The old man prepared the rooms, then said, "There are many beasts outside at night. Please be careful and don't go out." He left afterward. "The servant is strange, just like his master," one girl concluded. All three thought that there was something weird about the old man too. "I wonder how our fellow students are doing." Xiaoling became worried. "Don't worry, so many from our academy came. I'm sure they've met others or a group with a teacher." Another consoled her. This sounded plausible, so Xiaoling felt a little better. Tonight, the three of them stay in the temple. "Are you making charcoal now?" They saw Li Qie burning the wood collected during the day. Li Qie might not be strong but was still a cultivator. Why would he do something so mundane? "Yes," Li Qie said briefly, still focusing on his task. "I don't think you can feed yourself by doing this. Charcoal is only worth a few coins. You should leave and find another job outside." One girl said without any intention of offending or looking down on him. Li Qie only smiled without breaking his focus. The three girls were virtually nobles, so they thought little of his work. They watched for a bit before losing their interest and leaving. The old man found this amusing and shook his head, thinking that these three girls weren't meant for it since they lacked vision. A discerning spectator would immediately notice Li Qie's fire control and realize that he was an extraordinary master. Unfortunately, the three female students had decent cultivation, just not high enough to see that Li Qie was utilizing a supreme alchemy art. "Why is your young master playing around like this? He's still a cultivator."
One of them came closer to the old man and murmured, "We can see that he's a violet marquis.
He should be working outside. The young master is mysterious and beyond my ability to speculate." The old man said, "What's mysterious about this? It's just burning wood for charcoal to make a few coins. Come to the capital, we'll find you something else to do. 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than this." One girl said, "Yes, come to the capital and I'll find something for you to do." Xiao Ling agreed, thinking that Li Qie was being irrational and unambitious by staying here. Perfect. Xiao Ling will definitely find a great job. You should try to persuade your young master. The third one nodded. He has his own plan. The old man chuckled. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? The first girl said, There's no one here, completely separated from the world. There are dangers everywhere. Living in the capital is way better. The three tried to be kind and wanted to give Li Qie a job at the capital in order to repay him for letting them stay. Moreover, given their status, that job would be more than sufficient. Li Qie's group would be able to live quite well. The old man smiled and stopped responding. On the second day, the girls were the last ones up. Li Qie was already gone. They saw Fan Bai training in the courtyard. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to watch her. However, they eventually grew bored because she was doing the same thing over and over. Are you cultivating? One girl asked when Fan Bai was taking a break.
Yes, the young master taught me.
Fan Bai seemed to be scared of the girls. He only taught you this one move? You're working so hard yet you only know this? Xiao Ling found this hard to believe. They saw how hard Fan Bai was working yesterday. She was up early today too. In their opinion, this wasn't worth her commendable effort. It was unfair to her. Yes. Fan Bai nodded. Your young master is being ridiculous. This one move can't be considered cultivation. Another girl commented. Chapter 3558. He really didn't teach you anything else? The third girl became dissatisfied. Fan Bai didn't reply because she was already very satisfied. She memorized everything Li Qie taught her and would continue learning them no matter what. How about this? I'll teach you a few things. Xiao Ling had this idea. In my opinion, you're wasting your time and effort learning just one move. That's a good idea. The other girls agreed. I will teach you a merit law. Xiao Ling enthusiastically said. Thank you, big sis, but there is no need. The young master said that one move is all I need. Fan Bai shook her head. No, your young master is wrong. How can just one move be enough? Xiao Ling's friend immediately interjected. Any random merit law from our academy is better than this move of his. Maybe your young master only knows one move. That's the only logical explanation. The other added. Our duality academy is the strongest in Buddha holy ground. This merit law is also left behind by a heavenly sovereign and is certainly stronger than your young master's move. This is worthy of your effort. Xiao Ling said. I know duality. Fan Bai stared at them and still refused. I trust my young master. She had heard of this academy during her vagrant stage. However, she still chose to listen to Li Qie instead. This is foolish. One girl couldn't help murmuring. The choice was obvious for anyone, even a fool. Xiao Ling was willing to teach her a powerful merit law for free. How could she still refuse? The old attendant has been watching this. The girls didn't know that Fan Bai's future would have been ruined by taking the offer. Fortunately, she was firm enough and remembered Li Qie's words, remaining untempted. Others couldn't have done the same thing. Ladies, please don't disturb her training. He walked over and said with a smile. The three had no choice but to back off. As students of duality, they understood that it was extremely rude for them to interrupt someone's training. You should talk to your young master. Don't just teach her one thing. One friend remained indignant for Fan Bai. Right, look at how hard she's working. Humph, if he has nothing to teach, we can give her a merit law. It's suitable for anyone in the world and is countless times stronger than that. The other jumped in. The young master certainly has a profound reason for doing this. The old man smiled. What profound reason? Even Xiao Ling herself expressed annoyance. Your young master isn't a supreme or peerless existence. There's no profundity nor mystery in this. She didn't like talking negatively about Li Qie since he had helped them. However, she felt that the old man was trying too hard to be mysterious. Right, if your young master is capable of this, he wouldn't be a woodchopper right now. Another girl said. The old man could only reply with a smile.
The three of them had no idea that a great fortune was there in front of them. Alas, they completely abandoned it.
Thus, their future would not be comparable to Fanbai despite their noble upbringing. Fanbai would illuminate 8 desolaces while the best they could do was becoming queens. Of course, the old man didn't try to help them. After all, everyone was responsible for grasping their fortune. The 3 girls were bored while staying in the temple. They wanted to leave but were afraid of getting lost. All they could do was release a signal and continue waiting. Fortunately, friends actually saw their signal on the same day and came seeking them. The dispersed group eventually gathered along with other students of the academy. They were lucky to survive after scattering around the mountain range. Not one was killed or eaten. They talked about how frightening the encounter with the serpent was and that it would go down as an exciting story to be told. Classmate Ling, I caught a divine fish too. A male student was ecstatic to see Xiao Ling. He bragged. We ran to a pond and worked together to capture it. Having said that, he took out a chest containing water from the pond with a fire-colored fish with long feelers. It had yellow scales as if they were gilded. A gilded 5-colored loach. Its blood is very precious, you're quite lucky. An older student said with admiration. Rumor has it that it is a side branch of a 7-colored draconic loach. It doesn't have a true dragon bloodline like the latter, but its blood is immensely nutritious. Valuable indeed. The students nearby were in awe. The first student was happy and told Xiao Ling. Classmate Ling, I'll give it to you. His eyes exuded admiration. Everyone could tell that he was interested in her. All eyes were on the 2 of them. After all, Xiao Ling was a noble and had plenty of suitors. Thank you, classmate Zhang Yu, but I do not dare to accept such a precious gift. Please keep and use it yourself. Xiao Ling politely refused. The male student had no choice but to put the fish away, dejected. The crisis earlier didn't diminish everyone's enthusiasm. Most talked about the next location. Some thought that they should bring more powerful students and teachers to tag along. Others had enough and wanted to go back to the academy. So Rowdy, what's going on here? A lazy voice interrupted the crowd gathered outside the temple. Many students quieted down and looked over. They saw a youth with firewood and a yellow dog. Who else could it be but Li Qie returning from his trip? The majority didn't give a damn after seeing Li Qie's limited cultivation. Young noble Li, our friends found us. Xiao Ling happily told Li Qie. It was a blessing that a dozen of them survived the encounter with the serpent. That's fine, but don't be loud and disturb the peace. Li Qie responded. Xiao Ling didn't expect this but thought that it made sense. This was Li Qie's place. You're right, young noble. She nodded. Humph, Myriad Beast Mountains isn't your place. The student named Zhang Yu who wanted to please Xiao Ling didn't like Li Qie's haughty attitude towards her. He immediately stepped forward. Is that so? Li Qie lazily glanced at him. His attitude didn't win him any love from the members of Duality. They stared coldly at him, thinking that he was thinking too highly of himself. They could be considered dragons and phoenixes. Few were chosen by Duality. Definitely not ordinary mortals. Li Qie belonged to the second group, just an unknown junior. How dare he treat them with contempt? Brat, watch your words. An older student said seriously, if anything gets broken here, we'll be sure to pay for the damages. Just take back your arrogant tone. Chapter 3559. Another student added, just a broken temple. We can smash it down and still shouldn't pay more than a few coins. Other students thought so too. The majority came from nobility and powerful clans. This temple was worth nothing in their eyes. The same with someone like Li Qie. His cultivation was nothing more than child's play. To put it bluntly, it was his honor to have them visit his humble abode, a blessing from the ancestors. Smash the temple? Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at the guy. And what if we do? Zhang Yu loudly said. Even the water-splitter beast beneath him routed and raised its claws, ready to show its might. He was annoyed with Li Qie early and now, He was ready to show it after seeing the support of his peers. He gazed down at Li Chia while sitting on top of his beast. "Tell me, how much is this temple worth? I will personally break it right now, then pay you." He came from a rich family and performed well at the academy. He might not be superior compared to his peers, but as for a nobody like Li Chia from the mortal world, he naturally didn't give a damn. Xiao Ling's group of 3 didn't like this negative development. However, they were in a tough position since Li Chia's attitude enraged their friends. Li Chia put down the timber pieces on his shoulders. The students sneered after seeing this. What was this mortal going to do to them? "Attendant, I am hungry. Go make food with that beast." Li Chia pointed at the water-splitter beast before sitting down beneath a big tree. "You think you're qualified to say something like that? My mount is a treasure beast." Zhang Yu snorted right away and laughed. He doesn't know his limit. The water-splitter beast has immense strength. Just one stomp is enough to crush them to a pulp, yet they want to kill it? One student sneered. "Let him come, Zhang Yu. Let's see if he has the ability to do so." Another laughed. Zhang Yu stared at the old attendant and said, "Come if you're not afraid of death. Don't blame me if my mount crushes you." Even the mount started roaring haughtily. The students thought that Li Chia and his old servant were suicidal. However, the old man didn't mind at all. He spread his palm before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, knocking the youth off his mount. His saber pierced the beast's heart before Zhang Yu could get up. It didn't have a chance to resist. Everything happened so quickly before anyone could react. The old man then dragged the beast away, leaving a long bloody trail on the ground. "Young master, how should I cook it?" he asked. "Roast it, I'm in the mood for that," Li Chia answered while enjoying the shade. Zhang Yu regained his wits and was furious. He spent a large sum to buy this mount, but these two wanted to eat it now? "Little animal, I'll make mincemeat out of you." He roared and unsheathed his divine sword. Clank! A murderous energy pulsed from the blade. "Enough!" Xiao Ling saw that Zhang Yu actually wanted to kill Li Chia, so she shouted, "This ends here. We are guests in this place." "But he killed my mount." Zhang Yu didn't accept the mediation and still glared at Li Chia. "I'll just get you another. It's inappropriate for us to be so loud at someone else's home." Xiao Ling spoke while staring at Li Chia. "That's it." Zhang Yu still wanted to put an end to Li Chia. "You're dissatisfied? I'll get you a golden-eyed water-splitter beast then." Xiao Ling glared at the youth. "That's not what I meant, you don't have to be the one." Zhang Yu became soft after seeing her aggressive eyes. "Forget about it if Princess Ling is giving you a better mount," a female friend told him. "I guess so." Zhang Yu had no choice but to swallow this anger. "Princess Ling is too nice." An older student shook his head. He thought that this wouldn't have ended here if it was his mount being killed. This is her way of repaying him for letting her stay the night. Another nodded and said. As they were talking among themselves, an aroma of roasted meat permeated the area. The old attendant had prepared the beast and placed its entire head on a roasting rack. The thing became golden with tantalizing fatty drips. People couldn't help looking at the big chunk of meat. Some even salivated. They have all forgotten that this used to be Zhang Yu's mount. Fat and oil let out pleasant pops. The old man was certainly a first-rate cook. After he added the spices, the aroma became unbearable. Zhang Yu himself forgot about his mount and started salivating. "That smells wonderful," one student said while gulping loudly. "This feels like we've been starving for days." The others felt their stomach rumbling after hearing this. Alas, no one dared to say anything. The dog and boar ran over too after smelling the aroma. They circled around the meat and growled, ready to eat. Ba! A Buddhist chant came out of nowhere. People suddenly saw a young monk standing before the meat as well. He looked around 15 years of age and wore a kasaya. He was handsome and exuded spirituality as if he was gestated by 10 great mountains or that he was a source of Buddhism. However, upon careful examination, his kasaya was dirty and stained with oil, especially in the chest area. The spot was shiny. This made people think that the monk has been sneaking in meat and wiping it on his kasaya. He held a Buddhist bowl with a golden radiance, brimming with Buddhist affinity. It was clearly a great treasure. Ba! He bowed towards the old man and placed his palms together. "Sir, will you be benevolent for a karmic deed? I haven't eaten in 3 days. He then raised his bowl forward to ask for a piece of meat.
Scram. The old man uttered coldly without looking at him.
He awkwardly pulled his bowl back while still fixated on the meat. He swallowed his saliva and continued begging. Sir, I just need a tiny piece. The old man still ignored him. He's Golden Cicada Buddhist child. The student saw him and became startled. You're right, from Golden Dragon Temple. Others recognized him. Buddhist child. The students bowed towards him regardless of how proud they were. Don't be so polite now. The young monk bowed towards them back to return the gesture.
However, his eyes were still on the meat.
Chapter 3560. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. The prideful student stared at him with respect. He was the most talented monk in Heavenly Dragon, the most blessed and also the youngest, a direct disciple of the sacred monk of wisdom, one of the 4 grandmasters. Even the top geniuses in duality couldn't stop him. In reality, very few members of the young generation could match him. In fact, some believed that he could eventually surpass his master and reach the height of boundless supreme. He would be able to enter Sacred Mountain and become the leader there. Of course, these were just speculations and rumors. Nonetheless, they served as a measuring stick to the Buddhist child's heaven-defying talents. Heavenly Dragon Temple has been focusing on grooming him as well, most likely waiting for him to take over the role of the sacred monk. Young master, it is done now. Which part do you want first? The old man placed the roasted meat in front of Li Chia and grinded his knives together. The students from duality still salivated, the same as Zhang Yu. The only difference was that he was also glaring at Li Chia with total hatred. Which tastes the best? Li Chia glanced at it. The eyes. The monk shouted before the old attendant. Everyone could hear him swallow his saliva several times.
Our young monk here is right, the eyes are good.
The attendant pierced the knife and took it out for Li Chia. Please try, young master. Li Chia accepted it and took a bite before throwing it back onto the plate. He shook his head. Not very good. I must be a bad cook. The old man said. No, you did a fine job. The fire was perfect. It's just that the meat is too rough. Li Chia shook his head. How ludicrous. A student immediately voiced his annoyance at Li Chia's perceived bravado. He was still in love with that meat. Meanwhile, the 2 animals were still circling and growling, but they didn't dare to eat without Li Chia's permission. Let them eat this. Li Chia smiled and told the attendant. The latter immediately swung his blade and separated the chunk into 2 halves before throwing it to Lil Black and Lil Yellow. The 2 happily barked before chewing on the meat to the envy of the crowd. Amitba, Black Benefactor, I am here for a chance to perform a good deed. Will you let me have a leg? Golden Cicada showed no sign of reservation, unlike the students. He stretched his bowl towards Lil Black. The boar immediately growled to show his ownership, not bothering to listen to the monk. Amitba, Yellow Benefactor, I haven't eaten in 3 days and 3 nights. Let me have 1 piece? The monk turned towards the dog. Gow! 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 The dog rudely shouted and put on a fierce appearance, scaring the monk back. Amitba, no need to be so mean, just say no. The monk consoled himself. The students found this hilarious but didn't dare to laugh. The monk's gluttony was even more well known than his cultivation prowess. He traveled seeking good food and didn't shy away from meat and wine. Fine, don't eat alone, let the young monk have a leg. Li Chia told the 2 animals. The 2 had no choice but to agree while glaring at the monk. Amitba, thank you. The monk jubilated before running over, tearing off a leg and another piece from the dog and boar's portion. His bowl became as filled as can be. The 2 animals ran away afterward in order to stop him from taking more. He didn't care for appearances and sat down on the ground, taking 1 bite after another. His mouth was covered in oil while making loud sounds. It's good, he praised while eating. This little monk. I suppose I'm not that bad of a cook. It is your fortune to be able to eat my cooking. The old man happily said. You're completely right, sir. Amitba. His mouth was filled with meat, so his words were unclear. The students were starving too, but to compete against 2 animals for meat? They couldn't stoop down to that level. That would be awfully embarrassing. Young master, do you want anything else? The old man asked after the failure with the meat. Don't we have a fish in the jar right now? Go make me some soup. Li Qie ordered casually.
Yes.
The old man went to a jar in the courtyard and opened it. Initially, the students didn't care about a bowl of soup. However, this all changed once the old man opened the lid. A 7-colored beam shot to the sky akin to the coming of a treasure. What's that? Everyone looked over, attracted by the emerging beam. Splash! The old man grabbed a 5-pound fish from the jar, the source of the brilliance. It resembled a rainbow, blinding everyone. This 7-colored fish had long feelers just like the whiskers of a dragon. 7-colored draconic loach. The ancestor of a gilded 5-colored loach. The monk became startled after seeing this. That's what it is? The student's eyes turned agape as a result.
Really?
It has to be another fish that just looks similar. Zhang Yu refused to believe it. This was understandable. He and several other friends tried their very best and managed to catch the gilded 5-colored loach. This was extremely precious, so he was proud to present it to Princess Ling as a present. That's why there was no way Li Qie could have one in a jar. Amitabha, believers of Buddhism do not lie. This is a 7-colored draconic loach, a fish rumored to have the bloodline of a true dragon. The monk placed his palms together and salivated while looking at the fish. The crowd was astonished while looking at this incredible treasure. How do you have this fish? Xiaoling couldn't help but ask. This crappy fish? I found it in a stream the last time I went to gather firewood. Li Qie responded. Found it in a stream. How? Her friend said in disbelief. The other students felt the same way. How could this Li Qie fella be so lucky? I'm here every day. Is it that strange to find some food? Li Qie commented. Young master, I'll go gather some other ingredients to go along with this fish. It'll be delicious. The old man had already killed the fish while the student stood there in a daze. He plucked something resembling cabbage and put it in a pot, then the fish. What? That's Dream Soul Sage, a supreme alchemy material. The monk stared intensely at the pot. People suddenly realized that there were many plants looking like it around the temple. That's a legendary medicine famous for its nutritious value, right? A student from an alchemy clan suddenly salivated while looking at the garden filled with precious materials. How do you have so many expensive herbs? Xiaoling had no idea what they were despite staying here last night. Oh, they're all over the mountain, so I planted them for meals. Li Qie said. Chapter 3561. Dream Soul Sage was extremely precious. One might have the money yet still wouldn't be able to buy them at the capital. However, Li Qie planted so many for regular consumption. The student from the alchemy clan licked his lips. Last year when my clan master was refining a special pill, he was missing something like this Dream Soul Sage. He ran around the auctions and stores to no avail. This guy is actually just eating them. Any student with a little knowledge and common sense understood the value of Dream Soul Sage. If they were to have one root, they would be able to fetch it for a high price if not kept for their own. Now, Li Qie was treating it as a vegetable for eating. Moreover, he had an entire garden filled with them too. The disparity drove the students crazy. He wasn't far from being immortal, yet he had such good circumstances as if blessed by heaven. Worst of all, he didn't appreciate this at all. The students found this unbearably frustrating. Meanwhile, the old man brought up a covered bowl of fish soup. He opened it and rainbows emerged in a beautiful manner. The bowl looked as if someone had broken down rainbows and used them as an ingredient. Though it lacked the same aroma as the roasted meat earlier, it had a faint fragrance of the fish. It went beyond stimulating the appetite. People felt comfortable as if their pores were open. This pleasant sensation was hard to describe. Just the smell alone gave this wondrous sensation. What about actually eating and drinking it? 7-colored draconic loach together with Dream Soul Sage. The young alchemist murmured, "This is beyond nutrition, it can change someone's fundamental cores, washing the meridians and enriching the essences. It'll greatly boost cultivation speed for 50 years. The other students heard this and wanted a taste so badly. Even a fool understood the value of that soup bowl. Amitabha. Golden Cicada has finished eating the 2 legs. Only the bones were left. He showed no shame or bashfully and came closer to Li Qie. He reached out with his bowl and asked, "Benefactor, a comic deed perhaps? That fish soup is perfect for the stomach after the roasted meat." The students smiled wryly. They have offended Li Qie, but even in the case of otherwise, they wouldn't be able to throw away their face for the sake of eating. Alas, a gluttonous monk like Golden Cicada had no qualms in doing so. His eyes were fixated on the bowl of soup. Forget about it. Li Qie waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Just one small bowl to save a life. Benefactor, a greater deed than building a 7-story pagoda. The monk didn't relent. Gao! Rah! Lil Black and Lil Yellow returned to show their fangs at this unwelcome guest. The monk immediately leaped backward and placed his palms together. Ba, Buddha values mercy, it's fine to not give anything, no need to try and hurt me. Li Qie ignored the monk while the two aggressive animals kept the monk away. The latter could only stare enviously at the bowl from a distance. Li Qie called for Bai Fan and poured some soup into another bowl for her. You have trained hard, drink this. The girl knew nothing about the value of the bowl. Nonetheless, she would always listen to Li Qie, so she drank it down in one gulp. Her vitality suddenly billowed with tigers and dragons roaring. An army seemed to be marching inside her, instilling endless power. Control your mind and channel the mantra. She was afraid until she heard Li Qie's voice in her mind. She immediately sat down in the meditative pose and channeled her mantra. This circulated the churning vitality into the rest of her body in a smooth manner. Buzz! She became shrouded by a 7-colored radiance. Rainbows emanated from her as if she was the original source. The students from Duality became envious. Drinking this soup was a great fortune akin to tiger growing wings. Ba. The monk stared at Li Qie's bowl while saliva oozed out of his mouth. However, he didn't dare to get close because the two animals were still watching him. He drank a little bit and chose to eat the eyes. They looked like pearls and immediately illuminated the area. He didn't think much of them and swallowed right away. This naturally made the students jealous. They would have taken their time to enjoy the bowl, unlike this distasteful man. Okay, I've had enough, you two can drink now. He stretched his body before giving the rest to Lil Black and Lil Yellow. In fact, he had very little compared to Bai Fan. He virtually only ate the eyes of the large fish. The two excitedly growled before rushing forward. Such a waste. The students couldn't believe it and gritted their teeth. They felt inferior to a wild boar and dog. They lived so long yet didn't get the chance to taste 7-colored draconic loach. On the other hand, this guy wasted it in such a ridiculous manner. Some had the urge to come over and rob those two animals. However, they still cared too much about their status. Only the monk didn't give a damn. He has been coveting the bowl the entire time. He used the sleeve of his kasaya to wipe away some saliva on his mouth before walking over. Ba, benefactor. No, Big Brother Black, Big Brother Yellow, do a good deed and quench my thirst by giving me some soup? He said without any shame. Lil Yellow gave him no respect and barked at him. Lil Black played nicer and shook its head. The students were speechless. The great genius of Heavenly Dragon Temple went as far as calling two animals Big Brother. I wonder what the sacred monk would do to him after hearing about this. One student wondered. The monk of wisdom was one of the 4 grandmasters of Buddha holy ground. Now, his disciple threw away his dignity for a bowl of soup along with the reputation of his master and his sect. No, the Buddhist child's gluttony is famous. The temple and the sacred monk have turned a blind eye to this. A different student responded. His sect couldn't do anything about it, so they let him do as he pleases. This is so sad. Just give him a little bit. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Ba, benefactor. You have the heart of a bodhisattva. Golden Cicada celebrated after hearing this. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.